Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The Quad leaders met, they condemned terrorism, but they failed to name the perpetrators, they failed to call out Pakistan. What is holding them back? Is India being let down by its so-called strategic partners? We'll discuss that tonight. Also on the show, will Donald Trump deport Elon Musk, and will Musk launch a political party to challenge Trump? The dollar dives, why America's mighty currency has hit a 50-year low, and what does this mean for the world economy? Modi's Global South Blitz. 8 days, 5 nations, 1 mission. How India's Prime Minister is reshaping ties and reclaiming influence. It's China versus the Dalai Lama. The succession drama is heating up, with the Tibetan leader challenging Beijing in a new statement. What is China's new hypersonic missile that runs on kerosene? Is this the future of warfare? A Japan Airlines flight nosedives. Is air travel becoming more dangerous? A cartoon controversy explodes in Turkey. Where is the line between freedom of expression and religious offense? 80 militants killed in a sweeping counter-offensive in Mali. What is happening in West Africa? And the Squid Game effect. Why are violence and gore dominating global entertainment? All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Bangladesh's former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina sentenced to 6 months in prison. She was convicted of contempt of court and handed the sentence in absentia. This is the first verdict against Hasina since she was ousted in August last year. The Awami League leader also faces charges of crimes against humanity. Hasina has denied all accusations. In the US, the ISKCON temple in Utah is attacked in a suspected hate crime. More than 24 gunshots were fired over several nights at the temple. India has condemned the attack and urged local authorities to take prompt action. A similar incident occurred in March when a temple in California was desecrated. The US halts some weapons shipments to Ukraine. This includes air defense missiles and other precision munitions. The Pentagon fears that its stockpiles are too low. Ukraine summons a senior American diplomat, warning that delays in military aid from its key ally would quote-unquote encourage Russia. Iran suspends cooperation with the United Nations' nuclear watchdog. This comes after the 12-day war with Israel and strikes by the US on Tehran's nuclear facilities. Iran has criticized the International Atomic Energy Agency for its silence on the Israeli and American attacks. And the Hong Kong government proposes recognizing the rights of same-sex couples. In 2023, Hong Kong's top judge had delivered a landmark decision. They had confined marriage to opposite-sex unions, but called for recognizing the legal rights of same-sex couples. The judges had set the government a deadline of 2 years. A few years back, Quad was the it bloc. It sounded cooler than G7 or G20. It had more purpose than NATO. And its members were vibrant and diverse democracies: Japan, the United States, Australia, and India. But a pandemic and multiple wars later, is that still the case? Well, the name is still cool, but the purpose, not as much. You see, any group thrives on solidarity. Its members must stand together during crisis, but the Quad appears half-hearted. Yesterday, its foreign ministers met in Washington. After the meeting, they issued a joint statement, and that statement mentions the Pahalgam attack. Let me quote: "We condemn in the strongest terms the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Jammu and Kashmir on April 22, 2025, which claimed the lives of 25 Indian nationals and one Nepali citizen while injuring several others. We call for the perpetrators, organizers and financiers of this reprehensible act to be brought to justice without any delay. The condemnation is welcome, but frankly, it's also easy. Anybody can condemn the murder of 26 innocent civilians. The question is, can you call out the murderers? Can you call out their sponsors? Apparently, the Quad cannot. They say the perpetrators and organizers must be brought to justice, but why not name this organizer? India has publicly accused Pakistan of plotting the Pahalgam attack, but the Quad statement does not even mention Pakistan. Chances are India would not have liked that. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar dropped a hint. He said India had a right to defend itself against terrorism.
The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated. And India has every right to defend its people against terrorism. And we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
He said he expects the Quad partners to understand India's position. But do they? Look at their actions. The US president hosted Pakistan's army chief last month. Donald Trump called him a great man. That's what he called Asim Munir, a great man. Then we have Australia. They have long-standing defense ties with Pakistan. They carry out counter-terrorism drills together. They even conduct military exchanges. And I must add here, it's not like these countries trust Pakistan. Both the US and Australia know Islamabad well. These two countries, the US and Australia, led the NATO operations in Afghanistan. So they're both aware of Pakistan's double game. Yet they do not call out Pakistan. Not even after Pakistani terrorists attack their Quad partner India. Hence Jaishankar's reminder. India has a right to defend itself. A similar message came from India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. He spoke to his American counterpart, the US Defence Secretary, and reports say Rajnath Singh talked about preemptive strikes. Preemptive strikes, this is very significant. So far, India's actions have been retaliatory. They have come in response to an attack. The surgical strike was a retaliation. Balakot was a retaliation. And so was Operation Sindoor, a retaliation. But now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says preemptive strikes are on the table. Basically a preventive operation. So India won't wait around to be attacked. India will hit first to deter or to prevent a terror attack. And this marks a major shift in India's anti-terrorism policy. It's a hardening of India's position. Naturally, New Delhi will expect its partners to understand that, to support India in this fight. Again, the question is, will they? Will the Quad partners extend this support? We say this month is a good litmus test. Pakistan is chairing the United Nations Security Council in July. Pakistan is the chair of the UNSC. They are planning to hold 2 open sessions. These can be briefings, debates or votes. But more importantly, they're open to the press, meaning these sessions will be broadcast across the world. Pakistan wants to rake up Kashmir at these sessions. They will want to globalize the Kashmir issue. Obviously, India will not like that. But unfortunately, India will not be at the council. India is not a member of the United Nations Security Council. So we'll have to rely on our friends, the permanent members, the US, Britain, France, Russia. China, of course, is the 5th permanent member, but China is not a friend of India. So we have 4 permanent members who call themselves India's friends and partners. Will they block Pakistan's designs at the United Nations Security Council, or will they let it slide? Their record is not inspiring. After the Pahalgam attack, they let India down. New Delhi wanted a statement that called out the perpetrators. The attack was carried out by Lashkar Proxy, a group that calls itself the Resistance Front, TRF. India wanted the name of TRF to be included in the statement, but Pakistan lobbied against it, and in the end, there was no mention of TRF in the United Nations statement. And now Pakistan is leading the UNSC, so India's challenge is well cut out. We won the military battle in Operation Sindoor. Now it is time to fight the diplomatic battle. And the Quad is a good place to start. It's a smaller group, smaller than the G20 or the United Nations. And it has scope for bilateral lobbying. It is made up of close Indian partners. All of them need India's help to take on China because India is the only Quad member that borders China, the only member with a comparable population and capacity. It is time we leverage that. New Delhi will be hosting the Quad summit later this year. Let's hope for a stronger statement then.
The bill as amended is passed.
It began as a bromance. It has turned into brinkmanship. We're talking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump. At the start of this year, they were inseparable. Musk poured millions into Trump's re-election campaign. Trump handed Musk the reins of a government agency. They lived in close quarters. They were always together. It seemed like nothing could break their alliance. But something did. Donald Trump's tax bill, or what he calls the big, beautiful bill. This is the US President's signature policy proposal. It includes tax cuts worth $4.5 trillion, border security boosts, and a healthcare rollback. This is broadly what the bill contains. Now, this bill went to the House of Representatives. That's the lower house of the US Parliament, or the Congress as they call it. And this lower house passed the bill. Then it went to the Senate, or the upper house. They had a marathon voting session. They made some changes to the bill, and then they passed it. Now the bill goes back to the lower house with those changes. It may or may not pass, but Donald Trump is in a hurry. He wants to sign this bill into law. He wants the bill on his desk by the 4th of July, the US Independence Day. So that is the status of the big, beautiful bill. Trump wants it cleared ASAP. But Musk does not like it, because it runs against everything he did for the past few months. Elon Musk was the head of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. It's an agency that he set up to trim bureaucratic fat and to slash costs. But now Trump wants this bill. It will add $650 billion to the US deficit, meaning it will add $650 billion in US government spending. So instead of slashing costs, Trump is adding to it. And Musk is opposing it. He called out the president's mega proposal. Of course, Trump did not take it lightly. Fireworks followed. The two men came to blows on social media. Then they calmed down for a bit, but now they're at it again. As the bill headed to the Senate, Elon Musk opposed it again, this time with a new threat. Let me quote from what he said. Elon Musk said, "If the insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day." So what is he talking about? What is the America Party? The US has a two-party system. There are two main parties in this country, the Democrats and the Republicans. But this is not officially mandated by law. So the Americans can have more political parties if they want. And this is what Elon Musk is proposing / threatening to do. He wants to form a new political party, and he's calling it the America Party. He says both Republicans and Democrats are pro-spending. They are both adding to the US debt. US debt is already at a record $37 trillion. So Musk wants a new movement. He wants a new political party that is anti-debt and pro-innovation. But can he do it? And that also depends on how serious he is about it. Building a political party is tougher than building cars or rockets, especially when the US president is not in your corner.
Concerned that Republicans are going to be swayed by Musk and his money.
No, I don't think so. I think what's going to happen is Doge is going to look at Musk. And if Doge looks at Musk, we're going to save a fortune. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't think you should be playing that game with me.
You heard Donald Trump. He's not too happy with Musk's criticism, and he made that clear on his social media. He even threatened deportation, sending Elon Musk back to South Africa. That's what Trump has hinted at. He's also targeting Musk's business. Listen to this.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated.
And so it comes full circle. Doge was Elon Musk's pet project and Trump was Elon Musk's presidential candidate. Now Trump is going after him and he's using Doge to beat up Musk. Trump wants to use the same agency to audit Elon Musk. And Musk is yet to respond. So far we've seen no insults, no courtroom threats and no Elon 2028 campaign ads, at least not yet. So is Musk licking his wounds or is he plotting revenge? It's hard to say. But make no mistake, this is not just a battle of egos. This is a battle between two visions of power. On one side, we have Donald Trump. He wants to ride the wave of old school populism. On the other side, there's Elon Musk. He wants to hack American politics like he did with cars and space. And somewhere in between, America is supposed to decide who to trust with its future. At this point, they may as well flip a Doge coin. Forget Mission Impossible. Trump versus Musk is a real summer blockbuster. The world's richest man versus the US president in 4D. This is no ordinary feud. This is a billionaire brawl with real-world stakes. Every insult can rattle investors. Every tweet can jolt the markets. And the timing? Impeccably terrible. The US dollar is showing signs of weakness. It has lost over 10% of its value in the last 6 months. This is the dollar's worst performance in more than 50 years. The last time this happened was in 1973. And to add insult to injury, other currencies are appreciating. The euro, for instance, has gained by over 12%. The Swiss franc is up by more than 13%. The Japanese yen, nearly 8%. Even gold is outperforming the US dollar. Gold has gained 25% this year. Plus, riskier currencies are doing better than the US dollar, like Ghana's CD, the Taiwanese dollar, and Mexico's peso. They've all registered double-digit gains. So there's a clear shift. Investors are moving away from the US dollar. They haven't dumped the American currency yet, but they're certainly diversifying. They're trying to lower the risk. And what is driving this sentiment? Experts blame US President Donald Trump, his mixed signals on economic policy, his constant back and forth on tariffs, and his relentless attacks on the US Federal Reserve and its chief, Jerome Powell. Trump has been challenging the Fed's autonomy ever since he took office. He wants to sack Jerome Powell and appoint a loyalist in his place. But Trump cannot do that. He cannot remove the chair of the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve chief has a fixed tenure of 4 years. A president cannot remove him. So Trump is doing the only thing that he can. He is attacking the Fed chief.
We have a moron at the head of the Fed. He's a moron.
Speaking of Jay Powell, do you have a top choice or something?
I do. I have 2 or 3 top choices, actually.
Such remarks have made investors jumpy, and all of this is hurting the dollar's reputation, pushing investors towards other assets like gold, the euro, the franc, and the yen. And this does not bode well for America. A weaker dollar could make imports expensive. It could stoke inflation. It could make US debt costlier. In fact, in the month of May, ratings agency Moody's downgraded America's debt. It reduced US credit rating from AAA to AA1. Now, AAA or AAA is the gold standard. Any debt rated AAA is considered a safe investment. The US had this status until 2 months back, but now they've lost it, and Moody's cited several reasons for this downgrade, like America's massive debt pile, almost $37 trillion in national debt. This is the loan that the US government has taken to meet its expenses, almost $37 trillion. Now look at the interest payments on these loans. The interest exceeds $950 billion. That's a lot of money going every year as interest. Obviously, this is a major concern. The other reason given for Moody's downgrade is this: tax cuts and political gridlock in Washington. So in simpler terms, the US is borrowing more, it is paying more interest, and it is failing to fix its revenues. For an investor, these are clear red flags. The depreciating dollar and the US government struggling to manage its books. This has eroded investor confidence in the US. Their borrowing costs could go up. And this has implications for everyone. This could lead to higher inflation. It could hurt not just American citizens, but the whole world. And I'll tell you why. The US dollar and the American government debt are pillars of global finance. More than 58% of the world's cash reserves are in the US dollar. 58%. These reserves are held by central banks, so a weaker dollar impacts all of them. And then we have the US government debt. More than 20% of US government bonds are held by foreigners, and a large number of these investors are governments, like Japan. In April, Japan held over $3 trillion in US government bonds. The United Kingdom came second with over $800 billion invested, and China ranked third with over $750 billion. So governments and central banks have parked large amounts of cash in the US dollar and in US debt. Today, they are both under strain. If Washington does not fix it, it will hurt the whole world. So Trump may like to shake things up and disrupt the status quo. His bold style may win him votes and followers, but for markets and the global economy, his erratic policy making poses major risks. "8 days, 5 countries, 1 mission." Prime Minister Narendra Modi has started his longest foreign trip in a decade. You don't see such marathon visits anymore. Leaders do short stops nowadays. But this trip is very different. It is about reaching new frontiers, rekindling old partnerships, and creating a strong coalition. First, let's look at the travel plan. Prime Minister Modi took off from New Delhi this morning. He arrived in Ghana a short while back. This is the first such trip from India in 3 decades. The first prime ministerial visit from India to Ghana in 3 decades. From Ghana, Prime Minister Modi will fly to the Caribbean, to Trinidad and Tobago. And it will be the first such trip since 1999. From the Caribbean, the Indian Prime Minister will fly south to Argentina. It will be the first such trip in 57 years. After that, Prime Minister Modi will hop over to Brazil. First, he will attend the BRICS summit, then he will take part in a state dinner, and on his way back, he will make his final stop in Namibia in southern Africa. The first such trip since 1998. Now, if you look at this itinerary, two trends stand out. Number one, a lot of these trips are coming after massive gaps, 30 years, 57 years, 26 years. Such huge gaps can derail diplomatic progress. It gives the impression that you're not as invested. And trend number two, it's clearly an attempt to woo the global south. In fact, Prime Minister Modi himself admitted to this. Let me quote from his departure statement. "I am confident that my visits to the 5 countries will reinforce our bonds of friendship across the global south, strengthen our partnerships in both sides of the Atlantic, and deepen engagements in the multilateral platforms." Each stop has a significance. Ghana is a fast-growing economy. Their top export market is India. The Caribbean is home to a large Indian origin community, and Trinidad and Tobago hosts nearly half of them. Then you have Argentina, a major economy in Latin America, also home to large reserves of critical minerals like lithium and graphite. Brazil is obviously a BRICS member. It is also the largest economy in Latin America. And finally, you have Namibia. They gave us cheetahs back in 2022. They're also emerging as a key trading partner. Trade has gone from 3 million to 600 million in 2 decades. So none of these stops are random. There is a thought behind each of them. The question is, what is the larger strategy? Like the Prime Minister said, it's about the global south. This refers to developing and underdeveloped nations. Most of them are in Africa, Asia and Latin America. For a long time, these countries were seen as basket cases, but now the West wants to court them. The global south has a young, booming population. They have key resources, including rare earths, and they have strength in numbers. The United Nations has 193 member countries. The global south makes up almost 2/3 of that. So you can imagine the power. Having said that, this group is not united. It does not speak in one voice anywhere. And this is where India comes in. New Delhi wants to lead the global south countries, whether it's on debt relief or climate change initiatives or countering extremism. But you can't lead without reaching out, without visiting those countries, without speaking to their people. Until recently, India was not doing that. But guess who was? China. Beijing has made inroads into Latin America and Africa. Latin America is seen as America's backyard, but China is plowing ahead. By 2035, they could become the region's top trading partner. The Chinese could be the top trading partner of Latin America by 2035. Basically, China could overtake the US. This was unthinkable until a few years ago. In Africa, China is already number 1. They are ahead of the US, Europe and India on trade, but thankfully there is an opening. A lot of global south countries are unhappy with China's loans. It has plunged them into a debt trap. And this gives India the opportunity to capitalize. We cannot match Beijing's checkbook, but we can offer alternatives. Because India has something that China does not. We have great ties with Western institutions. And what do we get in return? A strong political coalition, whether it's to call out Pakistani terrorism or to reform global agencies like the United Nations or to sideline China. Many of these global south countries are swing states. Yes, ideology matters to them, but they do not belong to any political camp. They belong to the side of peace and prosperity. And India shares the same worldview. The key is to convince the global south.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The Dalai Lama, who remember in some days from now will be turning 90, and he has made a very important announcement as he is in McLeodganj. He has announced that he will have his successor after his death. He says that the foundation of the Dalai Lama will elect his successor. And remember, this is also rooted in the traditional Buddhist Tibetan customs, because that's when a successor is chosen of the Dalai Lama, only after his passing. Siddhant joins me to put this into perspective. Siddhant, take us through what is the larger message behind this announcement by the Dalai Lama, and what does it mean for China?
Akanksha, as per what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, then Dalai Lama is to decimate plans of China imposing their own man, Pancham Lama. In fact, Dalai Lama made it very clear that my succession will be after me by the trust. Dalai Lama has taken a decisive step to anchor his succession in Tibetan spiritual authority. In fact, Dalai Lama has clearly said continuation of the institution of the Dalai Lama will work on his succession. No external actor or political or religion can interfere. The process will involve consultations with the high Tibetan Lamas and deference to Dharma protectors, reject any claim by China or unauthorized actors, and its continuity with a pan-Buddhist exile-led spiritual framework. Now, top intel sources are telling this to Manoj Gupta that this statement neutralizes Beijing's narrative that the Dalai Lama's role is outdated or that his successor can be controlled through state machinery. It creates a shield around his reincarnation, rooted in tradition and institutional legitimacy.
Stay with me, Siddhant. In fact, those are breaking inputs that we are bringing to our viewers, shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, referring to Dalai Lama's speech and that big announcement coming in. What is the larger context? Well, it certainly decimates China's plans, imposing their own Pancham Lama. Top intelligence sources revealing to CNN News 18 that this statement neutralizes Beijing's narrative that the Dalai Lama's role is outdated or that his successor can be controlled through any kind of state machinery. I quickly go back to Siddhant, who will put this into perspective for us. Siddhant, important to also highlight why China was looking towards this big announcement, and does China even have the right to interfere in Dalai Lama?
You think HBO's Succession was riveting? Wait till you hear about this one. It's got geopolitics, it's got India-China rivalries, it's got a religious figurehead, and it's got a mysterious reincarnation ritual. I'm talking about the Dalai Lama. He is the spiritual and political head of Tibetan Buddhists. The current Dalai Lama lives in India. He fled Chinese persecution around 6 decades ago, so you can imagine how old he is. The Dalai Lama will turn 90 on Sunday, 90 years old on Sunday, so naturally there are questions about his successor. In the past, he's given mixed signals. Once he said the tradition would end with him, no more reincarnation, no more Dalai Lama, that's what he said. Then on a different occasion, he suggested that his successor could be a woman. But today he set the record straight. Listen to what the Dalai Lama said.
If it is about Lama's reincarnation, when all the followers have unanimously said that the reincarnation should continue, then it is obvious that it will come. Since my September 24th, 2011 statement, which states that responsibility for doing so will rest exclusively with members of the Gaden Phodrang Trust, the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, they should accordingly carry out the procedures of search and recognition in accordance with past tradition. I hereby reiterate that the Gaden Phodrang Trust has sole authority to recognize the future reincarnation. No one else has any such authority to interfere in this matter.
3 things to note here. 1, the tradition will continue. The institution of the Dalai Lama will not end. 2nd, the successor will be chosen by a trust that was set up by the Dalai Lama himself, meaning he wants to retain control of the process, if not him, at least his allies. And finally, the 3rd point, the Dalai Lama says no one else can meddle in the process. He was clearly talking about China. Beijing has total disdain for the Dalai Lama. They have called him a wolf in sheep's clothing, and China does not like this plan. They want the authority to approve the successor.
The reincarnation of the Dalai Lama must adhere to the principle of domestic search, golden urn draw and approval by the central government, and be handled in accordance with religious rituals, historical customs, and national laws and regulations.
Strange, isn't it? China is a communist country. The government does not believe in religion. The Communist Party of China is officially atheist. The members are prohibited from practicing religion. So why this obsession with the Dalai Lama? Because it is political. Quick history lesson here. Tibet did not willingly join China. It was annexed. It was taken by force in 1950. The locals never accepted Chinese control, so Beijing needs a tool to win over the Tibetans. And what better tool than a loyal Dalai Lama, a leader appointed and controlled by Beijing? That is why the Communist Party of China is so interested in the succession. Which brings us to the process itself. Tibetans believe that the Dalai Lama is reincarnated. When he dies, his spirit is transferred to a young boy. The Tibetan community's job is to find that boy. The current Dalai Lama was found in similar fashion in 1937. He was just 2 years old then, in Tibet. Chances are the next Dalai Lama will be found outside China. If not, Beijing could whisk him away. In fact, that has happened before. You see, the Dalai Lama is the top Tibetan leader, the senior most. At number 2 is the Panchen Lama. The 11th Panchen Lama was identified in 1995, and within days, he was kidnapped by the Communist Party. 3 decades have passed since then. No one has seen the Panchen Lama. The boy was just 6 years old at the time. China abducted him, a 6-year-old boy. So you can imagine the lengths that China will go. And that is why the Dalai Lama is being so careful. He has previously said that his successor will be born in India. Other top Tibetan officials have echoed this line.
There is no traditional kind of restriction. The Dalai Lama should be born in Tibet. The Dalai Lama born in Mongolia, the third one, and the Dalai Lama born today in India, the sixth Dalai Lama, and there's no nationality or geographical boundary.
There are some 100,000 Tibetans in India. They have set up a government in exile. It's easily possible to choose a successor from this community. But for New Delhi, it's a bit tricky. Yes, it gives India leverage over China. At the same time, you don't want to get too close, especially in the middle of a reset. And that is why we call this succession revetting. It promises to raise temperatures and strain diplomatic ties. But what will it mean for Tibetans, for their way of life and their religion? Well, there are 2 parts to it. Tibet was a global cause in the last century. Hollywood was championing it. US presidents were talking about it. The Dalai Lama was even given the Nobel Peace Prize. But of late, the movement has lost steam. Prime Minister Modi has never met the Dalai Lama, nor has Donald Trump or Joe Biden. The Tibetan movement was basically forgotten. Perhaps this succession drama will revive it. Perhaps it will spark interest again, and we saw signs of that earlier today. Every global publication was covering the Dalai Lama's speech. Having said that, attention is not enough. You need to follow it up with a plan. Naturally, you cannot expect a young successor to do that, so that job will fall to the current Dalai Lama. What is his vision for Tibet? Initially, he wanted independence from China. But around 2010, he made a U-turn. He gave up the call for complete independence. Instead, he demanded autonomy. Basically, a special status for Tibet within China. Of course, even that is not acceptable to Beijing. It may not even be acceptable to many younger Tibetans. And that will be the key factor going forward. Yes, a succession will create a reset. But that reset could go either way. When the moment comes, every country will have to take a tough call. Every country, including India. For our next story, imagine this. There is a room filled with explosives. Inside, there is a group of bitter rivals, each one of them holding a matchstick. Suddenly, one of them pulls out a flamethrower. No one has to light a flame because in that very moment, the balance of power has shifted. And this scenario is no longer hypothetical. China has tested a weapon just like that flamethrower, a hypersonic missile, one that can shift the balance of power in the region. The missile is called the Fatian 2. It's an upgrade from Fatian 1. That too was a hypersonic missile. It was tested in 2022, so 3 years back. And now China has upgraded it. The Fatian 2 was tested on Monday, apparently with an improved design. Here's what we know about it. The biggest selling point, of course, is the speed. This missile can fly 5 times faster than the speed of sound. It can probably even exit the atmosphere like a spacecraft. This is a common characteristic of all hypersonic weapons, that is their speed. But what makes the Chinese missile unique is its execution. It has a special kind of engine called the RBCC, the Rocket-Based Combined Cycle. It is made up of parts from different engines, like the ones used in rockets and jets. They've been put together to create a faster machine, also more fuel efficient. And this is what makes it stand out. All missiles need fuel to fly, of course. Usually two kinds of fuel are used: liquid hydrogen and kerosene. Hydrogen, because it burns easily, it generates a lot of energy, and it's cleaner. When it burns, it releases only water. But storing it is an issue. You need powerful cooling equipment to store hydrogen. The other option is hydrocarbons like kerosene. Easy to store, safer to handle. But kerosene is a dirty fuel and it does not perform as well as hydrogen. So these are the two choices, hydrogen and kerosene, each with its pros and cons. It is like picking between a petrol car and an EV. And this is where FATN 2 has an advantage. It's like a hybrid car. It doesn't have to choose between the two fuels. China has tested this missile with kerosene and hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is a chemical compound. It is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. So China has basically combined the best of both the worlds, the power of hydrogen with the convenience of kerosene. And this combination is being called a game changer. The fuel is easier to store. The missiles can be launched at a short notice, which gives them a lot of flexibility. The engine can be adjusted mid-flight. The missile can speed up or slow down as required. It can change its flight path. It can also fly autonomously, meaning it doesn't need a human to hit the target. China claims to have achieved all of this. The US has been monitoring their missile program closely. In 2020, Washington made an assessment. It said that China wants to build a powerful missile arsenal, one that can support the Chinese military and its objectives in the region. In 2019, China alone tested more missiles than the rest of the world combined. And now they've expanded their program. They're adding hypersonic missiles to their arsenal. India too has been tracking these developments. A report came out last month. It said that India was preparing to test a new hypersonic missile. Only a handful of countries have cracked this technology. The list includes the US, China and Russia. Last year, India had conducted a flight trial. It had tested its first hypersonic missile. So India is trying to catch up, and the US, of course, wants to beat the Chinese. A new arms race is now underway, where hypersonic weapons are the next frontier. Flying used to feel like the safest bet. You boarded a flight, you dozed off, you landed. But lately, flying feels different. 1 minute you're cruising at 32,000 feet, the next, the plane drops. Oxygen masks fall, panic spreads, and passengers start texting their last goodbyes. In the past few months, flights across Asia, from India to Japan to Indonesia, have turned into terrifying headlines. Is it just a string of bad luck? Or is the aviation industry facing a deeper crisis? Our next report explores.
By the time the oxygen masks dropped, it was already too late for calm. The Japan Airlines flight from Shanghai was cruising at 32,800 feet. That's when, according to passengers, the plane suddenly plunged. It wasn't a dip or a wobble, the kind that makes your stomach flip. It was a plummet. Oxygen masks dropped. Passengers started panicking. Some even typed out farewell notes on their phones. The Boeing 737 eventually made an emergency landing at Kansai Airport, Osaka. Everyone survived, but many left with psychological scars and nagging questions. In the past few months, flight after flight has made headlines on how they almost didn't get there. On June 12, an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, on its way to London, crashed shortly after takeoff in Ahmedabad. The crash killed 241 of the 242 people on board. 2 days later, another Air India flight, this time to Vienna, dropped 900 feet mid-air shortly after departure. And just days after that, yet another Air India flight, this one from Mumbai to Chennai, made an emergency return due to a burning smell in the cabin. Another Batik Air flight in Indonesia barely escaped disaster in a storm, one wing terrifyingly close to scraping the ground. It's not just you, everyone's wondering the same thing. Is flying still safe? The short answer is yes. The longer answer is not as safe as it was pretending to be. There's one name that keeps popping up in nearly all of these stories. Boeing. The American aircraft giant, once the gold standard of aviation, now finds itself in trouble. The Boeing 737-800 was involved in the Japan Airlines emergency descent. It is part of the same family that has been linked to over a dozen fatal crashes since 2000. This isn't just bad luck, it is systemic. While Boeing insists that the newer models are now safe, confidence is still in free fall. Now, let's be clear, flying is still statistically the safest way to travel. You're far more likely to die from choking on food than from a plane crash. But statistics don't always soothe fear, especially when there are such stories of mid-air emergencies. To add to that, there are a few problems. Aircraft are aging. Many airlines, especially in developing countries, are flying planes well past their prime, even as maintenance costs rise. Then there are workforce gaps. The global aviation industry is facing a shortage of skilled pilots, air traffic controllers, and maintenance workers. So, new employees are being trained faster, some say, too fast. Also, there is increased vigilance right now. After the Ahmedabad crash, authorities and airlines are hyper-aware of even small safety incidents. And last, there is public sensitivity. With so many incidents in such quick succession, flyers are understandably nervous. What used to be considered precautionary now feels like a near miss. So, is flying getting scarier? Not exactly. But cracks, corners cut, and compromises long ignored are now out in the open. And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly what the industry needed. Because fear can be dangerous. But denial is worse.
Our next story starts with a cartoon. It shows two winged figures floating above a war-torn skyline. One says, "Peace be upon you, I'm Muhammad." The other replies, "Peace be upon you, I'm Musa." Below them is a skyline, plus bombs, rubble and chaos. The cartoon was published by Le Monde. It is one of Turkey's oldest and most beloved satirical magazines. According to its editors, this cartoon was a cry for unity, a brotherhood between faiths torn apart by modern wars. But the Turkish government saw something else here. For them, it was blasphemy, an insult to the Prophet. So within hours, the cartoon sparked protests. There were police crackdowns. Le Monde's offices were raided. 4 people were arrested, including the cartoonist. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan called the cartoon, and I'm quoting, a vile provocation.
Açık bir kışkırtmadır.
It is a clear incitement disguised as humor, a vile provocation. In fact, our security and judiciary immediately took action regarding this hate crime. The magazine in question was confiscated, and the necessary processes were initiated. Those who are insolent towards our prophet and other prophets will be held accountable before the law. We will follow up on this. I especially want our youth to be at ease.
Küstahlık edenler bunun hesabını hukuk önünde vereceklerdir.
As you may know, in Islam, any visual depiction of the Prophet is forbidden. Caricatures are seen as blasphemy, and Le Monde knows this. The magazine has skirted around religious sentiments for years, so why did it publish the cartoon now? The magazine insists it was not a cartoon of the Prophet, it was a tribute to a Muslim victim of war, a victim named Muhammad. But Turkey is having none of it. The government is cracking down, rounding up the magazine staff, even dragging some from their homes. One person was handcuffed and hauled up a staircase. On the streets, there have been massive demonstrations, protesters demanding, and I'm quoting again, blood for blood.
Net bir şekilde ifade edelim.
Let us state this clearly. Any attack on Allah and His Messenger is much more immoral and much more aggressive than the bombs that the Zionists are dropping on people in Gaza.
Halkımızın üzerine attığı bombalardan.
So what is this really about? And I ask because in Erdogan's Turkey, blasphemy is often just a cover story. It's usually about authoritarianism. And here's where things get stranger. You see, Erdogan and Laman have long been frenemies. The magazine made cartoons about the president. They mocked his policies in persona. But in the early 2000s, Erdogan played it cool. He even laughed at the jokes. The Turkish president once said, "Let the cartoonists draw." He said cartoons were good for democracy. Fast forward to 2025, Erdogan is having cartoonists arrested on live television, and it shows how Turkey has changed in the last 2 decades. Journalists are routinely jailed, social media is heavily policed, and cartoons trigger crackdowns. This latest one is just an excuse. It's a political weapon dressed up as a moral crusade. And Le Mans' editor has called it out. He compared this case to Charlie Hebdo, the French satirical magazine that published cartoons of the Prophet. In 2015, the magazine came under attack. 12 people were killed in that attack. This time in Turkey, the attack is coming from the state. Arrest warrants are out. Erdogan is threatening more legal action, and the magazine is promising to fight back. Like I said, this is just a cover story. In Erdogan's Turkey, the real blasphemy is not the cartoon. It is the facade of free speech. And we're not saying that you have to agree with the cartoon. You can disagree with it. You can even find it offensive. But you cannot have governments decide which jokes are legal. Because then, the only jokes left will be the ones they write themselves. And authoritarian regimes are terrible at punchlines.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The Dalai Lama, who remember in some days from now will be turning 90, and he has made a very important announcement as he is in McLeodganj. He has announced that he will have his successor after his death. He says that the foundation of the Dalai Lama will elect his successor. And remember, this is also rooted in the traditional Buddhist Tibetan customs, because that's when a successor is chosen of the Dalai Lama, only after his passing. Siddhant joins me to put this into perspective. Siddhant, take us through what is the larger message behind this announcement by the Dalai Lama, and what does it mean for China?
Well, Akanksha, as per what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, then Dalai Lama's speech decimates plans of China imposing their own man, Pancham Lama. In fact, Dalai Lama made it very clear that my succession will be after me by the trust. Dalai Lama has taken a decisive step to anchor his succession in Tibetan spiritual authority. In fact, Dalai Lama has clearly said continuation of the institution of the Dalai Lama will work on his succession. No external actor or political or religion can interfere. The process will involve consultations with the high Tibetan lamas and reference to dharma protectors, reject any claim by China or unauthorized actors, and its continuity with a pan-Buddhist exile-led spiritual framework. Now, top intel sources are telling this to Manoj Gupta that this statement neutralizes Beijing's narrative that the Dalai Lama's role is outdated or that his successor can be controlled through state machinery. It creates a shield around his reincarnation, rooted in tradition and institutional legitimacy.
Stay with me, Siddhant. In fact, those are breaking inputs that we are bringing to our viewers, shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, referring to Dalai Lama's speech and that big announcement coming in. What is the larger context? Well, it certainly decimates China's plans, imposing their own Pancham Lama. Top intelligence sources revealing to CNN News 18 that this statement neutralizes Beijing's narrative that the Dalai Lama's role is outdated or that his successor can be controlled through any kind of state machinery. I quickly go back to Siddhant, who will put this into perspective for us. Siddhant, important to also highlight why China was looking towards this big announcement, and does China even have the right to interfere in Dalai Lama's succession, given that it's traditionally rooted in the Tibetan Buddhist custom?
Well, China's position perhaps has been very clear as far as the succession of Dalai Lama is concerned, and this is exactly what Manoj Gupta is reporting.
Squid Game. It's a strange pairing of words, but at this point, it is pretty much a household name. Squid Game is a Korean language drama. It is a fictional series. It follows cash-strapped players who are lured into playing a series of games. Korean games for children, that's what they play. But these games come with deadly high stakes. Characters are shot in the head, stabbed to death, and even cremated alive. It's chilling and extreme, also very popular. Squid Game has managed to keep the audience both attentive and terrified. Episode after episode, people sit on the edge of their seats, unwilling to miss a single bloody moment. And this response has transcended national boundaries. The Korean series is a global sensation. Squid Game Season 1 became the most watched program in Netflix history. It was seen by about 142 million households in the first month. Season 2 of the series gained 68 million views in the first 4 days. This was more viewership than any other Netflix series has achieved in the premiere week. Now Season 3 is out, and it has broken Netflix viewership records again. Over its first 3 days, the series has racked up more than 60 million views. This is a new record for the platform. And this is only a small part of the Squid Game phenomenon. It has inspired endless memes, merch, Halloween costumes, even interactive experiences. By the end of Season 2, Squid Game was already a $900 million business. So if you haven't watched it yet, you may be wondering, is the show that good? Well, according to critics, the first season was brilliant, but after that, reviews have been mixed to positive. So what is the big deal then? Why is the world still hooked? Well, there is a range of factors: great characters, the dystopian theme, the raw, bleak messages that reflect on reality like debt and unemployment, also the shock and gore. Now, this is a niche genre, and it is a major reason why Squid Game is so successful. For decades now, gory or bloody and disturbing images have been a crucial part of the horror genre. But over time, gore's influence has grown. The world has begun to feel more confusing and even threatening. So shows have increasingly focused on real-life concerns, and gore has enhanced the drama. Squid Game is an example of this. But so is The Handmaid's Tale. This is a dystopian series. It brings the fears of women in Trump's America to TV screens. And it has never shied away from gore. Series that have routine levels of violence have also upped their gore game. Case in point, Game of Thrones. And in many ways, the horror genre has evolved as well. Take The Vegetarian by Han Kang. This book has some serious gory imagery. Now, all of this begs a question. Why is this much craft from books to shows this bloody? And if so many of us are repulsed by blood and violence, then why do we love it in our entertainment? Because it keeps us hooked. And research says so. Let me ask you a question. Have you watched the Game of Thrones? What is the one scene that you vividly remember? Is it the brutal massacre in the Red Wedding? What about The Godfather? Let me guess, the horse's head. You probably don't need or want these memories, but you remember them clearly. Because shock and gore engage us. The scenes may be disgusting and disturbing, but they provoke visceral shock and excitement. And we cannot forget them. Of course, not everyone loves it, but there are many people who do. Studies say that gore stimulates our brains. When consumed in healthy doses, it can be cathartic. Because we experience something that may upset us in real life, and we do it from an emotionally secure point of view. So when the scene ends, after feelings of fear, happy hormones rush in, bringing relief. And this feels good. That is what research says. But like I said, gore is for those who can stomach it. It is not for everyone, and it can go very wrong. A lot of questions are still up for debate. Are the gory scenes age appropriate? Are they good storytelling? Or have we crossed a line here? And how much is too much? There's still a lot of gray, like I said. So shock and gore sells. But is it worth biting your nails down to the skin? We say you be the judge. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. An Israeli strike destroys a warehouse in Gaza City. A Catalonia wildfire kills 2 people as a scorching heat wave grips Europe, and China launches its first humanoid robot soccer league in Beijing. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1972, India and Pakistan signed the similar agreement. It was signed 8 months after the 1971 Indo-Pakistan War. It mandated that all outstanding issues will be discussed bilaterally, meaning no third-party intervention. Islamabad threatened to quit it this year after India struck terror camps in the country following the Pahalgam attack. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
We have with us Union Minister of Communications and the Development of the Northeastern Region, Senior BJP Leader Jyotiraditya Scindia ji with us today. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on CNN.
Thank you, Aman. Always a pleasure to be with you and to be with your channel.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll start off straight away because it's been 10 years of Digital India. The Prime Minister yesterday wrote that, Digital India has been such a roaring success that even our soldiers in Siachen and Galwan now have fast internet connectivity. But the Congress does not seem to agree. We had the Congress president yesterday, in fact, almost termed Digital India a failure. Would you like to respond to him?
I think if you had updated yourself on social media, you would have already seen my response to him, which went out last evening itself. Yes. And I think it's about time that the Congress look back at its record in terms of being a dismal failure in terms of connectivity. If at all, it has been known as a scam-led government, specifically in this vertical alone. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government has led a new renaissance, if you will, in terms of not only digital connectivity, but also telecom connectivity. Because please remember that this invisible highway is the precursor and is the basis on which all the digital content across the world moves. And just to put in place the position today, India had close to about 900 million mobile subscribers in 2014. We have today about 1.2 billion. If you look at internet access, we had 250 million people with internet connectivity. We today have 974 million. So you're talking about a 4 multiple in 10 years. If you look at broadband connectivity, which is greater than 2 GB, we're talking about only 60 million people being connected in 2014. Today you have 940 million people being connected. That's a 15-time multiple. Now, what has that led to? That gateway, that carriageway, if you will, the fact that we've, and I've said this many times, we followed the world on 4G, we walked with the world on 5G, we will lead the world on 6G. India has had the quickest rollout of 5G in the world. In 22 months, close to about 500,000 BTSs and towers being put up. Close to 4.5 lakh crores of capex by private sector and public sector telcos. Close to 99.6% of districts in India being connected, 82% of population being connected. Today, close to 300 million people on 5G in India. That is a revolution, and that revolution has led to the next innovative jump that Prime Minister has created, his ability to be able to foresee where India needs to lead the world, where challenges of being disconnected can be turned into opportunities of complete connectivity, and transforming that. In my professional world and business world, I was always taught that 1% of success is ideation and 99% is execution. In Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, you see the blend of both, the capability to ideate and then the capability to execute on that ideation to transform opportunities for the people of India. Today with DBT and UPI, India leads the world. We are no longer following the world, we are no longer following a trend, we are leading the trend, we are making the waves, we are making the trend. The fact that you today have 46% of the world's digital transactions taking place in India, 46% of the world's digital transactions. The UPI model, the DBT model, becoming case studies for nations across the world. Developed nations coming to India and saying, we would like to avail of this technology. And the Prime Minister's theory of his G20 nomenclature of one earth, one world, one earth, one family, Vasudeva, India's concept of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, giving out this technology to even advanced countries. Today you have close to about 1.75 billion transactions taking place in a year on DBT, UPI, on digital mode. $2.85 trillion directly going to your account. And unlike what Mr. Kharge said yesterday, where his own party's Prime Minister had said that 1 rupee from the center results in only 15 paise reaching the ultimate beneficiary. When the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, presses the button today on PM Kisan Samman Yojana of making sure that 2,000 rupees goes into every bank account of every farmer, exactly 2,000 rupees goes into the bank. On Ladli Behna Yojana in Madhya Pradesh, when 1,250 rupees a month, every month is transferred into 1.4 crore Ladli Behna accounts. These are not small numbers, easy to pronounce, but difficult to execute. It reaches their account. And not only that, Aman Sharma or Jyotiraditta Scindia will get an SMS alert on their mobile that 1,250 rupees or 2,000 rupees has been deposited into your account. Now that is the efficacy of the digital system. It cuts across red tape, it cuts across corruption, it cuts across layers of systems and results in direct credit into people's accounts. And that's the model that the world is looking to India to be able to emulate. And that birth of that paradigm, the credit of that goes particularly only to one person, and that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
So the Starlink entry into India, the license is being given and Elon Musk's company will soon be in India, we hope. But how will this help India? Do you think India is ready for SATCOM?
I'm surprised, Aman, that you're saying this, that is India ready for SATCOM? I believe India will be the largest SATCOM market in the world. Don't forget, we house 17% of the world's population. We have highest levels of penetration and connectivity in our country, right? And what does SATCOM do? SATCOM is not necessarily a competitor to that box that you've got in front of you that's helping you ask the questions, right? SATCOM is a complement for every consumer. SATCOM enables you to reach where no other technology can reach. There are still parts of the world, in every single country, be it India or any other country in the world, where terrain is hostile such that you cannot install mobile towers, BTSs. You cannot lay fiber. And in those areas, the only option is to provide not only communication and connectivity, but really opportunities to every single citizen through SATCOM. Second, SATCOM will bring with it tremendous opportunities for new technologies to be in many ways innovated in India. It's a whole new ecosystem that comes to India. Third, and most importantly, and God forbid, that in times of natural disasters, we saw it recently in the global south with the earthquake in Myanmar. We've had tsunamis in Indonesia and other parts of the global south. In those kind of environments, the only technology when your normal systems of communication are down is SATCOM. So SATCOM, I believe, is a necessary addition to the bouquet of communication capabilities. My job as communication minister is to provide every available avenue of communications to every single citizen, be it mobile, be it fixed wireless access, be it broadband, be it optical fiber cable, be it satellite. And then it is for the consumer to choose which via media he goes by to be able to connect to the world. It's also important for me to create a competitive environment under each vertical. And therefore, while you espouse the cause of Starlink, please also remember that this is not the first license, but this is the third license being given out in India. And there are others also in queue. India is ready as a vibrant market to welcome every player into our country. As long as they check all the boxes, the license will be given. Spectrum will be given on a administratively assigned system, the price of which will be determined by a regulatory authority, and the market is wide open for every player to come and service our customers.
So you've been a minister in both terms of the Modi government, the last term as well as this term, and also a minister in the Manmohan Singh government. So I would like to ask you that administratively, as a minister when you work, what do you see as the big difference between the UPA days and today's days as a minister when you handle these crucial ministries?
Well, this question has been posed to me many a time, and let me say this, that prior to entering public service, I was a professional. I worked for 6 years, and what you see in the professional environment is the huge paradigm shift that Prime Minister Modi has brought into governance. And I, for one, relish working in this environment, in a very professional environment, in a very target-driven environment, in an environment where we are looking at transforming lives. And if you look at the numbers, Aman, yourself, you probably never had a government in India that has been able to really transform lives in such a large scale. You talk about 55 crore Jan Dhan accounts, of which 30 crore are women accounts. When you talk about Ujjwala Yojana, you're talking about 10 crore women that have been supplied a stove and a gas cylinder. When you talk about the Ayushman card Yojana, where there's a 5 lakh insurance package for every single citizen in our country, and mind you, that's not location specific. Now that's a big game changer which people have not marked out as yet. But if I'm an Ayushman card holder and God forbid I'm from Madhya Pradesh, but I get sick in West Bengal or in Bihar or in Jammu and Kashmir, I can get treated by the nominated hospitals in those areas, which was never the case, and get reimbursement from. So you're talking about 36 crore people under that scheme. You're talking about, please understand, you're talking about the populations of Europe under one scheme. You're talking about the populations of the United States of America under one scheme, and all documented, all in a database, all monitored, zero amounts of leakage, using DBT to transfer the benefits direct to people. This is change on a social scale that our country has never ever witnessed before. Leave alone, I'm not even starting with you on the infrastructural changes. My last portfolio, from 74 airports in 10 years, in 74 airports in 65 years, we've gone to 158 airports in 10 years. That's a 2x change.
So some people tell me that Mr. Modi runs like a professional, a CEO-driven kind of an approach in governance, which has really brought about these changes.
Absolutely, because in him you have, Aman, the capability of having seen the pida at the grassroots level, having change that, and if I may use an English term, really a chrysalis of that, and change that on a state level model in Gujarat, and now doing it on a national level, and if I may say so, many issues of India taking to a global level. International Yoga Divas, June 21st, where you have over 150 countries today celebrating yoga. That is India's soft power that Prime Minister Narendra Modi today has taken to the global level. Yeah. This was never the case before.
Bringing you to some political questions, I've always known you to be a very outspoken leader. Even in your previous party, you had your voice heard through. Someone similar is maybe Mr. Shashi Tharoor, who's been speaking his mind out, but obviously is not getting too much praise for that from his own party, which is questioning him. What do you think is happening there? Does the Congress not have this culture that if people speak out, they are not backed up, and they are in fact criticized for speaking for something good in the country?
So I can no longer speak for a party that I am no longer a member of. That is their issue for them to work on. I am a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I am focused on Ekatma Manavvad, Antyodaya, transformation of people's lives, working under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. As far as the Congress is concerned, I don't think anyone's happy. I don't think people inside the Congress party are happy. I don't think the public of India is happy with the Congress party. I only think certain leaders of the Congress party are happy with themselves. And I think that's the conundrum that the Congress faces today.
Because
I rest my case.
I see that we saw the situation in Madhya Pradesh when you were there, and we see this play out state after state. Now the recent case of Karnataka, for example, D.K. Shiv-Kumar.
I was really shocked, to be very candid with you. I was really shocked that the Congress president issues a statement saying that the decision of leadership change will be taken by the High Command. Who is the High Command who's higher than the Congress president? And this is not a statement that Aman Sharma has made. This is not a statement that a Congress worker has made. This is a statement being made by the Congress president himself. So the people of India want an answer to that.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The Dalai Lama, who remember in some days from now will be turning 90, and he has made a very important announcement as he is in McLeodganj. He has announced that he will have his successor after his death. He says that the foundation of the Dalai Lama will elect his successor. And remember, this is also rooted in the traditional Buddhist Tibetan customs, because that's when a successor is chosen of the Dalai Lama only after his passing. Siddhant joins me to put this into perspective. Siddhant, take us through what is the larger message behind this announcement by the Dalai Lama, and what does it mean for China?
Well, Akanksha, as per what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, then Dalai Lama speech decimates plans of China imposing their own man, Pancham Lama. In fact, Dalai Lama made it very clear that my succession will be after me by the trust. Dalai Lama has taken a decisive step to anchor his...
The Congress also, especially Mr. Rahul Gandhi, have been very critical of Operation Sindoor as well. They have even questioned the credibility of the Prime Minister. They've been citing Mr. Trump's statement. They've been calling for a session. Do you think such a criticism of an Operation Sindoor, operation against Pakistan-based terrorism, is justified?
The Congress party is only committed to a single thought, and that is how it will enable itself to grab power, whether it's on a state basis or a national basis. And if that is its goal, the only means of securing that goal it sees is criticism. And in that process, even if it is criticizing the country, which patriot will go outside this country and bring the country down. When a government that has taken retribution for terrorism that has come across the border and taken such strong action, in earlier instances, whether it was Balakot or the surgical strike, you said it never happened. You asked for evidence. When it happens, in the case of Operation Sindoor, which you accept for once, at that point of time, you question as to why did that attack take place. विचित्र स्थिति है कांग्रेस पार्टी की. देश को नीचे दिखाने के लिए कोई मौका छोड़ा नहीं जाता. आज भारत प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में विश्व व्यापक सोच और विचारधारा और शांति के विचारधारा से आगे बढ़ रहा है. लेकिन अगर कोई देश भारत के साथ अत्याचार करेगा तो जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, अगर गोली वहां से चलेगी तो गोला यहां से चलेगा, और वो हमने सिद्ध करके दिखा दिया है. पाकिस्तान को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त करके, ताकि वो आए हमारे पास हाथ जोड़कर कि कृपा करके इस रणभूमि में शांति लाइए. That is when we stopped.
Emergency also, your party is with the 50 years of emergency, your party has, run a full campaign. Congress says, why rake up something which happened 50 years ago?
You see, when truth comes out, it hurts. When I was in the Congress party, as a Congress party member, I had spoken against the imposition of emergency. When I was in the Congress party, as a Congress party member, I had spoken in favor of the abrogation of Article 370 as a member of the Congress Working Committee, as General Secretary. Because for me, it is India first. And when the darkest chapter of India's democratic history has occurred on the 25th of June of 1975, हिंदी में हम कहते हैं ना कि उसकी जयंती नहीं, लेकिन इस बार 50वीं बरसी हमने मनाई है. Because it is important to remind every single generation of that darkest moment of India's democratic history, so that no one has the guts or even the thought to be able to think of imposing that kind of environment ever again.
My last question before I let you go, on the Northeast. So it would be unfair if we don't want to ask a question on that. I think the development in the Northeast has been a phenomenal, success of this government. You're taking a rail line to as well next. How would you describe that? Is that one of the biggest, maybe unsaid successes?
So it's been a transformation under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His thought of look east, act and act fast. The Northeast, and Aman, I'd love to spend some time with you on one session on the Northeast alone, because it's not something I can sum up in a couple of sentences. Historically, the Northeast has been a pivot, and I'm using that word in quotes, a pivot for India, in terms of it's been a setu connecting the world to the global South. And over time, over the last 60 years, a region that has always looked outward has been forced by successive Congress governments to look inward. It is Prime Minister Modi that is turning that paradigm around again for it to look outward, which is why you see 5 lakh crore worth of investments going in over the last 10 years, which is why you're seeing close to about from 9 airports going to 17 airports, building out where you built connectivity of rail lines to, you're building it out to 8 states. Where you're seeing potential across the board. 23rd of May, we had a Northeast Investment Summit where Prime Minister Modi ji was there, all the 7 chief ministers, 1 governor, and a 10-month road show with all chief ministers. We brought together 4,18,000 crores worth of investment for the Northeast. And it's not state specific, spread across every state, opportunities across the board from hydropower to agarwood to handloom to textiles to tourism, pretty much across the board, FMCG products, and 50,000 to 60,000 crores worth of investment for each state. It will galvanize these states. And Prime Minister Modi's thought that this must be, something will surprise you. Flight from Agartala to Mumbai is the same as a flight from Agartala to Bangkok. And a flight from Guwahati to Chennai is the same as a flight from Guwahati to Singapore. And therefore, this region can become your connector to all of these markets to the ASEAN. And that's what we are working on. So we've got multiple projects that we're looking at in terms of road connectivity, not only within the Northeast and from mainland to the Northeast region, but from the Northeast to the global South. And we are working on all of those to really transform this area of 4.5 crore people with 85% literacy rate, 60% youth. That is the potential of India. That's why Prime Minister Modi says that this is going to be the engine of growth of India.
Thank you so much, Jyotiraditta Sindha ji. Always a pleasure to speak.
Always a pleasure, Aman. Thank you very much. Next session on Northeast.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The Dalai Lama, who remember in some days from now will be turning 90, and he has made a very important announcement as he is in McLeodganj. He has announced that he will have his successor after his death. He says that the foundation of the Dalai Lama will elect his successor. And remember, this is also rooted in the traditional Buddhist Tibetan customs, because that's when a successor is chosen of the Dalai Lama, only after his passing. Siddhant joins me to put this into perspective. Siddhant, take us through what is the larger message behind this announcement by the Dalai Lama, and what does it mean for China?
Well, Akanksha, as per what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, then Dalai Lama speech decimates plans of China imposing their own man, Pancham Lama. In fact, Dalai Lama made it very clear that my succession will be after me by the trust. Dalai Lama has taken a decisive step to anchor his succession in Tibetan spiritual authority. In fact, Dalai Lama has clearly said continuation of the institution of the Dalai Lama will work on his succession. No external actor or political or religion can interfere. The process will involve consultations with the high Tibetan lamas and reference to dharma protectors, reject any claim by China or unauthorized actors, and its continuity with a pan-Buddhist exile-led spiritual framework. Now, top intel sources are telling this to Manoj Gupta that this statement neutralizes Beijing's narrative that the Dalai Lama's role is outdated or that his successor can be controlled through state machinery. It creates a shield around his reincarnation, rooted in tradition and institutional legitimacy.
Stay with me, Siddhant. In fact, those are breaking inputs that we are bringing to our viewers, shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narasimhan. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has made it very, very clear that only the Garden Phodrang Trust, the office of His Holiness, holds the sole authority to recognize his future reincarnation. And I'm quoting him here, the process by which a future Dalai Lama is to be recognized has been clearly established in the 24th September 2011 statement, which states that responsibility for doing so will rest exclusively with members of the Garden Phodrang Trust, the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. They should consult the various heads of the Tibetan Buddhist traditions and the reliable oath-bound dharma protectors who are linked inseparably to the lineage of the Dalai Lamas. They should accordingly carry out the procedures of search and recognition in accordance with past tradition, he said. And I further quote, I hereby reiterate that the Garden Phodrang Trust has the sole authority to recognize the future reincarnation. No one else has any such authority to interfere in this matter, the Dalai Lama said. The Dalai Lama has taken a decisive step to anchor his succession in the Tibetan spiritual authority, ensuring continuity of leadership posthumously. Top intelligence sources say his statement preempts any Chinese propaganda or parallel installation efforts with Panchen Lama's appointment. This also reflects a diplomatic win for Bharat and Dharamshala. The Dalai Lama has clearly stated that the institution of the Dalai Lama will continue through his successor, reversing the ambiguity he maintained since 1969 about whether the lineage should persist. Now he confirms on his 90th birthday that the lineage will continue beyond his lifetime. Top intelligence sources emphasize that the Dalai Lama's statement neutralizes Beijing's narrative that the Dalai Lama's role is outdated or that his successor can be controlled through state machinery. It creates a shield around his reincarnation, rooted in tradition and institutional legitimacy, making any future Chinese appointed Dalai Lama appear inauthentic. Intelligence sources also note that the inclusion of consultations with Mongolian, Russian, Himalayan and Chinese Buddhist communities internationalizes the selection process and signals broad legitimacy. Operationally, it empowers the exile apparatus, including the Garden Phodrang and the Central Tibetan Administration, CTA, to begin preparing succession mechanisms discreetly before his passing. A significant step. Let's go straight across to our guests. There are many other dimensions to it, but first, let's get their thoughts first up. Ambassador Phunchok Stobdan, former diplomat, is with us. Lieutenant General D.B. Pandey, former GOC 15 Corps of the Indian Army, with us. Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow, the Taihe Institute, with us. And Dr. Anand Ranganathan should also be joining us any moment now. But Ambassador Stobdan, namaste. And namaste to all our other panelists too. Your thoughts, Ambassador Stobdan, on the Dalai Lama's statement today?
Well, I was not carefully listening to what His Holiness has said today, but I assume that this is a big political statement he has made, and it's a massive departure from the previous conventions. It's a political statement vis-a-vis China. So it will have implication. It is a geopolitical statement. It's not a spiritual statement. So this is one, because spiritually there has never been a tradition to have a press conference or a public meeting through which reincarnation is decided in advance. Reincarnation is decided by some indication that the person who is dying leaves certain things behind. That was the tradition in the last 1,000 years since the Tibetans have the system of reincarnation. But this is a departure, and I think it is very significant for Tibet, because they have to do it. They are not comfortable under the Chinese system, so they will have no option but to get legitimacy from outside China. So far, the legitimacy for the last 400 years, the Dalai Lama, from the 5th to 13th Dalai Lama or the 14th Dalai Lama, came from China. It is the Chinese who made him great through the Peking Code. So that system has now collapsed. The Communist Party does not hold the value and the credential to qualify or legitimize the authority of Dalai Lama. So therefore, they will look towards New Delhi, they will look toward Washington, they will look towards Mongolia, elsewhere. So it's a right move by His Holiness to seek legitimacy from outside China. Whether he is born outside India or outside China or not in China, it's a different thing. It will be decided by international law.
But Ambassador, if you look at it,
if
you look at it from the perspective of Tibet, occupied Chinese territory, and Tibetan Buddhism, what is the message that His Holiness's statement today will send to the Tibetan Buddhists and the Tibetans across the world? Will this then perhaps...
That's all right, but it has to be translated into this has to be translated into political reality. Tibet does not live in vacuum. Tibet is a territory, but it doesn't have international recognition. So where do you want to place this announcement? Under Chinese under the international system, under Indian system, how do you announce? It cannot be in the air. So while it's all right through divination and religious means, you can have rebirth. But the problem is, during the Ram Janambhoomi, the consecration is done by the Pandits, the knowledgeable people. That's all right. But then you had also Prime Minister sitting there, which gives you political legitimacy to whatever you have done at Ayodhya. So in any event, you have both the spiritual and the political legitimacy. What I am saying is that the Tibetans are now looking for political legitimacy outside China. So they are not comfortable with Peking, because Communist Party cannot legitimize according to His Holiness. So that's the only change. Otherwise, there is no change at all.
Just quickly taking our viewers through what the succession process is as per the tradition. This is what we have been able to glean and we're sharing with our viewers, and then we'll go to our other panelists. The selection is that it is led by the High Lamas, and they lead a spiritual search for the reincarnated child. The Dalai Lama wants the Garden Phodrang Trust as the sole authority to recognize the successor. Now, as per traditional selection, reincarnation is sought in Tibet based on spiritual signs. The Dalai Lama wants the successor to be born in a free country, indicating Bharat, we don't know, or maybe some other nation, we don't know. The process is established in the 2011 statement. Now, as per the traditional selection, search for the successor is post the Dalai Lama's death, often causing a leadership vacuum or a gap. The Dalai Lama wants his trust to prepare succession even ahead of his passing. The entire plan. Now, we don't know how it is going to be undertaken, but that's the indication. Now, as per traditional selection, the Qing dynasty used the golden urn process that was independent. The Dalai Lama explicitly bars China's involvement, as Ambassador Phunchok Stopdan was just mentioning, rejecting their golden urn claims. Now, as per traditional selection, Panchen Lama and Tibetan monks played key roles. The Dalai Lama wants global Buddhist leaders to counter China's appointed Panchen Lama. Traditional selection is derived from Tibetan Buddhist consensus. The Dalai Lama wants only trust-recognized Dalai Lama as to be legitimate. The Chinese choice is deemed as invalid. That's the political message that the ambassador was also talking about. Ainar Tangen, your thoughts? Namaste.
Well, as you said, this is a political message that's being sent out by the Dalai Lama. I don't think it's spiritual in the sense that unless he's God, he doesn't determine who the next Lama will be. I mean, he is one among many. He's revered as the higher one. He fled China. And don't forget, the time that he left Tibet, the average life expectancy was 42 years old. Most women died in childbirth because they didn't have medical care. People were not free. They were serfs. Only the nobility and the clergy, in this case the Buddhists, could own land. The rest of them were just hoping for a better life in the next future. So yes, this is a political fight. He believes that his system is right. China believes their system is right. The question is, which one has served the Tibetan people better?
General Pandey, your thoughts on that?
It's something, please understand, Anand, that we have to go back. When was the current Dalai Lama reincarnation as selected as or reincarnated as a Dalai Lama? It happened in 1935, right? When he was about 2 years old. That point of time, the traditional system which was there followed was perfectly fine because China in the present entity was not there. Tibet was a free country or free domain. So when you carry out such kind of a practice where religion was free and it was following a norm, it was okay. The contextual time has not since changed, right? The second part you have to very quickly see is that do the Chinese technically believe in religious orientations? So when there is a country which has no faith in religion or religious practices, for them to nominate a spiritual head in a process which is controlled by them and supposed to be approved by the central authority or central government is basically flawed. Religion and political, while a lot of people may say they are quite interlinked, and Ambassador His Excellency has just given an example of Ram Mandir temple, which I think may not be very, very correct, because eventually the leadership of a religion is not decided by, in India at least, by a political dispensation, and I don't know in anywhere in the free world it is being done, because state, politics and religion are quite two separate entities. So to say that Mutt's head or somebody else is being decided by political establishment is not correct. So somewhere in the free world, and that is what possibly Dalai Lama, His Highness, is trying to indicate, that when you are under, when you are being dominated, controlled by a country which practically doesn't believe in Christianity, Buddhism, even their own systems which are very, very old systems, how are they going to legislate to have a spiritual head? And just look at 14 years back, he had a different view. He said that we may decide on reincarnation in case there's an upsurge or a demand of the same. So possibly he's got demand. Let's trust His Excellency, His Highness has really led the Buddhist people in such a trying time, and he's done extremely well. So when he takes such a step and makes such a statement, he must have done his work quite distinctively correctly. And we need to believe in his word rather than trying to believe in the world of Chinese, where actually nobody can speak anything.
Yeah, whether it should, one should believe the methods of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or that emerges from CCP and PLA, is a question that the Tibetan Buddhists and his followers and the followers of Tibetan Buddhism have to now take that call. Meanwhile, just before we bring in Dr. Ranganathan and go back to Ambassador and the other panelists, some more information. Manoj Kumar Gupta, our Security and Investigations Group Editor here at Network 18, getting us these details via intelligence sources who reveal a significant setback for China and a gain for Bharat as the Dalai Lama's recent speech directly challenges Beijing's long-term Tibet strategy. Now, according to sources, the Dalai Lama's clarification of his spiritual succession mechanism represents a substantial strategic blow to China by declaring that only the Garden Phodrang Trust will oversee his reincarnation. The Dalai Lama has completely invalidated any future Chinese governmental attempts to appoint a Dalai Lama. Intel sources highlight that such an appointment by China would lack both political and spiritual legitimacy and be perceived globally as fraudulent. Sources also note that Beijing's efforts to use soft power in Tibet have been undermined. Chinese investment in the Panchen Lama has been rendered futile by the Dalai Lama statement, which has presented him as progressive, consultative, as a leader, deeply rooted in traditional Buddhist authority. Top intel sources underscore that with the Garden Phodrang Trust operating under Indian protection in Dharamshala, the recognition locus of the next Dalai Lama and the seat of Tibetan spiritual legitimacy are firmly established on Bharatiya soil. This development showcases Bharat's soft power throughout the Buddhist world. Nations with substantial Buddhist populations, including Mongolia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Japan, Bhutan and Vietnam, are now more inclined to seek moral and spiritual leadership in Buddhism from Bharat rather than China. This is the assessment. Now, whether the Chinese agree with it, disagree with it, that's another matter. Sources further affirm that the Dalai Lama statement aligns with internal Tibetan sentiment, indicating that decades of Chinese repression have failed to extinguish Tibetan faith or loyalty. This represents a defeat for the Communist Party and the PLA and subtly reinforces Bharat's Tibet policy. The Dalai Lama's announcement has profound spiritual significance, offering an opportunity to shape the future of Buddhist diplomacy and Tibetan identity from Dharamshala rather than from Lhasa. There's more information, we'll get to that in a bit. But Dr. Ranganathan, more political, less spiritual, many opine, more towards Bharat, away from the CCP and the PLA. But this also presents a new set of challenges, both for Tibetan Buddhist monastery, Dharamshala, His Holiness, and also Bharat. Thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. Good evening, Anand, good evening to my fellow panelists. Look, when are we going to realize that we are a soft power and China is a hard power? And we believe in the two B's, benevolence and brotherhood. And China believes in the two B's, that is brainwashing and basically the other B I would not like to talk about right now, maybe at the end of the, whatever I'm going to say. The fact of the matter is twofold. we are going to get the brickbats come what may, because let's face it, China is too big to fail. There are more non-converted Zoroastrians in India than there are in Iran, their birthplace. And very soon, there will be more non-converted Tibetans in India than there would be in China. And that's a fact. And we will get all the abuses, and people will forget what China has done. The fact of the matter is that China is airbrushing not only history but also cultures right before our eyes, because it is, as I said, the first one was brainwashing, the second one is buying out. It is simply buying out the media. I mean, you've seen what's happened to Uyghur Muslims right now out there. 1.5 million of them are in concentration camp. They are being fed pork. They are being forcibly sterilized. And where is the outrage of the global Muslim Ummah? They're completely silent. In the last 5 years, China has destroyed 1,700 mosques. The most famous mosques in China no longer have their, domes. They have been removed. Where is the outrage? There is no outrage. Likewise, you recently saw the editors of an Indian prominent newspaper go to Tibet, which they no longer call Tibet, and singing paeans of China. But the fact of the matter is, we also have to understand what our official policy is. We have always, since 1954, since the blunders, Nehruvian blunders, have recognized China to be, or Tibet rather, to be a official part of China.
Yeah, the one China policy.
That's the China policy. That hasn't changed. The fact of the matter is, we may talk about, howsoever much laudably, about the spiritual protection that we give to Tibetans. But until or unless something is done about political protection, I'm afraid I am, vexed to use this phrase, but China is too big to fail. It has proven this, Anand, in the wake of the COVID pandemic, when it destroyed the world economy and killed millions of people, directly responsible for COVID, the spread of COVID. How did it suffer? It's not suffered at all. All the supply chains, all the economic might of China is back with a bang. The fact is, China is going to soon eradicate whatever spiritual, forget about the economic strength of what Tibet was. That is going to be wiped out within half a decade. But the spiritual content of what Tibet was is going to be wiped out within a decade or maybe a couple of decades. And I'm telling you, like the fact is, you had the Chinese equivalent of Chad GDP no longer trying to say that Tiananmen Square was a massacre. You will have in a couple of decades people saying that Tibet was always part of China. There was no annexation at all. That is the reality. We have to face up with it.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The Dalai Lama, who, remember, in some days from now will be turning 90, and he has made a very important announcement as he is in McLeodganj. He has announced that he will have his successor after his death. He says that the foundation of the Dalai Lama will elect his successor. And remember, this is also rooted in the traditional Buddhist Tibetan customs, because that's when a successor is chosen of the Dalai Lama, only after his passing. Siddhant joins me to put this into perspective. Siddhant, take us through what is the larger message behind this announcement by the Dalai Lama, and what does it mean for China?
Akanksha, as per what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, then Dalai Lama speech decimates plans of China imposing their own man, Pancham Lama. In fact, Dalai Lama made it very clear that my succession will be after me by the trust. Dalai Lama has taken a decisive step to anchor his succession in Tibetan spiritual authority. In fact, Dalai Lama has clearly said continuation of the institution of the Dalai Lama will work on his succession. No external actor or political or religion can interfere. The process will involve consultations with the high Tibetan lamas and reference to dharma protectors, reject any claim by China or unauthorized actors, and its continuity with a pan-Buddhist exile-led spiritual framework. Now, top intel sources are telling this to Manoj Gupta that this statement neutralizes
I think Mr. Ranganathan is correct. China is too big to deal with. We ourselves have a lot of problem with China at the bilateral level and at the border issues. The issue is not about China. The issue about how to confer legitimacy to His Holiness by Bharat. Do we have a law? Do we have legislation? Do we have the tradition? Do we have the history? The 14th Dalai Lama was enthroned in 1940 in Lhasa. We didn't send a representative to Lhasa that time. Mr. Basil Gold, who was a British trade representative in Gyeongsang, was asked to join the ceremony in Lhasa along with the princes and the prince of Sikkim. So two of them went with gift to His Holiness in 1940 to Lhasa. The Tibetans didn't even give them sitting arrangement. There were no protocols for India. There were no India, of course, the British India. So issue is there is no reference point for India's role in the selection of the Dalai Lama. Now we could have a new one, but even for the new one, we need a homework to be done. You just can't say the His Holiness. It has to be properly, conditioned at a certain level at the legislation, at the social level, at the value level. Even Bharat does not live in vacuum. I mean, tomorrow the Chinese will have some reincarnation of Lord Vishnu in Peking. We have to think about it. There is a Kamrup Raja, Raja of Sikkim, Assam. He could be born in Yunnan. He says he's been reincarnated. Raja of Nepal could be reincarnated. So there are historical conditions, there are historical reasonings and the facts. Those things need to be understood first. Just to say that we could, tomorrow onwards, His Holiness becomes an Indian, that's all right. But it is doing harm to the Tibetans. Tibetans will not like it. Tibetans will remain a Tibetan. You don't throw the baby with the bath water. Yes, so the sanctity of His Holiness institution must be maintained through the Tibetan means. To say that I will Indianize or Americanize or British, that's a different issue altogether. We can do that. What I'm saying is that I'm not endorsing what the Chinese are doing. I'm saying whether the sanctity of the Tibetan tradition is being maintained just for a political, scoring a political goal. So that's my question. Otherwise, anybody can do anything. He can be born in Kenya also. How does it matter?
Correct.
So therefore, everything has to be seen through.
True, and this will also clearly, viewers, mean that Bharat will have to not just officially recognize Tibet as a separate entity, but also break away, which will also imply that it breaks away from the One China policy. The CCP and the Chinese
supported by institutions and policies.
Yeah, institutions and policy, because legislatively it will have to be backed, Parliament will have to ratify it, then it will have to become a clear doctrinal position that Bharat
Otherwise,
takes.
Home Ministry cannot confer, or some agencies cannot confer title to His Holiness. His Holiness is a Buddhist status. You don't have institutions to do that. That's what I'm saying.
True.
Some monasteries can do it, but how strong those monasteries are? We have about 300 monasteries in the Himalayas. All of them together can give some kind of a title and legitimacy. Even that requires a Sangha. Buddha requires a Sangha. Buddha per se is not important. Sangha and a Dharma, all these things are important. Now we don't have a Buddha, we don't have a Sangha, we don't have a Dharma, just to say His Holiness is important. So homework has to be done.
Fair point made. Aina Tangen, I'm just going to take another 3 minutes on the show, on this part of the show, on this leg, on this conversation. Yes, Aina Tangen.
Well, it's always interesting to have the presenter in league with his other two guests. I mean, the number of unsupported accusations that are made are astounding. How many of you have actually been to Tibet or China in the last 10 years? I would venture to say none of you. So this idea that you can utter these falsehoods is kind of odd. I mean, it's as if somebody from China was talking about India and saying a lot of nonsense. The fact is that, unfortunately, when I asked the question, is Tibet better off today than it was under the Dalai Lama? No one chose to address that. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about literacy rates, I'm talking about the number of years that people live, which is now 78, from where it used to be at 42, talking about people owning land themselves. If you had actually gone there and talked to the Tibetans, instead of the ones that fled Tibet and have let us say, an axe to pick, they will tell you that they're better off, that they are still spiritual, that they're not prevented from practicing their religion. If you go there, you'll see people routinely, rubbing their hands on the bells and things like this. I just wish that people would go there and see, just like in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, Taiwan. The reality is quite different than the narrative that is spun by the press. India has problems with China, but I don't think that trying to vilify China is useful. You don't see China trying to vilify India. India has problems with caste, has problems with poverty, but you never hear anyone in China talking about that because they believe that each country is sovereign and that they have the right and the duty to listen to their people, and it's their people who will determine the government. So I find it quite odd that in India they feel, you in particular, this panel feels quite up to the task of deciding what's happening in China, although you haven't been here.
We're not deciding what's happening in China. We're just discussing.
Yes, you are.
No, what's happening in Tibet.
Don't even pretend. You made a series of accusations.
One minute. We are just discussing what's happening in Tibet. We're not discussing what's happening.
And you made
in
a number of accusations.
So
right?
Tibet and China are not the same.
No,
that's
you
the
also
distinction.
said in
That's the
Xinjiang
distinction.
and other places.
That's the distinction.
Right?
And that
Did
is.
you make those statements
or
not?
Xinjiang.
I was a
means,
prosecutor. I like to remember
one minute, Aina Tangen. Xinjiang means new territory. That was also not China. It was forcibly occupied. It is called East Turkestan, and the local population is Uyghurs.
Are you taking them back?
So no, we are quoting reports, and we are saying that these remain, and the Chinese have not been able to prove that. The Chinese have not been able to prove it.
Controlled by the US.
Mr. Tangen, you yourself hold a US passport, and then you're saying that the United States is lying and the People's Republic of China is speaking the truth. We are talking about Tibet. It's occupied territory. It is not Chinese territory. China is different. New territory is different. That is Xinjiang. Tibet is different. We're talking Tibet and Tibetan Buddhism. There is a statement of intent that's come from His Holiness. Now, does Bharat follow through? Because he's made that on Bharatiya soil, with looking towards Bharat to back him and give Tibetan Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhists and Tibet political legitimacy, and also further the spiritual cause of Tibetan Buddhists.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The Dalai Lama, who remember in some days from now will be turning 90, and he has made a very important announcement as he is in McLeodganj. He has announced that he will have his successor after his death. He says that the foundation of the Dalai Lama will elect his successor. And remember, this is also rooted in the traditional Buddhist Tibetan customs, because that's when a successor is chosen of the Dalai Lama only after his passing. Siddhant joins me to put this into perspective. Siddhant, take us through what is the larger message behind this announcement by the Dalai Lama, and what does it mean for China?
Well, Akanksha, as per what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us, then Dalai Lama speech decimates plans of China imposing their own man, Pancham Lama. In fact, Dalai Lama made it very clear that
more than 13%. That is the largest year-to-year drop in the company's history. The 384,000 cars it sold last quarter is 60,000 less than the same period roughly a year ago, just for context. Now that the verdict in Sean Diddy Combs' trial has come down, will he be freed from custody until sentencing? That's what we're waiting to find out. We are live for you, live from the courthouse. And then later, talking peace and waging war. Israel escalates deadly strikes on Gaza amid international efforts to secure a ceasefire. Both those stories after this very short break. You are watching CNN. Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
Let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review that's been in the works for several months, and it wasn't just about Ukraine. It was, again, about all of foreign spending. So we are still trying to learn more details about what exactly this means. This, of course, comes after we saw President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his NATO summit in Amsterdam just last week. He raved about the meeting. When it comes to President Trump, we know that he is not always...
conspiracy, which could have put him in prison for life. Let me go to Elizabeth Wagmeister, who joins us from outside the courthouse in New York. She has been following this case for some 7 weeks or so. Elizabeth, I've seen as well in the last few moments that the lawyer for Casey Ventura has submitted a letter to the judge asking the judge not to release Combs from custody while he awaits sentencing. Just talk us through what that letter says, because that's what is being decided the next few hours.
That's correct. So after Combs was convicted on those 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, well, the defense said that since he has been acquitted on the 3 most serious charges, that they would like to see him walk out of this courtroom right behind me because, again, he has been acquitted on those most serious charges. The judge then asked both sides, the defense and the prosecution, to submit their motion, which they have. Now we are awaiting the judge's decision, and we will have a bail hearing at 5 p.m. But as you said, Cassie Ventura, who of course is the star witness of this trial, her attorney has submitted a letter to the judge strongly opposing this, saying that Cassie believes that Sean Combs is a danger to society. Now, some interesting context. You may remember that before this trial even began, when Combs was arrested in September of 2024 here in New York City, he was immediately put behind bars and he was denied bail 3 times by 3 different judges, one of those judges being the judge who oversaw this trial. Now, the reason why? Well, the prosecutors had said that they believed Combs to be a danger to society and that they also believed that he had been tampering with witnesses and had been trying to manipulate witnesses from behind bars. You may remember that when Combs was in jail before this trial, prosecutors said in a letter that Combs had been paying other inmates to use their phone in jail. So for all of these reasons, this is why we are on pins and needles to see what the judge will decide. Of course, when he denied bail before the trial, that was well before the trial and before he had been acquitted of 3 charges. But again, Sean Combs convicted on 2 charges. He is now a convicted felon on 2 felony counts. That is a stunning downfall for one of the most famous, powerful, wealthy celebrities and media moguls. So today, by no doubt, is a good day for Sean Combs because it could have been a lot worse. He could have been facing life in prison, and now he knows that he won't be in prison for the rest of his life. But still, each of these counts on which he was convicted carry 10 years. So he is facing the potential of 20 years behind bars.
Elizabeth Wagmeister with the very latest there. Thank you very much. And Cassie Ventura's lawyer said Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as the community. That's from the letter that was written and handed to the judge today. Let's get more on this. Joining us now is former state and federal prosecutor David Weinstein. Great to see you, David. Look, a mixed bag, clearly, as we've been hearing throughout the day for the defense on the racketeering conspiracy. Your reaction, first of all, to this to the charges?
Well, when they said they had a verdict as to 4 of the counts and were hung on the racketeering conspiracy, quite frankly, to me, it seemed, based on the questions they were asking, the testimony they were having read back, that they had found him guilty on at least one of the sex trafficking counts. So I expected to hear a guilty verdict. What surprised me was that it was as to the transportation and furtherance of prostitution count and not the sex trafficking count. As to the racketeering charge, it's a complicated charge, and the jurors were simply having a hard time wrapping themselves around the fact that this was a criminal enterprise. I think that they expected it to be some sort of organized crime family, some sort of international drug trafficking family, and that's what they saw as an enterprise. They heard what the defense said, that this was simply an individual running his business, so they didn't find the enterprise. I don't think they were hung up on the other parts, the overt acts or anything else. But it's a mixed bag. He is a convicted felon, and he's looking at some time now, and I think realistically, he's not going to get out pending sentencing.
You heard Elizabeth Wagmeister talking about the letter that's been sent to the judge asking for him not to be released on bail, of course. We're waiting for that decision to come. When it comes to the sentencing and making the decision, what are the factors here that the judge, you think, will be weighing up?
He's going to consider a large number of factors here, some that are going to be strictly on behalf of the defendant, Sean Combs in this case, his physical history, his mental history, what he's done in his life prior to getting involved in these bad acts, the type of person he is, the people he surrounded himself with, whatever good things he's done in his life, whatever mitigating factors he has in his background. And from the prosecution, he will hear about the things he was convicted of, certain things that he did to advance his, what the government has said is his criminal organization, certain role that he took as an organizer leader, acts of violence that he's committed amongst and upon these particular victims in this case, They'll try to get into both uncharged conduct and acquitted conduct to convince the judge that a sentence at the very low end of the advisory guidelines is not sufficient to either deter his future misconduct or to punish him for what he did, and also to send a message out to others who might considering doing the same type of activity. A lot of what we've seen in these two letters that were filed at 1 o'clock today about why he should get out on bond, why he's not a risk of flight, why he's not a danger to the community, and then by the government as to why he is, and amplifying what that one victim had to say about their fear down the road if he should be released, at least at this point.
Does the fact that he has kind of beaten those heavy charges, does that, you think, have some sort of influence here on the judge's decision to release him? What do you think on that?
I think it has a small bit of a impact on the decision. I think we can all agree if he was convicted of the RICO charge and he was looking at life in prison, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. The defense would be asking for bail again, but we wouldn't be having this discussion. I think the fact that these jurors, that 12 people went back into the jury room, heard the same evidence the judge did, and acquitted this particular defendant on all but 2 of the counts, and the 2 counts of conviction were the least serious, I think that's going to impact somewhat his decision. Now, he might disagree with the jurors and just felt they got it wrong or had another reason, and that is going to factor into both sentencing and then his consideration, ultimately, of whether he presents a risk of flight or a danger to the community.
Let's talk about those 2 charges, because I think they carry a sentence of 10 years in prison. For our viewers just around the world, what is the likelihood here, David, that he will face them consecutively, or, they will face those full 20 years?
I think the percentages are low that he's going to face 20 years. That would be if he was sentenced all the way up to the maximum on each count and the judge ran them consecutively. Now, the judge can certainly come up with a sentence that is run consecutive for each count or even concurrent, but the advisory sentencing guidelines, as they're calculated right now at a higher end by the government, lower end by the defense, run anywhere from about 21 months to 63 months. So that's about a year and a half to about 5 years. And that's total sentence. That doesn't bind the judge. He doesn't have to give that sentence, but that's what he's looking at right now, despite the fact that it's 10 years as to each count. And so the judge is going to have to decide what's appropriate in this circumstance. I don't think we're going to see credit for time served and probation on this one, not after the testimony we've heard, and certainly the victims who are going to continue to come forward. But I don't think he's going to exceed that advisory range by that much at all. I don't think we're going to get up to the 10-year range.
David, really appreciate you laying it all out. We'll find out in about 2.5 hours, a bit less than that. Thank you very much indeed, David Weinstein there. Now, the man accused in the deadly stabbing of 4 University of Idaho students has changed his plea to guilty. And Brian Koberger changed his plea as part of a controversial deal, which will eliminate the possibility of receiving the death penalty. The 30-year-old was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The crime happened in 2022 at the apartment of the University of Idaho students. Some of the victims' family members have spoken out against allowing the plea deal. There's still no verdict in one of Australia's most high-profile criminal trials. Sequestered jurors in the mushroom murder case have been deliberating since Monday. 50-year-old Erin Patterson is charged with killing 3 of her estranged husband's relatives by serving them poisonous mushrooms for lunch. Patterson denies the charges, which carry a life sentence, and calls it all a terrible mistake. The jury will remain secluded until they reach a unanimous decision on the charges of murder and attempted murder. We'll stay across that story for you. And still to come tonight, promising new statements on a possible ceasefire as well as hostage deal for Gaza, even as new Israeli strikes push the overall death toll past just a truly devastating mark. We'll bring you that story next.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
And let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard long...
Yet there still appears to be a major gap on how a temporary truce would actually unfold and who would be left in charge once the war does come to an end. Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire and a pullback of Israeli forces. But listen to what Israel's Prime Minister said just a short time ago.
There will be no Hamas. There will be no Hamas stand. We're not going back to that. It's over. We will free all our hostages. Oh, come on, how can you say that? Those are two conflicting goals. What nonsense. It works together. We will accomplish it together. Contrary to what people say, we will eliminate them completely.
Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to visit the White House on Monday. President Donald Trump says he expects a ceasefire to come next week. A truce could save countless lives in Gaza and see some hostages return home. Gaza's health ministry now says more than 57,000 people have been killed in the war. Many of them, as we've been reporting on the show, women and children. It says 142 people were killed just in the last 24 hours alone, including the director of a prominent hospital, along with his wife and daughters. Well, we've heard positive indications, of course, about a ceasefire before, only, of course, to see hopes being dashed. So what's different this time around? Our Jeremy Diamond has this report from Tel Aviv for you.
Well, since President Trump posted Tuesday night that Israel has agreed to the latest proposal for a ceasefire and hostage release deal, we've been trying to understand what is new about this latest proposal. What is different from the proposal that Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy, presented just a month ago to Israel and to Hamas. An Israeli official who I've spoken with says that there are indeed stronger assurances from the United States and from the mediators about reaching a settlement to end the war in Gaza, meaning a stronger commitment from the United States to ensure that those negotiations that are supposed to take place during this 60-day ceasefire, and perhaps beyond as well, that they ultimately lead to a permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. I'm told that Ron Dermer, the strategic affairs minister, one of Prime Minister Netanyahu's closest advisors, he agreed to this proposal on Tuesday while he was in Washington. In addition to those stronger assurances, I'm told that Israel has also also agreed here to allow for a surge of humanitarian aid during this 60-day ceasefire through the traditional United Nations-run humanitarian channels and not through this controversial U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Now the question is, will Hamas accept this? Hamas has now confirmed that they have received this latest proposal, and they say that they are conducting, quote, national consultations, but they reiterate once again that they are aiming to reach an agreement that ends the war and secures the withdrawal of Israeli forces. And so the question now is whether or not this stronger language in this latest proposal will be enough to bridge that gap with Hamas. And of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu still contending with a very volatile domestic political situation as right-wing members of his government, Bezalel Smotrich, Itamar Ben-Gvir, are both signaling opposition to another ceasefire proposal. The Prime Minister set to convene his full cabinet on Saturday night to discuss all of this before he heads to Washington on Sunday. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Hopefully we'll get more clarity on this tomorrow. We'll have much more news after this short break. Do stay right here.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
And let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on the
major blow to President Trump's immigration crackdown. The move blocks an effort to stop migrants from claiming asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border. In his decision, the judge writes the president cannot adopt an alternative immigration system. Priscilla Alvarez is monitoring this. This is her story. She's breaking it for us. So, Priscilla, I mean, this is a significant blow to President Trump. Just talk us through what the judge has said.
That's right, Issa. And it targets a signature element of President Donald Trump's agenda, that being immigration, but more specifically, the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, what this lawsuit was about is a presidential proclamation issued earlier this year that effectively shut down asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border. That's a departure, an unprecedented departure from decades-long protocol, which allowed migrants to seek asylum along the U.S. southern border if they crossed unlawfully or if they crossed lawfully. This was targeting all of that. And in in this ruling issued only moments ago, a federal judge said that the administration does not have the authority to do that, and that by doing so, they violated immigration law. Now, this is essentially the argument that the challengers were making, that the administration had no right to seal off asylum at the U.S. southern border. The administration, however, has said that the president has broad authorities on matters of public safety and national security to have issued this proclamation. But the judge, in a very sharply worded decision, said the following, quote, "The president cannot adopt an alternative immigration system which supplants the statutes that Congress has enacted." Now, the judge also stayed this decision for 14 days, and it's likely that the administration will appeal it. But for now, even if it doesn't take effect immediately, it certainly is a blow to the Trump administration, which earlier today was also touting the low number of border crossers. And it has been remarkable. Those numbers have plummeted in recent months. They were already declining towards the end of the Biden administration, but it is something that the administration has talked about often. And current and former Homeland Security officials have often cited these policies clamping down on the U.S. southern border as contributing to the drop in border crossing. So this ruling means a lot for this administration, both because it is a blow to their agenda, but also because often it is sort of cast as a way to keep border numbers low. So we'll see what happens from here. Again, this is a decision that has stayed for 2 weeks. The administration likely, though, to appeal it. Isa?
Yeah, and on the administration front, have we heard from the U.S. president on this yet, or just too soon? I know the story is just breaking.
We haven't heard from the president yet or his aides, but to your point, Isa, this happened only moments ago.
I know you'll stay across it for us. Thank you very much, Priscilla. Appreciate it. Well, ahead of his 90th birthday, the Dalai Lama has announced that he will have a successor after his death. That sets the stage for a high-stakes succession battle really between Tibetan leaders in exile and China's Communist Party. Tibetan Buddhists believe spiritual leaders can choose the time as well as the place of their rebirth when they die. However, Beijing has long claimed to have authority over the process of the centuries-old tradition. That has gradually become a battleground for the control of the autonomous Chinese region of Tibet. And a village near Chicago plans to buy the childhood home of Pope Leo XIV. The small two-story house in Dalton, you can see there, Illinois, where Robert Prevost lived decades ago, has drawn national attention, as you can imagine, since he was elected Pope in May of this year. The village board voted unanimously on Tuesday to take control of the property. Officials acknowledged concerns that traffic is adding strain to worn-out roads, but they also call the change to buy a historic site a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And that does it for this hour of the show. Thank you very much for your company. Do stay right here. What We Know with Max Foster is up next. I shall see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
And let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane.
Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review that's been in the works for several months, and it wasn't just about Ukraine. It was, again, about all of foreign spending. So we are still trying to learn more details about what exactly this means. This, of course, comes after we saw President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his NATO summit in Amsterdam just last week. He raved about the meeting. When it comes to President Trump, we know that he is not always positive about Zelensky, but instead he said that he had a good meeting with him. And he also talked about how Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, has been difficult to deal with. This, of course, goes against some of what we've heard from President Trump and his administration, this pause in this military supply to Ukraine. I did hear from one White House official who wanted to stress that not all support from Ukraine is being pulled. This is just a pause of some weapons that were being sent to the country. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Thanks to Kristen Holmes there reporting from the White House. Meantime, the Trump administration is proclaiming a major victory on cutting costs. The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, was officially moved under the State Department this week. It was already stripped of much of its budget.
Yeah, Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying in a Substack post, the era of government-sanctioned inefficiency has officially come to an end, promising a, quote, foreign funding mission that prioritizes America's national interests. A study in the Lancet Medical Journal predicts the loss of the programs could lead to 14 million additional deaths globally just in the next 5 years. CNN's Anderson Cooper spoke to the agency's former administrator, Samantha Power.
It's important that the facts actually be stated in the context of Rubio's claims. They have cut 80-90%.
This charge is against him, but could still face a lengthy jail sentence. This is what we know. A bail hearing set for about 2 hours from now after jurors returned a mixed verdict in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. While the music mogul was found guilty on 2 prostitution charges, he was acquitted of 3 other counts, including sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. That could have got him life behind bars. As Elizabeth Wagmeister now explains, that sparked dramatic scenes in the courtroom.
Combs, after being led out by marshals, as he was being led out, he knelt down in front of his chair and bowed his head down as if he was praying. When he stood up, he faced the gallery and he began to clap, prompting the gallery to clap and cheer. Combs' attorneys, they all exchanged hugs and the gallery continued to cheer for him. I mean, what a moment.
Well, prosecutors say they have grave concerns that Diddy could go free on bail. The attorney for prosecution witness Cassie Ventura says he'll continue to fight on behalf of survivors.
He's never been held responsible for anything in his lifetime. He was acquitted on charges when he was in New York with a gun case, and now he is a 2-time convicted felon, 2 federal charges.
Well, CNN's Lee Waldman has more now from outside the court in New York.
We can see NYPD putting out additional barricades behind me just outside of the Sean Diddy Combs courthouse after he was acquitted of more serious charges by the jury here, but found guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution as it relates to his ex-girlfriends, Cassie Ventura and the woman testifying under the alias Jane.
The jury in the federal trial of hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs has come to a verdict. Guilty on the charge of transportation to engage in prostitution, but not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. The jury, made up of 8 men and 4 women, heard from 34 witnesses called by the prosecution, including 2 of Combs' former girlfriends, Cassie Ventura, and a woman testifying under the alias Jane. Both women testified Combs forced them to engage in sexual encounters referred to as freak-offs and hotel nights. Ventura spoke on the stand about violence she endured throughout the course of her 11-year relationship with Combs. Jurors watched this hotel surveillance video from 2016 showing Combs dragging and kicking Ventura several times throughout the course of the trial. Ventura's attorney read a statement from her after she testified.
I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up.
Combs' defense team never denied allegations of domestic abuse, but instead argued the 2 women participated willingly in the sexual encounters. Jurors heard from Combs' former personal assistants, a male sex worker, and other former employees. The defense rested its case after less than 30 minutes, only reading text messages into the record. Combs did not testify.
Lee Wallman reporting for us there. So what we want to know is Sean Combs looking at serious jail time? Let's bring in CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson. Joey is also a defence attorney. Thank you so much for joining us, Joey. So we've got this bail hearing. What will be considered there, and could Combs walk free today?
Yeah, so Max, good to be with you. That's the open question as to whether he'll walk free, but there really wouldn't be a reason why he should not. It'll certainly be up to the judge. It's a discretionary decision, but 2 things will be at issue. Number 1, is he a flight risk? Number 2, is he a danger to the community? Remember, he has been held in on this case for a significant period of time, almost a year. Why? Because there was the determination made by a court, a judge, and there were various rounds of that where he came back with his attorneys, that is Mr. Combs, saying, hey, can you release me while I wait for this proceeding? The prosecution's argument is, hey, Your Honor, he's facing a life sentence with respect to the racketeering charge. We cannot release him, and as much as he's very well resourced, he could flee. So certainly he's a flight risk. And by the way, Your Honor, as it relates to the conduct charge, he's a danger to the community. Look at all he was doing, right? Said the prosecution at that time with respect to alleged bribery, with regard to extortion, with regard to arson, with regard to drugs, with regard to this and that. Well, the circumstances today have changed, and they have changed because a jury has said that he is not a racketeer. That is, he's not a crime boss. He was not running, says the jury, a criminal enterprise. He is innocent of that with regard to what the jury determined. Also, as it relates to the sex offenses for sex trafficking, which could have kept him in for a minimum of 15 years, a jury has spoken as to that and said he didn't coerce, compel anyone into any sexual activity of a commercial variety. He's not guilty. And so the sole remaining issue and charges that he was convicted of, yes, they're felonies, yes, they're serious, is this transportation for prostitution. That carries a maximum of 10 years. Last point, Max, and it's this. Although it carries a maximum of 10 years, this is a federal case, and you have federal sentencing guidelines. And under those guidelines, if you calculate them, it really looks like about 14 to 21 months that he could do under those guidelines. Now, to be clear, there'll be arguments by the prosecution. Judge, they're 2 separate charges. Your Honor, we should stack the time, meaning on charge 1, right? It's up to 10 years. You can add count 2, the other charge up to 10 years. There's all this other conduct, Judge, you can consider. But at the end of the day, let's be fair and let's be clear. The issue today should be around those 2 issues. Does he and will he flee? He'd be a fool if he did because he's pending sentence. And number 2, is he a danger to the community? So the judge will have to really consider, is Mr. Combs, if I allow him to be free, is he going to really harm anyone? And I don't think under the circumstances where you were just cleared and he's at the point now where he's going to try to have to rebuild his life and his reputation, he would harm anyone. So those are the arguments that'll be on full display at 5 o'clock today when a judge has to make that determination.
And just quickly, would that be a quick decision, do you think, because of the, how you've outlined it just there?
So I don't know that it's going to be a quick decision. The judge, as you know, has asked for the parties to brief the issue, meaning to put in writing what your arguments are. They did that at 1 o'clock. If the judge thought that was satisfactory, Max, he would have made a decision on what we call submission. He did not. He's putting it over for oral argument at 5 o'clock. So it's not that it'll be quick. I think the judge wants to be right and wants to be fair. To be clear, last point, being a celebrity, right, has its advantages and disadvantages. People should be treated as people. Whether you're a celebrity, you shouldn't get any more favor favorable treatment, but you certainly shouldn't get any less favorable treatment. And so the judge is to do the right thing based on the law, the facts, and the nature of the circumstances, which is the acquittal as to 3 counts, 1 related to RICO, 2 related to the issue of sex trafficking, and only consider really the 2 issues for which he was convicted, in addition to some of the conduct as to why the conviction came about today.
Okay, Joey, we'll watch it very carefully. Thank you so much for giving us the considerations of the judge today. Now, at this hour in the US House, divided Republicans are trading fire over President Donald Trump's sweeping domestic policy bill. Procedural voting has begun on the legislation, with Mr. Trump and his allies on Capitol Hill putting pressure on Republicans to pass it so the president can sign it by Friday. But party hardliners say they're not prepared to accept the Senate's version of the bill.
We sent them a product. We liked it in some respects. Could be better in others. The Senate has now made some changes. Some were good, some were bad. Now we got to look at the total product and decide what it's about. It's not take it or leave it. How do you take it or leave it legislating? How about we send it back to him and we say take it or leave it, right? So the Senate doesn't get to be the final say on everything. Got to work this out.
Let's speak to CNN's Arlette Saenz on Capitol Hill. Arlette, thank you for joining us. How many holdouts has President Trump got to convince? I think we've got a problem with her sound. Have you got us, Arlette? OK, we're going to come back to Arlette once she's fixed her earpiece there. Now, if the bill does indeed pass, it would lead to major cuts in Medicaid, leaving millions of Americans without health care coverage. Those cuts could hit rural hospitals especially hard, even forcing some of them to close.
Did it change your mind? Are you a yes on the vote?
It puts me a little closer. We're going to meet a little bit here and go over everything and make sure we got all our facts.
1 in 4 adults in rural America are enrolled in Medicaid. So when you cut Medicaid, it affects that. Nearly 50% of the babies born in rural America are born under Medicaid. And so when you think about just the basic economics of how hospitals and clinics get the money that they have to operate and serve those communities, they're already operating on a shoestring budget. And when you start cutting out patients who can pay, that really has a very quick and lasting impact.
Well, we'll have more on this later in the show, but for now, we're also looking at the Pentagon halting some weapons shipments, including air defense missiles to Ukraine. This follows a review of military spending and US support to foreign countries. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his government is trying to clarify the situation around the decision, but one of his advisors said it would be, quote, inhumane for the US to stop supplying missiles. The Kremlin welcomes the development, saying it'll help end the war sooner. This as Ukraine says North Korea is set to triple the number of its troops fighting for Russia. According to Ukrainian intelligence, North Korea is sending as many as 30,000 more troops to bolster Russian forces along the front lines. The country covertly sent 11,000 troops to Russia last year. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh has more on that. OK, we are having some technical issues. We will come back to Nick as well a bit later on. But for now, we're going to have a quick break and come back to you.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
Let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we We had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review that's been in the works for several months, and it wasn't just about Ukraine. It was, again, about all of foreign spending. So we are still trying to learn more details about what exactly this means. This, of course, comes after we saw President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his NATO summit in Amsterdam just last week. He raved about the meeting. When it comes to President Trump, we know that he is not always positive about Zelensky, but instead he said...
Keeping domestic policy. Bill, we're going to go to Arlette Saenz. She's on Capitol Hill. So I just wanted to understand, Arlette, how many holdouts there are and what the president's doing to pressure them.
Well, Max, there are still a number of holdouts on President Trump's domestic agenda bill, which very much remains in flux at this moment. To just give you, paint a little picture of what's happening right now, the House has actually been holding a early vote on a procedural measure for over an hour now, and they are now keeping that vote open as they are trying to get more conservatives and potentially moderate holdouts on board with this bill. Now, President Trump actually hosted a number of holdouts at the White House today to talk through some of the concerns. I caught up with one of those congressmen, Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee, and he said that after his meeting with the president, he is moving closer to yes. Take a listen. Did it change your mind? Are you a yes on the vote?
It puts me a little closer. We're going to meet a little bit here and go over everything and make sure we got all our facts straight. But like I said, the president was very informative. You know, I always hear these reports about him raising his voice and cussing at people, and it was nothing like that. I wouldn't mind if my daughter had been in the room with us.
Now, there are concerns across the GOP caucus. There are conservatives who think that the Senate-passed bill adds too much to the federal deficit, doesn't do enough to offset some of that spending that's included in that bill. There are others who have concerns, more moderate members who have concerns about the steeper cuts being made to Medicaid. So these are all issues that House Speaker Mike Johnson is trying to navigate. He is trying to stitch together that support for this bill. Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes, and there are more than a handful of potential holdouts who are out there. But right now, House leadership is trying to work with these various lawmakers, trying to see if they can move them to the yes column. Now, it's expected that there would be a vote on the rule to pass the bill, and if that passes, then later on they would be holding a vote on final passage. It could come today, it could get pushed towards tomorrow, but these lawmakers are working with a very real time crunch. As President Trump has said, he is hoping to have that bill on his desk to sign by the July 4th holiday, which is this Friday.
Yeah, what's the alternative path then if it doesn't get approved tonight?
The only move
movement is, as you might be able to see behind
If it doesn't get approved tonight, then they may have to go back to the drawing board. So first, they need to clear that procedural hurdle on the rules. There were some lawmakers who were suggesting that they might be trying to hold up that rule by voting no on it. If it doesn't pass on final passage, they probably would have to go back to the drawing board. There are some who have called for it to go back to the Senate, for the House to make their own changes, go back to the Senate, or potentially have a conference where both chambers come together to work on it. But House leadership and President Trump have said that that is not the route that they think this should go, and they've been hoping that they would be able to get it passed through the House without any changes after the Senate had passed it just yesterday.
All right, Sines, thank you. A long night ahead. A federal judge has just blocked a Trump administration policy that stops migrants from claiming asylum at the US border with Mexico. The judge ruled the administration overstepped its authority by trying to bypass immigration laws. One rights group called it an enormous victory for those fleeing danger. The Trump administration expected to appeal that ruling. Tesla has reported yet another plummet of its electric car sales. The company is facing backlash from CEO Elon Musk's political activities and more competition from other electric car makers. Tesla reports its sales fell more than 13%. That's the largest year-to-year drop in the company's history. The 384,000 cars it sold last quarter is 60,000 less than the same period a year ago. But it appears investors feared worse numbers. At the moment, Tesla shares are up close to 5%. Entertainment giant Paramount paying $16 million to settle a lawsuit brought by Donald Trump. Trump sued the company in 2024, claiming election interference. He said that when 60 Minutes, which airs on Paramount's CBS network, ran an interview with Kamala Harris, it edited the interview to make her look good and to harm him. While legal experts said Trump had almost no legal grounds for the complaint, Paramount evidently decided it was good business to settle anyway. It says the $60 million payment will go to Trump's future presidential library. A major reason for the settlement may be Paramount's plans for a merger. Let's bring in CNN's chief media analyst, Brian Stelter, for more on that. There are two sides to this, aren't there, Brian? I mean, you know, a purely commercial view is that maybe this was the right decision because it allows the, company to move forward commercially. But there are a lot of people on the shop floor at CBS who are pretty horrified.
That's right. This is about corporate priorities versus journalistic principles. The journalists at CBS News were aghast at the idea of a settlement. They were even more concerned that the parent company might try to apologize to Trump for what was a perfectly normal interview with Kamala Harris. CBS engaged in standard editing practices. Every network does it, including Trump's favorite network, Fox News. But Paramount wanted to get this deal done, get this settlement done, in order to get its big mega merger approved by the Trump administration. Clearly, Paramount bosses believed that there was a kind of quid pro quo here, some sort of connection between Trump's lawsuit against CBS and administration approval of the merger. Of course, officially, Paramount says there is no such connection. The government says there is no such connection. But we are increasingly seeing in Trump's second term in office how there's a transactional nature to some of the government behaviors here, some of the government actions. And so in this case, CBS News journalists were horrified by the idea that Paramount was going to pay Trump to get the deal approved. But there was one sigh of relief today, Max, and that was Paramount agreeing to no apology, no statement of regret. It's a little bit of a win for those journalists who were afraid CBS would try to apologize for itself. But as you said, $16 million going to Trump's future presidential library. It's going to be quite a library.
A lot of people outside the US may not understand how revered 60 Minutes was. I mean, what's your view about the credibility of CBS News with this? I mean, are they going to be comfortable watching a channel where they feel there is some compromise at some level, or at least the journalists are being pressured at some level in a way?
Right. Well, this is part of a broader phenomenon in American news media right now. Trump trying to intimidate networks large and small, in some cases suing, in some cases trying to defund them in the case of PBS and NPR. Some of these battles are still underway. I mean, we've seen it here at CNN this week with Trump trying to threaten CNN. These cases will continue, and what ultimately matters is corporate ownership and what the owners do. In the case of Paramount, the bosses think they were doing the right thing for shareholders by getting closer to this merger merger being approved. There's a lot of money at stake. Now, CBS News, though, has to rebuild its credibility, and that's a process that will take time. But we have seen this before. Disney's ABC struck a settlement deal with Trump last December. Yes, there was some minor reputational damage, but I would argue no long-term harm. I think the same might be true at CBS as well. The difference is that Democratic senators in the U.S. say they want to investigate this Paramount payoff because they're concerned it might amount to a bribe. So we will see if those Democrats are able to advance that in some way. Right now, they don't really have the powers to investigate the deal, but if they're able to get back in the majority in the U.S., maybe they'll investigate in the future. And again, more broadly, this is about ownership of media at that level, Max.
Yeah, and there's so much changing in the industry, isn't there? Brian, thank you. Still to come, what's next for Sean Diddy Combs after a mixed verdict at his high-profile sex trafficking trial? We'll take a look.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
Let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review that's been in the works for several months, and it wasn't just about Ukraine. It was, again, about all of foreign spending. So we are still trying to learn more details about what exactly this means. This, of course, comes after we saw President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his NATO summit in Amsterdam just last week. He raved about the meeting. When it comes to President Trump, we know that he is not always positive about Zelensky, but instead he said that he had a good meeting with him. And he also talked about how Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, has been difficult to deal with. This, of course, goes against some of what we have heard from President Trump and his administration, this pause.
Now, in about an hour, at his bail hearing, we could find out if he walks free, at least until his sentencing. This comes after a New York jury found him guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted him of more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, which could have put him in prison for life. Let's go straight to Cara Stanell, who's outside the courthouse in New York. So it's a big decision, isn't it, for the judge tonight? But I was speaking to Joey Jones earlier, and he thinks it might be quite a clear decision because, just because he's a very famous figure, he shouldn't necessarily be treated differently from a regular guy.
Max, that's exactly what it's going to come down to, the judge having to make this decision of whether Combs should be released from the Bureau of Prisons, where he's been in custody since his arrest in September, to his family until he is sentenced for those 2 charges of transportation for prostitution that he was convicted of. Now, the judge usually sets a sentencing date just a few months after a conviction, so it would only be a reprieve of a few months that Combs would be out on bail before he would be sentenced again for those offenses. His team is saying that Combs is not a danger to the community. He was acquitted of the most serious charges of racketeering conspiracy, which included elements such as witness tampering, bribery, arson, and also acquitted of the sex trafficking offenses. So they're saying he's not a flight risk. His family was here throughout the trial. It's evident that he wouldn't abandon them, as they said, and they're saying that he should be released. He's not a danger to the community. The prosecution opposes this. They say that he is a danger to the community, and they submitted letters to the judge today. There was one from a witness who testified, Deontay Nash, who's a friend of Ventura and who'd worked as Combs' stylist. He is urging the judge to keep Combs in confinement until his sentencing, as well as Cassie Ventura herself. Her lawyer filed a letter today in which he wrote, Ms. Ventura believes Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as the community. So pretty strong to have an alleged victim in this case asking a judge to keep him behind bars. It will be ultimately up to the judge. One of the factors that Combs' lawyers is arguing for his release is that while he is facing potential prison sentence, it is not one of the more lengthier sentences that he could have faced if convicted of the serious charges. His lawyers are arguing that he would face maybe 21 to 27 months in jail. That's about 2 years, and Combs has already been in a jail for 10 months. So they're saying that this is not as serious, and so he should be able to come home before he is sent in again. But the prosecution saying that they believe that they're going to argue that he received at least a minimum sentence of 4 to 5 years, possibly more once they put more work into this calculation, but a lot at stake. And if the judge agrees to release Combs for at least a couple of months, we could see him walk out that door behind me at some point later today. Max?
Yeah, it'll be an extraordinary moment. Cara, thank you so much. The man accused in the deadly stabbing of 4 University of Idaho students has changed his plea to guilty. Brian Kohberger did this in order to eliminate the possibility of receiving the death penalty. The 30-year-old was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. It happened in 2022 at the apartment of 4 University of Idaho students. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says details are being clarified over the Pentagon's decision to pause some weapons shipments, including air defence missiles, to Ukraine. This comes after a review of military spending and US support to foreign countries. An advisor to President Zelensky said it would be, in his words, inhumane for the US to stop supplying missiles. While the Kremlin is welcoming the move, saying it will help end the war sooner. What we don't know is, will the US stop weapons shipments cost the war to Ukraine, really? Could it make the big difference? Joining me now is Ambassador Kurt Volker, former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, Zelensky's being, very measured with his language, but behind the scenes, they're really worried, aren't they, in Kyiv about what impact this will have? Because the missiles from America are vital. I mean, how much difference do you think this will make to the war effort?
Yeah, so obviously they are concerned, and these are air defense missiles, to be clear. Russia has been launching massive overnight attacks on Ukraine, for months and months now, but just in the past few weeks, they've been substantial. And so they are in need of continued supply of air defense equipment. Well, that being said, first off, it's not clear that this is a final decision from the U.S. This is coming from the Pentagon, but it's not clear that the White House asked for this or is behind it. We'll have to see. And second, European allies do have capabilities that they can provide to Ukraine, and as they are ramping up their defense spending and their ability to do that, they may be willing to transfer more of existing systems to Ukraine and replenish behind them. So while, of course, Ukrainians are worried, this is not the final straw here.
Would Europe be able to make up for these particular weapons that aren't going to be sent from the US?
No, not the particular weapons. The Patriot missiles are the most significant, fast reaction, high altitude, very effective air defense systems against missiles. And that is something that Europe really relies on for the United States as well. They also use Patriot missiles. But short of that, there are a lot of other things coming into Ukraine, particularly the Shahed drones, where other systems can take out. And you reserve the use of these Patriots or these anti-missile missiles for really the most dire attacks from these hypersonic or long range and very fast Russian missiles.
Do you understand the reasoning behind cutting back here? It doesn't seem to be on principle, from what we understand, to cut back weaponry to Ukraine. It's really about stockpiles and the amount it's costing America to effectively fund these other wars.
Yeah, I think what you have here is the Pentagon expressing some concern about depletion of stockpiles and therefore positing a choice, I would argue a false choice, between supporting Ukraine or making sure the United States has what it needs to defend itself and its allies. So they're saying it's either or, black and white. I really don't think that's the case, because the more Ukraine is able to defend itself and defeat Russian forces, the more security that builds for our European allies and for the United States. So it's not a zero sum, but there is a concern from the Pentagon about that. And we'll see if higher level decision makers sustain this or see some of the nuance in the way it really works.
You can understand why a lot of Americans do feel, there are problems at home, why we're spending all this money on foreign endeavors, but just explain why, it's in America's interests, perhaps, to make sure that Ukraine doesn't lose this war.
Yeah, well, the most obvious explanation is what President Trump said in The Hague last week. If Putin prevails in Ukraine, he's not going to stop there. He has declared an intention to rebuild the Russian Empire. That includes a lot of countries and territories that are now part of the EU and NATO, and that's going to plunge us all into a major war. So none of us want that. We do not want to be in a major war. And so it is important for us that Ukraine actually stop Putin in Ukraine and not allow him to win there and move on to other places. That's the number one reason.
Okay, thank you so much, Kurt Volker, for joining us today. Well, Ukraine says North Korea is set to triple the number of its troops fighting for Russia. According to Ukrainian intelligence, North Korea is sending as many as 30,000 more troops to bolster Russian forces along the front lines. The country covertly sent 11,000 troops to Russia last year. Here is CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh.
They brought near suicidal, ruthless tactics, the rumblings of a war going global. 11,000 North Korean troops helped Russia expel Kiev's soldiers from its border of Kursk. But that, it seems, is just the start. CNN has learned up to 30,000 more may be headed to the front lines, according to Ukrainian intelligence, for use in a summer offensive. With Moscow hungry for manpower and Pyongyang keen to school its troops in brutal trench and drone warfare. They were first seen here in October, but recently the routes used then could be active again. A troop-carrying Raputa ship was seen here on May the 18th, the same type of vessel at the same Russian port used in transports last year, experts said. Ukraine also assesses Russia will refit transport planes like the ones seen on the tarmac here again in June at North Korea's Sunan airport to move so many North Koreans. Likely air or rail will take them across Siberia to the front line. 10 kilometres east of Kursk, this camp has enlarged in recent months. Further evidence of North Korean build-up. CNN has geolocated to here this 6-minute video report from a part Korean-Russian correspondent. The report surfaced 48 hours after the Kremlin's first admission of the North Korean deployment.
Ну, такой нормальный блиндаж. Очень тепло, да?
They're not only training, but appear to have new long-term bunker accommodation and equipment. The tastes of home, red Korean pepper, and homemade propaganda. It says, revenge for our fallen comrades. This Russian instructor says his new trainees are aged 23 to 27.
Парни приезжают физически подготовленные,
Из них бойцы не хуже, чем наши. Враг сам бежит первым, а враг бежит, потому что боятся стрелкового боя.
And there's a translation sheet to get over the language barrier, which meant the first units operated separately from the Russians. State media has shown videos of both countries now training together. Here, in the same training ground, a Russian shows how to use a shotgun to take down a drone. Others practicing clearing buildings together. More signs are open. Putin's top presidential advisor, Sergei Shoigu, visiting Kim Jong-un here for the second time in a fortnight, announcing 1,000 mine clearers and 5,000 military construction workers to rebuild Kursk region. Perhaps a sign Moscow is indeed short of the manpower it has sent mercilessly into the fight, but also that it is not short on allies who share their ruthless commitment. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, London.
Now, talking peace and waging war, Israel is escalating deadly strikes in Gaza amid international efforts to secure a ceasefire. What's next? We'll take a look for you.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy and sex trafficking.
Let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review that's been in the works for several months, and it wasn't just about Ukraine. It was, again, about all of foreign spending. So we are still trying to learn more details about what exactly this means. This, of course, comes after we saw President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his NATO summit in Amsterdam just last week. He raved about the meeting. When it comes to President Trump, we know that he is not always positive about Zelensky, but instead he said that he had a good meeting with him, and he also
considering the plan, adding that it's serious and ready for a deal. But there still appears to be a major gap on how a temporary truce would unfold and who would be left in charge. Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire and a pullback of Israeli forces. Israel's Prime Minister today vowed to eliminate Hamas entirely. Israel is escalating airstrikes as the ceasefire inches closer. Gaza's health ministry says 142 people were killed in the last 24 hours alone, including the director of a prominent hospital, along with his wife and daughters. We're learning more about the casualties of a strike earlier this week, too, on a cafe in Gaza City. Authorities say most of the 41 people killed were women and children. The cafe was a well-known spot for both students and journalists seeking internet access. Our Jeremy Diamond has more.
Mohammed combs through the debris of another Israeli airstrike, looking for anything his sister has left behind. This is the place where my sister was when she was killed. This is her blood, Mohammed says. 23-year-old Nida was killed at this seaside cafe, where she and other students and journalists came to connect to the internet and try to escape the reality of war. I can't describe the shock I went through. No one can describe the shock, Mohammed says. This teddy bear was hers, a gift her friend brought her that fateful day. Now that and her purse are all that remain. This was the chaotic scene moments after eyewitnesses say an Israeli missile smashed into the bustling cafe. At least 41 people were killed, according to the director of Al-Shifa Hospital, most of them women and children. The Israeli military declined to answer questions about why it targeted the cafe, saying it, quote, struck several Hamas terrorists and that the incident is under review. Just 5 weeks ago, photojournalist Ismail Abu Hattab had filmed another airstrike from that very same cafe. Now his body is draped in a white shroud, and his family cries out in mourning. Inside Ismail's room, his father Hussein recounts the moment he learned his son had been killed in that cafe strike. He told me Ismail is a martyr. The words Ismail is a martyr were very, very, very hard on me. Unconsciously, I ended the call. Ismail is the 228th journalist to be killed by the Israeli military during the war, according to Gaza's government media office. The 33-year-old's photos had been featured in exhibitions in the US and Europe. But beyond his talent, his parents say the world has lost a kind person who never hesitated to help others. And his mother has lost her eldest son and confidant. After she buried him, she says she came directly to his room and lay on his bed. I remembered everything beautiful, she says. Everything he had was beautiful. That beauty now ripped from this world. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Jerusalem.
Just in to CNN, and just days before Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to visit the White House, all ministers in his Likud party are calling for annexation of the West Bank before the end of the month. Israel's Speaker of Parliament joined that call as well. Their statement says, quote, the strategic partnership backing and support of US President Donald Trump create a window of opportunity. Aaron David Miller is a former State Department Middle East negotiator. I want to be careful about the language here, but we're talking about sovereignty of a region that takes in the West Bank, right? What do you understand this statement to mean?
I mean, look, let's be clear. The government guidelines talk about Judea and Samaria, that's the government's name for the West Bank, already being sovereign Israeli territory. And over the last several years, since the inauguration of this government in December 2022, the government has pursued a series of policy moves on the West Bank that are annexationist in everything but name. In fact, I think annexation is, we're on the cusp of creating that as a reality. This is pressure from Likud ministers, including the defense minister, to ensure that the prime minister doesn't sign on as part of the looming ceasefire agreement to any extension that might involve negotiations, a transitional government headed by the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, building a bridge, so to speak, for negotiation. between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. Frankly, I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu will raise this with the president. The last time this occurred, when Donald Trump floated his deal of the century plan in 2020, the president was incredibly angry at Netanyahu, who announced at the time legalization of Israeli settlements. There's enough on Trump and Netanyahu's plate with respect to good news that I'm not sure the prime minister is looking right now for an endorsement of an annexed West Bank. That could easily come in the months to come, as the administration may well return to that original deal of the century, which would have offered Palestinians 65% of the West Bank. The remaining 30%, largely Area C, where the settlements are, where the military zones are, where the nature reserves are, and that 60% would basically become part of the state of Israel. Would not surprise me within the next year that the Trump administration bought onto that policy. But there's a lot of water under the bridge here. And I don't think Netanyahu is looking for a fight right now with Donald Trump.
But the West Bank effectively becomes part of Israel. Is that right? Is that what the reality will be? And what would it mean for life there? What would it look like?
Well, I mean, it would be a sort of a one-state reality where the government of Israel annexes what? Let's say 60-70% of the West Bank, leaving Area A, according to the Oslo agreements, in control of some interim or permanent Palestinian governance that would control the major Palestinian cities. The Israelis have no desire to do that. Tulkarem, Jenin, Nablus, Ramallah. Israel does not want that. Even these hawks don't want that. But annexing the prime real estate portion of the West Bank, where the 500,000 settlements are, including East Jerusalem, which has already been annexed, I think that, frankly, is in the cards. And obviously what it does, it essentially hangs a close for the season sign on any alternative pathway out of the horror and misery that we've seen since October 7.
Okay. Aaron David Miller, thank you so much for your insight on that. It's just come into us, so a lot to digest. Still to come, several deaths across Europe being blamed on the heat wave. We'll go live to Spain for an update there.
Join me, Larry Meadow.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
Let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, we should note as... All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. We had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision.
Firefighters believe 2 people were killed by a heat-related wildfire. In France, 2 people died from heat-related causes, and the heat forced another 300 people to seek medical help. Joining us now from Madrid is CNN Español's Pau Mosquera. Thank you so much for joining us. Just describe what it's been like to be there.
Well, Max, right now here in Madrid, as you can see, we have a summer storm overhead. It was not predicted at all, and let's see what happens and if it's useful to refresh a little bit the atmosphere in here, because it's almost 10 at night, and here the thermometer is still registering 31 degrees Celsius, which is around 88 degrees Fahrenheit. It certainly is that this first heat wave of the summer is having no mercy in much of Europe. Here in Spain, most of the center, the south and the east of the country has been today under heat warnings because the temperatures were expected to climb above 36 degrees Celsius, around 97 degrees Fahrenheit. And actually, this prediction has been exceeded in some cities in south of the country. For example, in Seville, where I was earlier this morning, and where the mercury reached the 41 degrees Celsius. I can tell you that it felt suffocating. The air was so hot that it felt so thick, and it even was difficult to breathe. But this situation, it's not exclusive of the Iberian Peninsula, as at least 1,000 of European countries has been today under the same warnings. It is actually the case of our neighbors in France, where the authorities yesterday recorded the hottest day of all the year. They registered the quite unusual temperature of 38 degrees Celsius. Actually, the authorities decided to close the summit of the Eiffel Tower to prevent any tourists from potential risk. And with this situation on the table, Max, many are wondering, when are we going to get any relief from this heat? Well, many weather agencies in Europe are actually predicted that from tomorrow and on, we're going to have a cold mass of air that will be entering from the northwest of the continent and will start to refresh some cities. But actually, it's not clear whether Spain is going to benefit from this cold mass of air, because here in Madrid, in the capital, they are actually predicting that over the last days of this week, we're going to have temperatures above the 30 degrees Celsius max.
Wow. OK, Pau, stay cool. Thank you very much. Now, here, the Princess of Wales are reflecting on what she calls the really difficult aftermath of chemotherapy. Catherine's comments came during a visit to the Wellbeing Garden at Colchester Hospital. She hasn't spoken much about her cancer treatment, but she opened up to patients at the hospital about her personal struggle.
You know, you put on a sort of brave-faced stoicism through treatment. Treatment's done. Yeah. So I can crack on and get back to normal again, but actually that the phase afterwards is really, is a really difficult journey. You're not necessarily in the clinical team any longer, but you're not able to function normally at home as you perhaps once used to. And actually someone to help talk you through that, show you and guide you through that sort of phase that comes after treatment, I think is really valuable.
Well, this is the Princess of Wales's first public appearance since her unexpected withdrawal from Royal Ascot, which was a couple of weeks ago now. Finally, visitors to a beach in Rio de Janeiro were greeted with an unexpected sight. A Magellanic penguin was spotted in the warm waters there, swimming amongst the people, enjoying the water and sun. The penguin is native to Patagonia, a region spanning parts of southern Argentina and Chile, and was likely off course, I think you could say that, from his or her migratory route, which was the usual one. Anyway, I'm Max Foster. That is what we know. Crestmead's Business is up next.
Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
Let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a busy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support. A number of passersby, obviously so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane. Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review that's been in the works for several months, and it wasn't just about Ukraine. It was, again, about all of foreign spending. So we are still trying to learn more details about what exactly this means. This, of course, comes after we saw President Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at his NATO summit in Amsterdam just last week. He raved about the meeting. When it comes to President Trump, we know that he is not always positive about Zelensky, but instead he said that he had a good meeting with him. And he also talked about how Vladimir Putin, Russia's president, has been difficult to deal with. This, of course, goes against some of what we've heard from President Trump and his administration, this pause in this military supply to Ukraine. I did hear from one White House official who wanted to stress that not all support from Ukraine is being pulled. This is just a pause of some weapons that were being sent to the country. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Thanks to Kristen Holmes there reporting from the White House. Meantime, the Trump administration is proclaiming a major victory on cutting costs. The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, was officially moved under the State Department this week. It was already stripped of much of its budget.
Yeah, Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying in a Substack post, the era of government-sanctioned inefficiency has officially come to an end, promising a, quote, foreign funding mission that prioritizes America's national interests. A study in the Lancet Medical Journal predicts the loss of the programs could lead to 14 million additional deaths globally just in the next 5 years. CNN's Anderson Cooper spoke to the agency's former administrator, Samantha Power.
It's important that the facts actually be stated in the context of Rubio's claims. They have cut 80–90% of the life-saving programming going on over.
Granting bail. The U.S. House could hold its final vote on the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. That's as soon as today, and the Eiffel Tower remains closed as Europe swelters. How extreme heat is changing our travel habits. Live from New York, it is Wednesday, July 2nd. I'm Paula Newton in for Richard Quest, and this is Quest Means Business. And good evening. Tonight, a judge will soon look at whether Sean Diddy Combs should be released from jail ahead of his sentencing. Combs was acquitted of the most serious charges against him. Those were the counts of sex trafficking and racketeering and conspiracy. He was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, the music mogul is now facing up to 20 years in prison. In the meantime, his attorneys have asked that he be released on $1 million bond. A hearing on that request is about an hour away from now. Now, an attorney for Cassie Ventura, the main prosecution witness, says Combs is dangerous and should remain behind bars. Ventura testified that Combs had sexually abused her for years. Her lawyer had this to say about the verdict.
Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before the court as a convicted felon of 2 federal crimes. He faces significant incarceration.
CNN legal analyst Michael Moore is with me now. Grateful to have you as we continue to still watch all the drama in the courtroom there here in New York. Can you take us through these verdicts and why he was, in fact, acquitted of the most serious charges, but still 2 guilty verdicts there?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you. I think that if you think about federal court and federal trials, this is not unusual to have a mixed verdict like this. And so basically the jury came back and they said, look, we think that he engaged in this transportation for the purposes of prostitution. We can see that, but we don't think that the sex trafficking and the RICO case, the RICO charges were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And RICO is a tough charge to bring, and federal prosecutors sometimes bring it at their own peril. They really have to prove that this is about a corrupt organization or a criminal enterprise with criminal goals, and that these underlying acts, which are predicate acts or crimes, are in furtherance of some illicit process and gain by the criminal organization. And that's just a tough road to hoe. I mean, that's really that's one of those things that sometimes you overcharge a case because, by definition, federal cases are often complicated because you have to sort of prove the whole interstate nexus and that type of thing. And you end up charging these big multi-level conspiracies or RICO, criminal organization charges. And juries just like a simple case, and they like a simple story. And here it was very clear that you had Mr. Combs engaged in the process of bringing in prostitution participants for these parties that he threw and these assaults, really, these days-long sexual events that went on. But the jury just did not believe that this was behind a criminal organization. And I think that's why you saw the mixed verdict.
We want to get to the defense strategy now. You know, it decided to not call any witnesses at all in this case. Does this really vindicate that strategy?
You know, I don't really think it does. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a convicted felon on 2 counts, and so he certainly wasn't acquitted on every charge. Of course, being a convicted felon doesn't mean what it used to. At least, we've got politicians who are convicted felons, so it just doesn't have the same connotation that it may have had in the past. But I think what the prosecution did is they tried, and they did maybe what what the defense did. Is they tried to keep it very simple, and the prosecution could have learned from that and thought about that as well. And that is, look, we don't need to put up other witnesses. We've scored points on witnesses through our cross-examination, and that'll be sufficient to overcome any arguments that the government has made in the case. So, it's always risky to not put up any information, but here also there were messages and recordings and statements by other people. And there were things out there that sort of told part of the defense story without the need to put up a lot of evidence in their case in chief.
Interesting. The judge, as we were saying, will be back on the bench at the top of the hour. Mr. Combs' freedom, in fact, hangs in the balance. Is there a good case for bail here in your estimation? I do want to point out, we noted, look, the maximum sentence is 20 years, but this is a first-time offense for him. He's not going to get anywhere near that, is he?
No, he's not going to, and he may not be looking at anything more than even a 10-year maximum if the judge decides to run the charges or merge them together. which is something that the court can certainly do. I think there's an argument here to be made for bail. He's been in custody for a period of time. The judge will take note of that. One thing that courts can do and sentencing judges can do is they can consider uncharged conduct. They can consider other conduct that's laid out in the indictment and presented at trial, even though he ultimately wasn't convicted of it. At the end of the day, this is something the court will weigh heavily with, and that is that he's got a pretty clear pattern of some violence, and it's not an allegation when you can see it on a videotape. And we saw where he is on the tape, where he's attacked Ms. Ventura in the hallway of the hotel or whatever. And so that's something that will likely weigh in the judge's mind as he thinks about, well, should I put him out? Federal courts have a lot of discretion here, and federal judges, I think, can put in place certain things like leg monitors, house arrests, these kinds of things that will sort of dictate the behavior of a defendant awaiting sentencing. And he's just likely in this kind of case, because it's a first offense, because of the nature of the charges that the conviction rested upon, he's likely, in fact, to do something like that.
Yeah. Michael, you're on the record as saying that you weren't surprised by these verdicts, but I'll tell you something that did surprise me. You say the evidence didn't really follow the outline that the jurors might have expected in terms of what they may have watched on things like courtroom TV for decades. You're saying that the jury needed kind of a cleaner prosecution here. What do you mean by that?
One of the things that we try to tell younger lawyers is that is when they want to go into a courtroom in front of a jury, they need to keep it simple. And so sometimes when you drag a case out for a number of weeks, or you have to bring in certain information that is not, when I say TV courtroom dramas, like you don't finish the case in 60 minutes, juries can get lost and they get tired of listening to things. Sometimes they get tired of hearing about bank records or phone records or hotel receipts or whatever they may have. And they're expected sort of more fireworks throughout the week or throughout each day. In this case, you have a lot of graphic sex testimony, and certainly some evidence that came in strictly to the jury and the court, and the media didn't see that, but we know that it was, tapes and photographs, this kind of thing. Those are things that might pique the jury's interest somewhat. But people are used to watching TV dramas, and they expect the case to be oftentimes cut and dry. And so since the age of sort of the courtroom television shows, they expect either there's going to be sort of a Matlock moment where suddenly a witness caves on the stand, or there's going to be some piece of evidence that shows up in a CSI crime report. And that's just not always the case. So the cleaner case you do, without trying to overcharge, without trying to go in and make it too complex and talking about this corrupt organization because they bought so much baby oil and this kind of thing. If you just kept the case fairly simple and went in on a charge that you knew you could prove, you would have had an outcome, I think, that certainly would have at least equaled what they got today on a much shorter trial, and likely have exceeded it.
Yeah, there was certainly a lot of drama in the courtroom, but also on display, obviously, as well, the trauma that was caused to the two witnesses that appeared was certainly something that, again, when jurors saw that, they still were able to look at this case, right, and say, yes, guilty of this, but not guilty of that. Michael Moore, we have to leave it now, but as I said at the top of the hour, we'll expect more news from that courtroom. Appreciate it. Now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are working towards a key procedural vote on President Donald Trump's domestic agenda bill. Now, at this hour, House lawmakers are voting on the Senate version of the legislation that includes tax cuts, billions for border security and defense, all while slashing Medicaid health care coverage. The votes are a major test of Mr. Trump's political power in his second term and of the persuasiveness of Speaker Mike Johnson. Democrats and some Republican hardliners have said they plan to stall the bill, spelling disaster for the president's self-imposed July 4th deadline. Andy Grayer, again, with us, who continues to do a lot of really hard duty there as you're trying to follow all the ins and outs. Now, from what I just saw, these negotiations in the House still very tense. And what's interesting to me is that both Republican hardliners and moderates still have significant problems with the Senate version that they're now needing to vote on. I mean, I guess the question is, what's the rush? We talk about the July 4th deadline. Does the Speaker still intent that, yes, I'm going to hit that deadline, that Friday deadline?
the Speaker, the President, Republican leadership are intent that July 4th is the deadline, that they will meet it. But we have hit a standstill in the House. The vote on the floor has been open for hours now as Republicans came in, as all House lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, came back into Washington, D.C. to vote. And as they started doing some of the procedural votes, Republican leadership started hearing more and more from their members that the votes just weren't there to move forward on the bill at this time. So leadership has now left this vote open. Both moderates and right-wing conservatives have been meeting behind closed doors to try and negotiate some semblance of a deal here. And these two groups are opposed to this bill for different reasons. You have moderates who are frustrated with the Senate's bill that makes different cuts and steeper cuts to Medicaid than what they had passed in the House. And then you have right-wing conservatives who don't think that the Senate's version of the bill does enough to cut spending. So both of those groups actually went to the White House earlier today and met with President Trump and his team. And I talked with a lot of those members after those meetings, and they seemed relatively positive. But then when it came time to vote, the votes just were not seeming to be there. So now we are in this holding pattern where there are separate meetings going on. The Speaker is meeting individually with members. The White House has sent some of their team over to meet with people on the Hill. So members are looking at their schedules, trying to figure out what may come next. But we are honestly just waiting to see if there will be a breakthrough and Republicans can get the votes necessary to deliver this to President Trump by his July 4th deadline.
Yeah, fascinating that you heard, some positivity there from members. We'll wait to see. Most people wouldn't bet against this passing, if not by July 4th, then next week. Annie Grayer for us. Appreciate the update. Now, President Trump says he's struck his third major trade deal with just 1 week to go before his blanket tariffs kick back in. Now, in a social media post, Mr. Trump says he's reached an agreement with Vietnam. He says Vietnamese goods sold to the United States will face a 20% tariff in return. He says Vietnam had given the U.S. access to its market with zero tariff. The 90-day pause on the president's sweeping import duties will expire next week, July 9th. Kristen Holmes at the White House watching all of this for us. Still a busy week at the White House. You wouldn't know there's a holiday on Friday. Another deal done. It's likely giving us an indication, right, of what other deals may look like here?
Yeah, although we have seen a lot less in terms of tariffs placed on these various countries for imports coming in. I mean, you noted the 20%. That's actually double what we had seen for other countries. So it's unclear why it was so much higher for Vietnam than it is for other countries. He also said there would be a 40% tariff on what he called transshipping, which is essentially tariffs on goods that go to another country before they come to the United States, but it's unclear how that would work either. I mean, this is kind of the President Trump specialty, right? We see him post about the deal that he made, but then we don't really learn the details in full until a little bit later. But of course, we've reached out about that. Now, you talked a little bit about what the United States was getting in return, and President Trump posting that they will do something that they've never done before, saying giving the United States of America total access to their markets for trade, and they'll be able to sell our product in Vietnam for 0% tariff. So we're still waiting to hear exactly what the terms of the agreement are. The other question is this an actual agreement or is this the framework for an agreement? One of the things that we've seen time and time again has been President Trump kind of announcing a deal, but then we learn it's really just the framework for a deal or the framework to start negotiating on a deal. So waiting to see more details here. But as you noted, this deadline is coming up, the self-imposed July 9th deadline, in which President Trump said that those reciprocal tariffs would go back into effect. And he had said at one point, and his team had said, 90 deals in 90 days. This, as you mentioned, is the third deal, if it is in fact a signed deal with Vietnam. So it's unclear how this is going to look. And President Trump at one point said that he was just going to have his team, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, send letters to countries who didn't make a deal by July 9th, just telling them what their new tariff, their new reciprocal tariff would be. But then he kind of hedged on that last week, saying what he wanted to do was send these letters, but didn't say that that was actually happening the way that we had seen before. So what actually goes into effect on July 9th? That's one of the things we're waiting to see, because we've heard from members of
of his team who say there's just too many countries and it's taking longer to negotiate that with them. And so even asking him the questions of, oh, well, if this negotiation is in progress, does this reciprocal tariff go into effect? They don't seem to have the answers either. So I think this is kind of a wait and see game. Whether or not these next deals look like this Vietnam deal, I really think it's unclear at this point how any of this is going to shake out and how any of this is going to look. But right now we have 3 deals and that deadline is now 7 days away.
You know, it's been interesting. We've been looking at the stock prices of some of the companies, for instance, that rely on, that's just imports from Vietnam. But in general, the stock prices, the markets have really assumed that this is going to be an optimistic outcome. I'm not sure that consumers will feel the same way. You know, this baseline tariff, 20% now for Vietnam, but it's going to be at least 10% for other countries. You know, is the White House saying that this will not add to costs for Americans, or how are they defending it?
Well, a couple of things. One is that President Trump continues to tout the money coming in from these baseline tariffs, saying that he's actually making money for the country. He was talking about this just yesterday, the day before, saying that when he looks at his books, now you're seeing billions of dollars coming from the tariffs. So that's one way that he is defending it. Now, when it comes to the cost on actual everyday Americans, you've heard a couple of things. One of them is that President Trump and the White House essentially blames the companies for raising the cost on the consumers, saying that the companies should be absorbing this cost. They can afford it. They shouldn't be putting it onto the consumer. But obviously, as we know, that they can't always afford it, particularly some of these smaller businesses that might not even be able to raise the price to have people continue to shop there. They might actually shutter their doors because of just how expensive this is going to be. So generally, they seem to ignore that part of this, but they do focus on the fact that the tariffs will make money for the country, as well as saying that these bigger companies, the larger corporations, should be absorbing the cost.
Again, another big week this week at the White House and another one next week. Kristen Holmes covering all of it for us from the White House. Grateful to you. Now, an early summer heat wave scorched Europe for a 3rd straight day. And it's prompting tourists to adjust some of their plans. We will have a report next. Sean Diddy Combs have asked the judge to release him from custody until his sentencing. This comes after the jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but actually acquitted him of the more serious charges. Combs was found not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
And let's go to our Lee Waldman, who's standing by outside the courthouse. And in about 30 minutes' time, Okay, well, we should note All right, let's go to Lee Waldman now. In about 30 minutes' time, the judge should make his decision, or at least get written letters from both the defense and the prosecution on the issue of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs should be allowed to be released from prison on bail. Let's go to Lee.
I'm getting a Biddy signal. They need to hang up.
Technical issues with Lee outside of the courtroom there. It has been a wild morning outside, and we had our Laura Coates. And we had Laura Coates outside, who had been reporting over the last hour just the mayhem that really ensued following this decision. Family members coming out, obviously cheering in support, a number of passersby. Obviously, so much invested in this story, in this case, over the last 7 weeks. We will stay on top of this and obviously bring you any information once this judge ultimately does decide on whether he will allow or won't allow Sean Diddy Combs out on bail.
All right, we're moving on now to some other stories that we are following. Kyiv is calling the Trump administration's decision to pause some weapon shipments inhumane.
Yeah, White House official telling us the decision comes after the Pentagon conducted a review of spending and military support to foreign countries. CNN's Kristen Holmes reports.
The Pentagon is pausing some of the weapon shipments that it was making to Ukraine after it did a review of military spending along with what they were giving in support to foreign countries. Now, these weapons would include air missiles. We're trying to get more information about what else is being paused here. Now, we heard from a White House official, a deputy press secretary, who said that this decision was made to, quote, put America's interests first. So this, of course, is coming at a time where we have seen increased attacks in Ukraine, and we had heard lawmakers discussing giving more weapons to Ukraine. And source telling me that a lot of this was done in a larger picture, that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, signed off on this decision. It was a review.
2 people have now died from the extreme heat, and at least 300 needed treatment from emergency services. Another 2 deaths were reported in northeast Spain as firefighters tackled intense, fast-moving wildfires. CNN's Melissa Bell has more now on the impact of the sweltering temperatures.
All across Europe, scenes like these repeating themselves, people seeking whatever relief they can from the scorching heat. It is yet another very hot day across huge parts of Europe. The big peak of this heat wave appears to have been on Tuesday when records were reached in Spain, one town recording 114 degrees Fahrenheit, 115 in one town in Portugal. Here in Paris, one of the hottest days on record. And the point about these heat waves, beyond the toll, we know that 2 people have died here in France as a result of the heat yesterday. 2 deaths reported in Spain as well due to a wildfire there. Beyond the immediate human toll, the fact that these heat waves are happening so early, there are fears of more wildfires spreading over the course of the summer. And of course, the main point here is that Europe is not adapting fast enough to the climate change that is happening faster here than anywhere else on Earth. The climate is getting hotter in Europe twice as fast as it is anyone else, which has, of course, huge implications, not just for tourism. The Eiffel Tower closed now for the 2nd day in a row. The point is these heat waves are happening summer after summer here in Europe. Temperatures the continent had not been used to when these cities were built, and they need to be re-equipped. Of course, that can't happen quickly enough in many European cities with the death tolls that we're seeing and the difficulty that there is for cities to adapt for what we expect will be another scorching summer here in Europe. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
So sweltering heat is impacting habits and decision-making for travelers this summer. The European Travel Commission found that climate awareness is affecting how 81%, so 4 in every 5 travelers, and how they react to European travel. This includes monitoring weather forecasts more closely and seeking destinations with milder temperatures. Europe, as you just heard Melissa say, is the fastest warming continent. So some locals are avoiding areas prone to extreme summer heat. This year, 18% of Europeans are scheduling their beach holidays during the off-season. Eduardo Santander is the CEO of the European Travel Commission, and he joins me now live from Brussels. Good to have you here as we continue to watch this heat wave, extraordinary heat wave in Europe. I do want to state the obvious here. Tourists make decisions on where they go based on weather. European heat has gotten a lot of attention, of course. How do you see this affecting Europe, not just this year, but in the summers to come?
Right. Thank you for having me. Good evening from Brussels. So undoubtedly, tourism relies on predictable weather patterns. Tourism relies on nature, relies on pleasant weather, clear water, snow, green landscapes, and all this is affected. It's undoubtedly affected by climate change. What we see is that the trend is in the last 2-3 years, this is no news. You know, we had heat waves in 2024, in 2023 too, and even back in 2021, even after the pandemic, then the first summer after the pandemic, there was also a heat wave in Europe. So there is a pattern, a weather pattern, a climate pattern that is remarkably affecting the industry. What we see is that people are planning their holidays not only more in advance, seeking for a better rate, but also not deciding only where, but also when. When, meaning that they are looking for cooler spaces to spend their holidays, destinations that are more adapted to climate change. In that extent, we see a change of behavior happening, but that is not totally reflected in the booking pattern, as we are expecting another record summer in Europe, particularly in the Mediterranean basin, in the classic tourism spots in Europe. However, there is this trend that we see that when people book, they start clicking and looking for alternative destinations in Northern Europe, for instance, Scandinavia, what we call the so-called phenomenon of coolcation, so trying to find cooler weather.
Coolcation, yes, that'll be a word many of us learn, and we just saw some of the increase in some of those Nordic countries as well in terms of destinations. You did, though, also point out that, look, European travel is up, so these destinations still need to adapt to these extreme heat waves. Again, though, so many people I speak to going to Europe can't even be guaranteed that even their hotel will have air conditioning. What is the starting point here for you in terms of what you tell people who are trying to adapt to this new climate?
Well, the first step is to get informed and get informed by official channels. Don't rely on just social media posting and people telling what to do, but rather, to consult with the national tourism organizations and with governmental officials. Because the reality, sometimes heat waves happen just for a few days and then they get forgotten, and the weather is actually normal. It's what had happened actually in the last years. My appeal to all travelers from North America and beyond coming to Europe this summer is to get ready. Also to definitely consult with the forecast days before and avoid the sunny hours in the midday, and of course like always, if they're in case of wildfires, in case of any natural catastrophe, to always follow the official news and obviously all the information and orders that are given by governmental authorities.
Yeah, I think perhaps offering, though, refunds would also help as well, right? I mean, some of these cities, some of the reasons that people just continue to go is because they're not offered those refunds. And so they decide, okay, there's a heat wave, the Eiffel Tower might be closed, but I'm still going to Paris.
I think this is something that we have also to address to the industry as such. We are trying to educate both demand, but also the supply chains. Supply chain has to embrace agility and flexibility as things are getting complicated, and sometimes, as you say, there are angry customers trying to get a refund and they don't want to come, but they come nevertheless. And there has to be, a choice also, to rebook or get refunded, or at least be given an alternative to another destination for that time.
Yeah, it is a very good point. Again, as we've said so many times, the heat is dangerous and can be dangerous. Eduardo Santander, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, Sean Diddy Combs faces a maximum of 20 years in prison after his conviction today. We'll take a look at how Cassie Ventura's 2023 lawsuit led to this moment. We'll have that after the break.
Viewers, let's get straight to the point tonight. What would you call a group of political parties who oppose citizenship for Hindus persecuted in neighboring Islamic countries but support asylum for Rohingya Muslims? What would you call a group of parties who deem Hindu festivals as environmentally unfriendly while ignoring similar concerns over festivals of other communities? What would you call a group of parties that liken Sanatan Dharma to a disease? Would you call them tolerant, inclusive, pluralistic, secular? Viewers, not if the hard facts have anything to do with it. The India Alliance is severely critical of the RSS and the BJP for demanding that the word secular should be expunged from the constitution. But does the same India Alliance practice secularism? That's the baseline question. And if it did practice secularism, would it have a problem with Hindus wanting to protect the sanctity of their religious festivals? Would it link any such efforts by the Hindu community to protect the sanctity of its festivals to religious exceptionalism? The answer is no, viewers. So then why are its leaders liking a proposal by 3 state governments to the bigotry linked to Pahalgam and divisiveness? Sample this from Congress Party's Digvijay Singh and also Samajwadi Party's Hassan, viewers, who are linking the Kavar Yatra, no less, to terrorism of the kind, the religious terrorism of the kind we saw in Pahalgam. Listen to this, viewers. Listen to this.
राज्य सरकार अगर कांवड़ यात्रा के लिए सुविधा प्रदान करती है तो उसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरी बात यह है कि कांवड़ यात्रा के माध्यम से आप एक नफरत का माहौल पैदा करें समाज में, वो उचित नहीं है।
जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो, किसने ये राइट दिया इनको कि ढाबों की चेकिंग करें? ये किसने इनको ये राइट दिया कि लोगों की पैंटें उतरवाएं? क्या इनमें और उन आतंकवादियों में कोई फर्क है जिन्होंने धर्म पूछ के पहलगाम के अंदर गोलियां मारी थी? ये भी एक तरह के आतंकवादी हैं और वो भी आतंकवादी थे।
Viewers, if the India alliance was truly secular, would it flaunt its political alliance with Islamists? Here you can see Congress senior Kerala leader Antony, viewers, embracing the workers of NIA-designated terror group PFI's political arm, the SDPI. There it is, viewers. Congress MP Antony in his constituency. The Congress MP met with these SDPI workers in Kerala. The Congress MP Antony justified meeting them, saying that they were well-wishing constituents, viewers. That's the state of affairs. An act that has led the BJP to accuse India alliance leading like the Congress of practicing namazwad. Listen into this, viewers. Jaishankar.
वो सेक्युलरिज्म के अगेंस्ट हैं, डेमोक्रेसी के अगेंस्ट हैं। ये उनके ही कहे हुए वर्ड्स में आपको सुना रहा हूँ, और ये इस्लामिक गवर्नेंस में मानते हैं। इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम है जमाते इस्लामी। बहुत सालों तक देश के मेन स्ट्रीम राजनीति में और पॉलिटिक्स से बाहर रखा गया था, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने कहा, कांग्रेस के लोग भी इसको एक डेंजरस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मानते थे। लेकिन पहली बार राहुल गांधी के पुराने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी और प्रियंका गांधी के आज के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी वायनाड में जो निलंबूर बाई इलेक्शन हुआ, उसमें पहली बार कांग्रेस ने खुल के फॉर्मली जमाते इस्लामी के सपोर्ट उन्होंने लिया, प्रचार हुआ।
Viewers, why would any secular nationalist political platform invite Medha Patkar and Prakash Raj to Parliament to attend a meeting of a parliamentary standing committee, knowing fully well that these individuals have been apologists for Pakistan's Islamist terrorism? Congress MP was the chair of Parliament Standing Committee on Rural Development, and he invited Medha Patkar and Prakash Raj. Medha Patkar is on record objecting to any diplomatic effort to link Pakistan to Islamist terror. Can you believe it, viewers? She says you should not call Pakistan a terror state. Prakash Raj, the actor turned activist, so-called activist, has vehemently opposed calls for boycotting Pakistan stars who have been selectively silent on Pak-sponsored Islamist terror. He has a problem with that. He wants dialogue with Pakistan. If this wasn't enough, the entire India alliance has shared a platform with a sectarian organization called the Jamaat-e-Sharia in Patna's iconic Gandhi Maidan just a few days ago. And you can see those pictures. Every leader of the India alliance was there. This duplicity at multiple levels expresses the India alliance brand of secularism, one that routinely marginalizes Hindus under the guise of progressive politics, viewers. And it begs us to ask some straight and direct and honest questions. And I want to open this up and go straight across to Nikhil Jain, political analyst, Syed Asad Abbas also, who believes that the India bloc, the India alliance, is upholding the secular character of our constitution. So let me ask you straight off the bat, Mr. Jain, and this is what I've shown you a large number of instances now. So the Congress and the Indie bloc, they swear by the word secular in the preamble. They say any effort to expunge it is communalist. But these examples seem to suggest, and I'm asking you a question, is the India Namazwadi, however, in practice? Straight question.
See, Rahul, first of all, I'm having a little difficulty understanding what really is the question here. But so far as you questioning the credentials of the India bloc and their secularism is concerned, first and foremost, let me point it out to your viewers that BJP is a party in whose constitution, in the preamble of their constitution, they also have the word secular and socialist. Sanju is sitting here, she can very well pull it out. So far as the word secular and socialist in being included in the constitution by the is concerned, Supreme Court has given a catena of judgments saying that this is not in sync with the constitution, and the principles of secularism and socialism are part of the basic structure. I'm not having a legal debate,
sir. You're hardly qualified to have a legal debate. So I'm asking you, Mr. Jain, very seriously and very straightforwardly. One second. I'm asking you, why does why does the Congress selectively attack Hindu festivals? I'm asking you a question. Simple, please. Why does the India Alliance... Okay, fine, sir, fair enough. You are a very learned constitutional lawyer. Okay, I rest my case. But let me ask you the pertinent questions tonight. I'm not getting into a larger philosophical debate that should be held actually by a constitutional bench of India. I'm sure they'll go into it, sir. But I'm asking you a simple, not a constitutional bench. Not a constitutional bench. But let me just come back to you, please. Let me just ask you the most specific question. I was very specific in my question. And I'm going to interrupt if I don't get specific responses because I value the time of the viewer. I don't want the viewer to be sitting there and spun around in their seat. So I'm asking you once again, sir, simply this. You heard Mr. Hassan, you heard Digvijay Singh. You said that you have a problem when the Kanwar Yatra is used for political purposes. I don't know what you mean by that. But tell me something. One second. No, obviously everyone would. Then tell me one thing. Why do you use Eid for political purposes, hosting Eid Milans, hosting iftar parties, giving them... One second. What is that?
That is precisely the difference, Rahul.
Precisely the difference, is it?
You've hit it on the head. You've hit it on the head.
I've hit it on the head.
Congress party and opposition parties hold Eid parties, iftar parties to bring communities together. What the BJP does is it uses Hindu festivals to create rift between the communities to target Muslims.
Let me tell you, viewers, do they hold Ram Navami parties? No, they don't hold Ram Navami parties. You'll never hear them. You'll never hear them holding Ram Navami parties, viewers. But yes, iftar parties we must hold because we are bringing communities together. Okay, second question.
No.
Fair enough. You're saying that you do it for... Okay, so you do it for...
What do they do?
Sir, you do it for...
Okay,
one second, Mr. Jain. Just a minute. So you do it to bring communities together in exception. You only celebrate the festivals of one community in the exception because you believe that they become... Sorry?
Rahul, hold on. Diwali party nahi hota hai kya? Have you not been to a Diwali party held by a politician? I'm sure you've been.
I've never been.
I've
never been.
I don't know why. Rahul, you are a very senior anchor.
But I've never been.
I don't know why you have not been invited to
one.
Sir, but politicians...
The same reasons why... Because maybe I'll ask a couple of very tough questions. Anyhow, my point is this, and it's a very straightforward point. It's a very straightforward... Sir,
but then the BJP should be inviting you to the Diwali parties.
Sir, name me one. Name me one, Mr. Jain. I'm not the subject matter of the debate here. Okay, you want to make me? I'm very happy. Which just tells me that you don't have a response for my straightforward question.
I have.
And let me then ask you the question again. Maybe you didn't hear it. Since you said you couldn't understand it, let me try to bring it back and make it more comprehensible for you. So let me take responsibility for not making it comprehensible for you. So now let me make it comprehensible for you, Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, a very simple question. And I want to ask you this. The India Alliance has leaders who compare Sanatan Dharma to an epidemic and a disease. This is on record. The Supreme Court has also taken note of it. Show me one leader from the, show me one leader from the India Alliance that has used the same words, and I don't want to repeat them, Don't force me to repeat them. About any other faith. Show me one.
Rahul, first of all, I condemn any statement made against any religion by any politician, whether it is some leader in the India Alliance making a statement against a particular faith, or whether it is a leader in the BJP party, which calls Hindu Dharam and Muslim Dharam both problematic names. I'll find you the name of the leader. I'm not remembering right now. Give me 10 minutes. I'll find you the name of the BJP leader who said things in the past which were very problematic about the Hindu faith, and the kind of things that they keep on saying about Sikhs and Muslims, with them being Khalistanis and terrorists, this and that is an everyday occurrence. I think all of your viewers as well know.
Just a second.
Let me answer you on the Digvijay Singh statement.
No, I'm asking you. In your alliance, you have partners who say nasty things about and I'm not just talking about DMK. I'm talking about the RJD also. What they've said about Ramcharitmanas. You have the Samajwadi Party leaders who've said nasty things about expunging tracks of the Ramcharitmanas. But no one has ever talked about tracks from
Rahul,
other holy books. No, I'm asking you, sir. This is selectiveness,
Rahul,
or is this inclusivity?
No, I'll tell you what it is.
Is this upholding secularism?
Hold on. Hinduism is a different faith from the Abrahamic faith.
Oh,
there is no single one
so you should abuse
holy book like a Quran or a Bible. No, not
so you
at
should
all
abuse
the point.
it.
No.
So you should call it dirty names.
No.
You should partner with people who want to, who want to micturate. No, 1 second, who want to micturate. No, 1 second. On Hindu idols, it's okay.
Flexible.
No, so you will defend people. No, you will defend people who micturate, who say that they want to micturate. Please understand what I'm saying on Hindu idols. That's okay.
See, that is not at all okay. Anybody who said that.
Well, then why are those people still your allies?
Why are similar people still in the BJP party?
Okay,
Sanju would have to answer on that.
This is where the whataboutery begins. Why are they there? As if that justifies two wrongs don't make a right. And this is the problem with the Congress party. 1 second, now you answered my question. You answered 4 questions. No, you don't answer a question honestly. You start talking about the BJP, you start talking about the anchor, you start talking about everything else except for taking responsibility for members of your alliance. Why are they sharing a stage with people who advocate Sharia in this country? Imarat-e-Sharia. What does that mean, viewers? They share a stage. Is that secular? Is that secular?
Imarat-e-Sharia does not advocate Sharia law in the
Oh,
country.
I see. Have you read their constitution? Have you read their constitution? Okay, if you did, sir, then you know the first paragraph of their constitution. What does Imarat-e-Sharia mean? What does the word mean?
I am not a Persian scholar.
Oh, you're not a Persian scholar. You see, viewers, this is a problem. Lashkar-e-Toiba, don't associate religion with terror. Then you ask them, what does Lashkar-e-Toiba mean? And they say, we don't understand Persian. It's not even Persian, by the way. Anyhow, let me just open this up. Sanju Verma needs to come in here. Sanju Verma, they are accusing you of basically using this Kavar Yatra to polarize Hindu society. And they are saying that you are doing these checks on individuals who hold or operate or own stalls near the Kavar Yatra route because you want to create only a Hindu corridor. You don't want anyone else to sell food, items, etc., who are from other faiths to the Kavar Yatris. And this, they claim, is a form of religious apartheid. So could you respond to this gentleman?
First and foremost, it's very, you can only be on the wrong side of Rahul Shivshankar at your own risk. So let me come straight to the point. That was on a lighter note, because I think Nikhil Jain was making 0 sense and Rahul took him to the shredding machine. I have a simple point to make, without only, not focusing on the Kavar Yatra. The larger thing is this. This entire secular or pseudo-secular brigade from the Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the RJD, I fail to understand why is it that Sara ka Sara bhashan on what Hindus should do, whether loudspeaker should be played during Kavar Yatra procession, yes or no, Shivji ka abhishek ho, to doodh Shivling par, abhishek hona chahiye ya nahi. Why is it that Hindus are always given bhashan? Why this moral grandstanding by parties? Recently Devendra Fadnavis has now said no loudspeaker, no azan from loudspeaker, no namaz from loudspeaker. There is a loudspeaker app. If you want to play azan, namaz, use the loudspeaker app, but not blaring it from microphones so that you disturb others at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
Be it as it may, my limited point is this, Rahul. If you notice, there is a very important judgment which is related to the topic you're discussing. 29th May 2025, the Karnataka High Court stayed the Siddaramaiah government's decision to withdraw 43 criminal cases against people belonging to Anjuman-e-Islami who were responsible for the Hubballi riots. The Karnataka High Court, in that stinging judgment of 29th May 2025, barely a few weeks back, also said it is looking to deliberate upon another case related to the PFI, where 175 cases and 1,600 people were allowed to go scot-free by Siddaramaiah within 3 weeks of taking oath. And the Karnataka High Court said, be it Hassan, be it Shivamoga, be it Mysuru, be it, any other place. Why is it that lawlessness is being upheld by the current Congress dispensation?
Okay.
Siddaramaiah had no answers. And Nikhil, I want to touch upon this entire pseudo-secular thing without being verbose. 1.5 years back, the Supreme Court put a stay on Siddaramaiah's decision to classify the entire 12.97% Muslim population of Karnataka as OBCs. 12.97% Muslims means 89 lakh Muslims in Karnataka were suo motu declared OBCs by Siddaramaiah. No less than the Supreme Court had to intervene. You withdraw cases against Anjuman-e-Islami and PFI, the Karnataka High Court has to step in. My limited point is the judiciary has to step in because under the garb of secularism, Hindu phobia is being upheld with brazen impunity.
That's the point that she's making. That's the point. She's saying that you take the cover of secularism, but you actually promote Hindu phobia. Some others in Sanju Verma's party call this Namazwad. And I have to ask you, and let me bring in Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Mr. Mitra, how applicable is this term Namazwad to the India alliance, or is it a deliberate coinage by the BJP to try and rally its vote bank, its predominantly Hindu vote bank, by obviously labeling a political party as being favorable to the minority community, in this case, the Muslim community?
So, Rahul, the problem here is, why is it every time the BJP levels the Namazwad accusation at the opposition, it always seems to stick? See, the problem here is, if they were truly secular and things like that, then it wouldn't stick. Now, nobody would believe it. Why is it become potent? There is clearly no smoke without fire. Let's take this particular case itself, where the Kanwariya Yatra is being compared. Do you know the kind of purity rules that Kanwariyas have to observe even amongst themselves? There is all kinds of purity rituals. You forget about, Muslim shops and Muslim names and things like that. Even with their own family and things like that, they're not allowed to maintain any contact. This is like the Sabarimala pilgrimage that happens in the south. You're not allowed to have sexual relations. You're not allowed to shave your beard. You're not allowed to eat onion, garlic and things like that. You have to walk barefoot if you're a true believer and things like that. There are very strict rules to be followed out here. Now, it is entirely up to them. Are you going to say that you can't put halal certification on a restaurant? You're not allowed to put it. Because technically, what is sauce for the goose should be sauce for the gander. So a Kanwar has every right to decide, just like a Muslim family has every right to decide if they want to eat halal or not. But according to them, putting halal certification is perfectly secular, but apparently demanding the same for Kanwariyas is not. Why not? Generally, with all public events, you are meant to have catering anything really. It is tailor-made to that particular event, especially when it is an economic generator like the Kanwariya Yatra is. So what do? Now, I would totally understand this if they applied the same rules. The problem is, that it is always different rules for different people. Today something is secular, tomorrow this is like, you know, the Bal Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena. As long as they were with the BJP, they were very secular, very unsecular, very communal, rioters, whatnot. Suddenly they go with the Congress and you have no less than the New York Times saying that they're a secularist party. Do you read that obnoxious op-ed which labeled them a secularist party?
Yes.
This after they were screaming about them for the Bombay riots, even made a movie, Mani Ratnam even made a movie about it called Bombay and things like that with Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala and whatnot.
No, and they still come out and say that we are very proud of bringing down the Babri masjids.
They are.
And they say it. But the Congress has no problem fighting elections with them, aligning with them.
Now the Congress, we need to understand, has a shrinking vote base. All it is aligned to is basically 2-3 small communities, and there is intense competition between all of them, the Samajwadi Party, the RJD and the Congress, for the exact same voter demographic. Therefore, they are out competing each other to go well ahead. To this date, Rahul Gandhi has not, he has something to say about everything. Show me one place where he has personally come out and said anything about Udayanidhi Stalin wanting to exterminate Hindutva, Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma. He didn't even say Hindutva or whatever. He said Sanatana Dharma. Show me where Rahul Gandhi has come out and said anything against Udayanidhi Stalin.
No, not.
Nothing. But for them, I will ask Nikhil Jain and Mr. Abbas, was what Udayanidhi Stalin said legit? And why is Rahul Gandhi not speaking up about it? Simple question.
Especially when the Supreme Court has even called upon the state government to go ahead and file cases against those that insult the Hindu faith, and in the context of this one. But before Mr. Jain answers that question, let me just bring in Mr. Abbas on a more fundamental question that has been raised now by both the BJP national spokesperson and Mr. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, and I raised it in my introduction. And that question is, what is the problem with Hindus wanting to protect the sanctity of their religious festivals? So, if they are demanding that they want a corridor where they are served kosher food made by Hindus, for Hindus, especially because there are so many restrictions about complete kosherness of what they eat, etc., etc., why is it so much to ask? When you have halal certification in this country, then no one asks. When halal certificates are only given to those who employ Muslims to package the food. There is that degree of so-called religious apartheid built into the halal certification business. But here, it becomes a weapon. So, Mr. Abbas, do Hindus have a right to protect the religious, the sanctity of their religious festivals, yes or no? If they don't, the argument ends, the debate is over.
Firstly, Rahul Sahab, my Hindu brothers, be it Kavadi Yatra or taking their rallies, procession, they have all rights and reservations to practice accordingly and the way they wish to, and we must all celebrate and stand with them on this purpose. Also, as a matter of fact, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, my dear friend, raised a very important question with respect to Udayanidhi Stalin. I believe it is sacrosanct upon every Indian belonging to this beautiful country to unequivocally, unconditionally condemn his statement. My best friend happens to be a Hindu, and today, if I do not raise my voice against his statement, he will question me. The fact of the matter, Rahul Sahab, I've always believed, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, समझो अपनी शान को, मजहब की दीवारों में ना बांटो हिंदुस्तान को, ना मैं हिंदू बनूं, ना तुम मुसलमान बनो, मैं भी इंसान बनूं, तुम भी इंसान बनो. Be it Rahul Gandhi or be it any leader of the India Alliance or any political party must and should raise their voice when something so condemnable has been spoken. Now the next point, you mentioned precisely about Kavadi Yatra.
No, so just 1 minute, just stop there. Just stop there. If you believe this to be true, if you believe that Rahul Gandhi should raise his voice and tick off Udayanidhi Stalin, can I ask you, why hasn't he done it? Secondly, why hasn't he ever ticked off the Thackeray's when they have praised Veer Savarkar, the man Rahul Gandhi has gone on record to say was the greatest communalist, the divider-in-chief of India, and most importantly, the Hindu Jinnah? Why do you think he has not done this?
I think I truly believe that Udayanidhi's statement was a paradigm shift of what they call Nafrat Ka Bazaar. That is exactly what he spoke. Therefore, Rahul Gandhi must and should have opened his Mohabbat ki dukaan.
No, but one second.
One
second. Mr. Abbas, you made a very intelligent point, and I respect your point. I respect the fact that at least you have risen above party lines. Mr. Jain hasn't shown that alacrity, but you have. You have said that this is highly condemnable. And Rahul Gandhi should have condemned it. These are your words, not mine. So why do you think a person who believes in the letter of the preamble, which is secular, whose grandmother inserted it under the cloak of emergency, hasn't come out and told his partner in no uncertain terms, in public, we do not accept this statement, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin, apologize. Why hasn't he done this?
In fact, Rahul Sahab, you and all my friends of the panel will appreciate pragmatic politics. To keep the India alliance in order, there is pragmatism and its play.
So, to keep your vote bank, your prospects alive.
Not vote bank.
Okay.
Alliance.
So to keep your prospects alive, you will go to any extent. Then why do you blame the BJP?
Nobody is blaming the BJP. I'm blaming
No,
Rahul
because
Gandhi.
they are. Digvijay Singh and company are. So you have now accepted that this is pragmatic.
It is.
Pragmatic.
It is pragmatic
to
politics.
be silent, viewers, when somebody goes out there. Okay, one second. It is pragmatic to be silent. Then, viewers, why do they expect Modi to speak up on this issue and that issue? Why do they expect Amit Shah to speak up on this issue and that issue? They are also maintaining a Sphinx-like pragmatic silence, it could be said tomorrow, by the BJP. So why? Big deal. Hold no one to account for hate speeches. Everyone is doing it out of a evolved sense of pragmatism. Sanju Verma, it is pragmatism.
Rahul Sahab,
you are not pragmatic. They are so pragmatic.
Mr. Abbas, I did not interject you even once. Rahul, do you remember the date? 23rd September. The year was 2017. Within a few months of demitting office as the Vice President of India, Hamid Ansari shared the stage with PFI and said, Muslims are marginalized, they are treated as third-class citizens in India, they don't have a voice. And the entire pseudo-secular brigade was applauding from the fringes. This after a man who got the opportunity to serve as the 12th vice president for 10 long years from 2007 to 2017. Be that as it may, I want to focus on one very interesting thing, taking off from what Abhijit Iyer Mitra said. He made a very interesting point on halal. Tell me a thing, Rahul. Today, the halal economy is worth $2.7 trillion, more than Italy's GDP, which is $2.3 trillion. And India alone has a halal market of $778 million. You have halal meat, halal lipsticks, halal powder, halal tea, halal coffee, halal cement, halal iron and steel. Yes. Can you imagine? और उसके बावजूद ये सारे के सारे सेक्युलरिटी यहाँ बैठकर बीजेपी को 24/7 भाषण देते हैं. If I say I don't want to have halal meat, I want jhatka meat, they will say Sanju Verma is communal. Now, in other words, to the final point, Rahul, my final point. There is this famous Indira Sawhney versus the Union of India judgment of 1992, where the Supreme Court said in no uncertain terms, reservation on the grounds of religion is not acceptable nor desirable in a country like India. What do you see Karnataka government doing? What do you see Revant Reddy doing? They are giving reservation on the grounds of religion and doing it with brazen impunity.
I think tonight you have to give 100 out of 100 to Mr. Abbas for coming clean. He said this is all pragmatism. And Iyer Mitra, I think today, you have been able to extract the fundamental here. And the fundamental is this, that you see, viewers, when Salman Khurshid's relative calls for vote jihad and the Congress keeps absolutely silent, it is out of pragmatism. Long live the India alliance so we can come back and win election after election. When there are demands to dismantle Hinduism, dismantle, viewers, these are words that have been used by those that support the Congress party, then the silence is also very pragmatic, because why not have people try to eliminate this faith? Then there's a free run for all of us. So when viewers very, very clearly you have a situation where only one faith is allowed to demand that there should be sanctity for their religious festivals, it is okay. When the other demands, you should go after them and say that you're weaponizing your faith, and you must expect everyone to accept it because you're being so pragmatic. Shocking, viewers. It is absolutely shocking.
Rahul, that is not the point anybody made.
But Mr. Abbas made that point. He made that point.
No, he did not make that point.
Oh, come on. I'm ending this debate. I'm done with this debate. We've had some closure here. We've had some acceptance. And that explains so much. Let's move on, viewers. Let's move on, because there is another very big story. And this is a story, viewers, that must be told. There has been too much of a shroud of silence which needs to be pierced. Now, viewers, Rahul Gandhi holds up the Constitution of India. But his party and his political allies desecrate it under his very nose. This video is evidence. It depicts a shopkeeper being thrashed by Raj Thackeray's MNS workers. Why? Because, viewers, he is a Hindi speaker who hasn't learnt Marathi. Each slap is an assault on the idea of a plural, tolerant, one India. One would have thought that the India Alliance would have condemned this attack, but it hasn't. It is silent. Watch the remorseless intimidation for yourself. We have had to bleep out some aspects of this audio because it is absolutely gutter conversation, viewers. But listen.
क्यों मराठी बोलने का मतलब ये क्या होता है क्यों मराठी कौन से राज्य महाराष्ट्र में ना इतना मालूम है ना महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषा बोली जाती है सब भाषा शिक्षिका करके क्या बोले क्यों मराठी बोलने का मतलब ये क्या होता है क्यों मराठी कौन से राज्य महाराष्ट्र में ना इतना मालूम है ना महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषा बोली जाती है सब भाषा
महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषा बोली जाती है? The shopkeeper says सब भाषा बोली जाती है, and this is what they do to him, viewers. This is just an edited clip. This isn't, of course, the first time. This language intolerance is spiking, it's peaking, and a failed politician gasping for relevance, desperately aligning with his once estranged cousin, is leading the anti-Hindi hate brigade. In April 2025, just a couple of months back, security guard from Bihar was beaten up in Powai. What was the action? 3 MNS members were booked. March 2025, supermarket employees slapped in Warsaw because he couldn't speak Marathi. Action still awaited. December 2023, shops damaged over non-Marathi signage. 9 MNS workers were arrested in Pune. The irony is that Hindi speakers are the biggest minority in Maharashtra, and therefore, viewers, it stands to reason that there are other languages that are spoken in Maharashtra, and I'll even give you the breakup. 18 lakh from Uttar Pradesh live in Maharashtra, 6.3 lakhs from Gujarat. Karnataka also has a sizable representation. Rajasthan slightly lesser. Bihar. Rajasthan, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh make up nearly 25 lakh Hindi speakers, which is around 13% of the population according to the 2011 census. And I'll show you that graph also. That number has risen astronomically over the years because the last census, viewers, as you know, was in 2011, more than a decade ago. Marathi speakers are almost 69% according to the census data. Hindi speakers are almost 13%. Urdu speakers are 6.5%. And the rest follow. In fact, as opportunities have grown with a burgeoning economy, Marathi speakers are also migrating in droves to other parts of the country. India is a melting pot where ordinarily identity is not a disqualifier. So viewers, in Karnataka there are about 20 lakh people from Maharashtra. In Madhya Pradesh about 12. Gujarat has 9. Andhra has almost 7. Goa has 1.5 lakhs. Chhattisgarh has again just short and shy of a lakh and 1.5 lakhs. Delhi has a small percentage. Pretty much every state in the Indian Union. But under India Alliance, Incidentally, one of the I's in the abbreviation stands for inclusive. Identity is becoming a curse, viewers, especially if you are from the Hindi belt. Whether it's in Tamil Nadu, whether it's in Karnataka, whether it is now increasingly in Maharashtra, and this raises questions. Is the India alliance just another mask for majoritarian bullying? Let's open this up, viewers. Let's ask some straight off the bat questions. And the first person I really want to speak to, and let's get a sense really, is the shopkeeper who's going to be joining us. And he's there on our screens. Namaste भैया, आपका वीडियो हमने देखा. आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? भैया आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही सर.
आ रही है. तो हमने आपका वीडियो देखा, आपके साथ जो हुआ बहुत दर्दनाक है. मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि क्या आपने कुछ उनको उल्टा बोला, कुछ गलत बोला कि उन्होंने आपको इतने थप्पड़ मारे? कुछ आपने प्रोवोक किया उनको? क्या हुआ वहां?
नहीं सर, हमने कुछ उल्टा नहीं बोला. हमने तो है ना, एक्चुअली उन्होंने 3 ही सवाल पूछे मेरे को. उन्होंने बोला कि आपकी दुकान महाराष्ट्र में कहाँ है? तो मैंने बोला महाराष्ट्र नहीं. उन्होंने बोला कि आपकी दुकान कौन से स्टेट में है? मैंने बोला ये काम को हमारी दुकान महाराष्ट्र में है. तो उन्होंने उसके बाद में बोला एक काम करो, महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषा बोली जाती है? तो मैंने से बोला कि एक काम करो, महाराष्ट्र में सभी प्रकार की भाषाएं बोली जाती है. तो उसके बाद में है ना, इतना बोलने के बाद में वो लोग है ना 3-4 जन है ना सीधा है ना मारने ही लग गए.
तो आपने क्या किया उसके बाद?
उसके बाद में हमने है ना 12 घंटे के बाद में काशीमेरा पुलिस चौकी में जाके कहने का मतलब FIR करवाया.
हाँ, तो पुलिस वालों ने रजिस्टर किया केस?
हाँ, पुलिस वालों ने FIR दर्ज कर लिया है और उसके बाद में उनको बुला के भी लाया है
इन लोगों
और एक बार सुबह लाया था और वापस शाम को उनको छोड़ दिया है.
छोड़ दिया.
दूसरा भी कल के भी हमारा भी हम मेरा भाईंदर के व्यापारी और जितने भी व्यापारी है तो वो सब हम लोग है ना कल मिलके CP साहब को है ना जो भी हमारा आग्रह करेंगे उनको मिलने के लिए रैली का थोड़ा प्रोग्राम रखा है. तो कल सब हमारे जितने भी मेरा भाईंदर के व्यापारी मेरा भाईंदर बंद रखे और हमारे को जो भी है ना न्याय दिलाने की गुहार लगाएंगे.
चौधरी साहब, थैंक यू, हमारे से आप जुड़े. आपने अपनी परिस्थिति हमारे को बताई. थैंक यू वेरी मच. आपने हमें ये भी बताया कि कल आप एक पिटीशन लेके जाएंगे और थोड़ा सिक्योरिटी डिमांड करेंगे. थैंक यू. नमस्ते. आप हाँ जी,
आगे जाके हमारा जो धंधा है मिठाई स्वीट का धंधा है. हाँ. और ऐसे हम लोग है ना 20-25 साल से मेरा रोड में हमारा 2-3 मिठाई का स्वीट के नाम से शॉप है और हमको अभी है ना खतरा लग रहा है. दिन में ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी हमको ये धंधा करने नहीं देंगे और हमारे ऐसे दिल में है ना ऐसा अहम बैठ गया है कि एक हमारे को ऊपर खतरा है. इसलिए हम फुल CP साहब को जाके आग्रह करेंगे कि हम व्यापारी है, हम लोग सीधे साधे प्रवासी है, हम बिजनेस करते हैं और हमको आप है ना जो भी है ना कानून न्याय दिलावे और हमारे है ना आगे भी ऐसा नहीं होवे. आज मेरे साथ में कल दूसरे के साथ में नहीं होवे और इसके लिए हम प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए. और जो हमारे साथ गलत हुआ तो उनको है ना हमको न्याय दिलाने की गुहार करेंगे.
ठीक है, थैंक यू. आप हमारे से जुड़े. हम आपका केस भी आगे ले जाएंगे. हम भी पुलिस पर प्रेशर दबाएंगे कि आप लोगों को सिक्योरिटी जाए. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू. आप हमारे से जुड़े. थैंक यू वेरी मच. अपना ख्याल रखिएगा. Viewers, let me open this up. Let me ask a few direct questions now. And we have CS Jha, leader of the Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray branch. Now, Mr. Jha, is the MNS a party of goons, communalists, people who want to get rid of outsiders from Maharashtra? They are repeat offenders. Would you say that they are the most intolerant party right now in the country?
The intolerance to a party was previously connected with the BJP and now it is connected to us. So we don't seem that it is an intolerance. But eventually, I would like to say something because in a region, the basis of the language is the local language. And if you stay in that region or a state, the local language stands in a front foot than any other language. And if you are staying in a state for 10, 12 years, 15 years or 20 years, you should learn the language because local administration, even the villagers work on that language. So that language is your first priority rather than going on for national language.
One second. CS Jha, 1 second. CS Jha, 1 second. 1 second. Let me ask you a specific question here. You say that Hindi should not be imposed, right? But you are the first people. 1 second, 1 second. You're saying Hindi should not be imposed, right? That's why you celebrated the fact that the order that was passed by the Maharashtra government was withdrawn, right? Yes or no?
See,
yes or no?
Language.
Yes or no? No, the reason I'm asking this question, viewers, because CS Jha is not going to answer this because he knows what's coming. But they want to impose Marathi.
Rahul, when will you ask Sanju the right question?
One second. Hindi, 1 second, Mr. Jain. Why are you jumping? Why are you jumping? Why are you jumping in the middle? Am I asking you a question? I'm going to lower your fader. I'm counting till 3. 1, 2, 3. Please, I'll come to you. I'm asking Mr. Jha. He's old enough. He can answer for himself. He doesn't need your crutch. He doesn't need your help. Okay, I'm asking him a question. He's the one who's saying that if people are living in Maharashtra, they must definitely be able to speak Marathi. That is what he's saying.
Yes, naturally.
Naturally. Now, the question is, so you are saying that Marathi can be imposed, but Hindi cannot be imposed. Right?
See, it is not the question of imposition.
Secondly, viewers, it is clearly, you have to learn the language where you are living.
Because if
now,
the administration
1 second, viewers,
works,
this is a bizarre conflation. Let me open this up. Okay, we'll go with this premise, sir. I am not tearing anyone's hair out of their heads. So let's go with this premise. So let me just bring in 1 second.
That's a cruel
One
joke
second,
with two
1 second.
bodies
Let
on
me
the
just
panel.
bring in Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, he says that if you're living in Maharashtra, you have to learn this language, come what may. Beyond a reasonable point in time, you have to learn this language. Otherwise, sorry, wrap up and probably go.
So then let's extend this to religion as well, right? What prevents you from extending it to religion? There are the fringes of Maharashtra which speak different dialects and things. So should you also speak those dialects? So Marathis shouldn't have the same tomorrow. Since the Congress, basically all India allies, the Congress government in Karnataka has been saying Kannada first, beating down any signs in Hindi and things like that.
No, that's a very good point. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, there's a whole clash over Pahalgam district. We all know. That is part of Karnataka.
Belgavi, Belgaum, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, Belgavi, right. Pahalgam, whatever you want to call it. Now, why doesn't the Congress, if it is so worried about language supremacy, Hindi, this, that, the other, the native language should be preserved, then why doesn't the Karnataka government give up its claim over Belgavi? Give it back to Maharashtra?
They should give it back to Maharashtra. And the very surprising thing is, the Shiv Sena, UBT and Raj Thackeray are not asking for it back as vociferously as they are, as their thugs are going around enforcing this. If only we saw half the enthusiasm for them to get back Belgavi that we see from these thugs going and slapping this poor man. Udhar kuch nahi karenge. Why? Because it is a Congress government out there. The moment the government changes, you'll see there is a big change in attitude also.
Shocking.
So, we are just continuing from the last debate to quote the previous, the panelist in the previous panel. This is all pragmatism, quote unquote.
Yeah, pragmatism.
You kare to pragmatism, aap kare to communalism.
Can I come in?
Yeah. 1 second. Mr. Jain will then get very worried that I'm asking you the question.
The last billing to BJP.
But let me ask you, since he said, no, I'm going to ask you, Sanju Verma, because I know what he's saying. Hum to power mein nahi hai. We wield power behind the throne without responsibility. So kahin power mein nahi hai, but that's a different matter. The point is, Sanju Verma, you're in power. Why is this happening? They will say, under your state, I must shred you to bits because you have prevented the MNS from, you have not prevented the MNS from slapping people.
So is this question for me now?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought Nikhil Jain will do the honors.
No.
First.
I'm asking you in his voice, in his booming voice. Yeah.
Okay. So, Rahul, let's get the facts straight up here. The Raghunath Mashelkar Committee on the 18th of September 2020, when Uddhav Thackeray was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, submitted a draft resolution proposal saying that Hindi should be made mandatory from class 1 to class 12. Mind you, from class 1 to class 12. Yeah. On the 16th of October 2020, when Uddhav Thackeray was still very much the Chief Minister, he adopted the Mashelkar Committee recommendation and a government resolution GR was passed. Hindi in Maharashtra is mandatory from class 1 to class 12. On the 16th of April 2025, the Fadnavis government passed a GR. All it said was that Hindi will be a third language from class 1 to class 5 only. Hindi will be the third language from class 1 to class 5 only as per the GR of 16th April 2025. Now that GR has been revoked, the Fadnavis government 48 hours back appointed a committee under Narendra Jadhav, a former member of the Planning Commission, a former Vice Chancellor of one of the most reputed universities in India, to formulate a language policy. But this is for Raj Thackeray. I've tweeted about it, and Maharashtrata Raj Thackeray यांचा एकही आमदार नाही. राज ठाकरे यानी महाराष्ट्राचा राजकीय प्रासंगिकता गमावली आहे. आपण गुंडागिरीला पाठिंबा देऊ नये. What does this mean? Raj Thackeray does not even have one MLA in the Maharashtra Assembly. Yeah. Raj Thackeray has lost his political relevance. Let's not condone Gundaism. मैं तो पंजाबी भी कह सकती हैं. I can speak English. मुझे ओडिया भी आसुची. ओडिया कहबा जानिची. I can speak many languages. I'm a polyglot. I speak Bengali, speak Odia, speak Hindi, speak Gujarati. It is because, there is that burning desire. Why shouldn't I learn more languages to connect with people? Why make this into a parochial issue of you versus us? But my final point is this, and I would like to read a tweet by Milind Deora. I think he captures this very effectively, where he says, he's posted this. The UBT-backed Mashelkar Committee recommended making Hindi compulsory from standard 1 to 12. In Worli, it's Kencho. In government, it's Hindi. But Marathi and the Marathi Manus matter to them only in opposition. Double standards and how? Matlab, Worli, because you have a Gujarati population, Aditya Thackeray will go there. He's an MLA from Worli. He'll say, Kencho, bhai.
So basically, what are we setting up?
हमको तो गुजराती पसंद नहीं है, हमें हिंदी पसंद नहीं है, हमको सिर्फ मराठी चाहिए. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites.
What are we setting up to do, viewers? By the logic of Mr. Jha, if you have to live in a place, you have to learn the language naturally, he says. So the people, the Marathi people who are living in Tamil Nadu must learn Tamil tomorrow. That could be the rationale. And if they don't, they can get out. So that means that 0.25 lakh, 27 lakh Marathis will have to return from Tamil Nadu. Goa 1.59 will have to return. Andhra Pradesh 6.75 because they can't speak Telugu. Gujarat, well, maybe there is some contiguity there. Maybe they do by default speak, but they will also have to return if they don't speak and write in Gujarati. And especially Hindi, you'll have to return from a large number of places in huge numbers. Meghalaya, you'll have to come back if you can't speak the local language there. That's the basic thing. But Mr. Jain, I have to ask you a question. I'm not going to ask you anything about law, order. You're not obviously in government there. One about the hypocrisy. That when you were in power, you were willing to go along with the Mashelkar Committee recommendations. I was going to come to that for you, but since I have been prefaced, I'll keep that question, retain it. And the other question is, you're going to Bihar and you want to be the party in power there and you think you're going to win the India bloc. Are you going to say that we slapped around people from the north because they speak Hindi there in Maharashtra? Is that what you're going to do in that? What name are you going to, with what face are you going to ask them for their vote, these Hindi speakers?
Rahul, I don't understand what is it that you're trying to impute with this debate. MNS is a fringe party. I think Sanju and I would have
hang on.
agreement on that.
Are you
MNS
sure that they're not tying up with UBT?
Are they?
They are sharing the stage. They put out an advertisement in all the newspapers
Are
that
they
in the
tying
next
up
few
with the
days,
Congress party?
in
Are
the
they
next few
tying up
days,
with the Congress party?
if they tie
Are
up
they
with the
tying up with
UBT,
the
I'm
Congress
asking you, if
party?
they tie up with the UBT tomorrow, will you disband the India alliance in Maharashtra? Simple question.
I am not the Congress party.
Oh,
I'm
you're
not
not.
going to
Now,
tell you
how
what
very
they're going to
easily, viewers,
disband or not
he deflects the
disband together.
question. I'm asking you, in
See, the
principle,
point is,
in principle, should they?
MNS
Then,
is
okay, hang on,
versus
1 minute.
MNS.
No. I'm coming to this. Very important.
No, but why are you not?
Since the
just
MNS,
let me complete
since,
on the,
one second,
let me
Mr.
complete
Jain.
on the important
Mr.
point that I
Jain,
was trying to make.
one second.
Let me complete on the important point that I was trying to
This
make.
is the important
In
point.
Sanju's entire monologue, she's not answered
you
why
said,
is such a law and order situation there in Maharashtra in the first place. The chief minister is of the BJP, the home minister is of the BJP.
Okay.
Shinde Sena's person is
Viewers,
the MOS home for rural.
Viewers,
Why is it there in the
viewers,
first place?
what
Why
about
do these
Tree again?
feel empowered?
I'm asking you a
It's not
question.
what about Tree?
There are two
This is
questions.
not what
You have a
about Tree.
problem with people in your state since the Congress party. Listen to me, sir. Listen to me. Keep your ears open. I'm not asking you for much more of a favor.
I've been keeping
Please.
them open for
So
18
then I'm
minutes in the
asking you a
debate. Not
question
letting
and
me
you
speak.
must answer it. You yourself have taken a position
When will
against
you ask
MNS.
questions of the BJP? When will you ask questions
Mr.
of the
Jain,
government?
Mr.
Ask
Jain,
them why
Mr.
is
Jain,
there such
Mr.
lawlessness
Jain,
in
Mr.
Maharashtra?
Jain had a case.
Ask Devendra Fadnavis, ask BJP, ask
Mr.
Sarju
Jain,
Verma.
Mr. Jain, had there not been a case filed against these people, have they not been booked under the section of the law? Had that not happened, I would have raised Cain. Okay, I would have taken the BJP to the cleaners.
During
The law is
Karnataka
following.
stampede, all
Excuse
of that was
me.
done. You still took them to the cleaners. You still
What are
wanted
you
to take
talking
Congress
about,
to the cleaners.
Mr. Jain? What are you talking about? Are you playing the victim here?
Every
I
time
took
an
a
incident-
hugely
No.
hard
Every
position.
time.
Again, viewers, again he's attacking the anchor. Have I attacked him? No, I've
No,
not
I'm not
attacked
attacking
him.
the
I'm
anchor.
keeping this
I am
completely
asking
above
you,
board.
why are you
I'm
not
asking you
asking questions of
specific.
the
I have
government?
asked questions of the. When the stampede happened, I asked questions of the BJP. When the stampede happened in Karnataka, I asked questions of the
asking
Congress.
questions today.
Anyhow, I've asked them. They've said, I asked the man himself.
Nikhil,
A police
are you
complaint. What do you want me
alive?
to do? What should the What should the BJP do?
BJP,
What
why
sh-
is there such a law and order situation in the state that they're ruling?
So people
Why
come
do
and they
these
whack up
goons feel
people. There should be a
empowered to
police
blow
officer.
ban
Excuse me. Should there be a police officer everywhere? What kind of illogic nonsense is
Let's
this, viewers?
not discuss
I mean,
about any crime
this is
then.
really
Let's not
bizarre.
discuss
One
any
second.
crime.
I have to
Nikhil
ask a
speaks
question. I'm
nonsense
not
most of the
going down
time.
this rabbit hole. The question is this simple. You want to tell people that the MNS is a bad party. Okay, accept it. It is a bad party. It's clearly a bad party. If tomorrow the MNS gets into an alliance as a person, as a principled individual citizen of this country, you may speak for the Congress, you may not speak, you may support, you may not support, but as a principled person, would you say that the Congress should continue their alliance with the UBT if they tie up with the MNS? Yes or no?
I would simply say that the Congress should make it very clear that MNS's goons can't go around slapping people for who they don't
So have they
agree
made
with.
it clear?
If the MNS
Have they made it clear?
Has the alliance happened? It has not
Have
yet
they
happened.
even taken a position on this incident?
Let
Can
the
I quickly
alliance
come in?
happen and let then the position
Rahul,
be
can I
taken.
quickly come in, please?
Okay. So viewers, the Congress hasn't taken a position on this slapping and
Because there
beating.
is no
Silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. Silence means that you accept what you are seeing. Very quickly, Sanju Verma, the question is, this is happening under your state. Law and order has gone to the dogs.
Law and order has not gone to the dogs, but I just quickly want to say one thing. It's time to wake up and smell the coffee. BJP contested on 145 seats in the Maharashtra Assembly elections of October 2024. We won 132, strike rate 91%. Nikhil, you guys contested on 85 seats, won just 16 with a strike rate of 18.5%.
Okay.
You should not be lecturing the BJP.
The point is, viewers, and I want to bring back
thank you
Abhijit
to the
Iyer
election
Mitra.
commission.
Abhijit Iyer
Thank
Mitra,
you to
why
the
are we
election
seeing
commission.
this, the UBT, the Thakres, both of them, playing this aggressive Marathi first, Marathi Manus card again? They pulled it out like a rabbit from their hat. What's happening suddenly?
Desperation. You saw what happened to them in the last election, right? All of them, cumulatively. The Congress, the MNS, the NCP, all of them. So what ends up happening is every time they get desperate, they pull these, it should be rabbit out of the hat, but let's call it the rat out of the hat because that's more appropriate in this particular case.
Okay.
So these are the rats that get pulled out. You notice Hindutva is all about uniting, getting rid of caste, getting rid of all kinds of differences, at least salient differences. What do? They want to break up the Hindu vote, so they bring up all of this. One is to
And this
unify
is-
Hindus, the other is to destroy Hindus.
Yes, and this is a leader who says, viewers, we must have a census to find out who is in what proportion where so that we can safeguard their rights and their interests. So if Marathis are in X proportion, they are allowed to, and their entire culture should be preserved. But if there are people from the north, if you go by Rahul Gandhi's logic about haq, viewers, then the haq of the minorities, in this case the Hindi-speaking minorities in Maharashtra, should also be protected. Their religious freedom, their cultural freedom, their freedom of expression should be protected. Of course, viewers, that is all maintained in the exception. And let me tell you, if I were to ask any of these gentlemen, what does the India bloc stand for, they won't be able to tell me each of the words. Can you tell me? Mr. Jain, what does the India bloc stand for?
Indian National Development Inclusive Alliance.
Inclusive is the word, viewers. It is inclusive, and this is not inclusive. When the Shiv Sena, when the Senas go out and do this, they are not being inclusive. Even Gopal, even Mr. Jain will accept this fact. I'll leave it at this, viewers. I'm closing the debate. Think about that. The I in the India bloc has collapsed. It is now the Ind Alliance. I'll leave it at this.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. In a big diplomatic win for India, the Quad grouping that includes India, US, Australia and Japan unequivocally condemned the Pahalgam terror attack that claimed the lives of 26 innocents in one of the worst and horrific attacks on civilians on Indian soil. The Quad also called for the perpetrators of the attack, their enablers, financiers and organizers to be brought to justice without any delay. The strong-worded statement of intent comes merely 6 days after China and Pakistan colluded to use the SEO platform to not only undermine India's Operation Sindoor, but instead tried to deflect the blame of Pakistan's internal troubles towards India. India stood its ground, remember, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh refusing to sign a joint statement. Now that the Quad has spoken in one voice, will that carry a greater message across the world? Maybe some other notable global bodies will also come to realize what they need to do? Will China and Pakistan finally take note as well? What is the global message from this Quad meeting and this statement? We'll take that and more up with our guests in just a bit. While there was no terror reference at the SEO meet, thereby resulting in no joint statement as India refused to sign the Pak-China agenda, at the Quad summit, India did raise Pahalgam terror attack and the others joined in condemnation too. At SEO, while Pakistan and China colluded to block the terror reference to Pahalgam, the Quad has emphasized on cross-border terrorism and its implications. At the SEO, the statement mentioned, or at least tried to mention, regional security. The Quad called for the cause of the problem to be rooted out, which is that it called for perpetrators and financiers of terror to be called out. The SEO was divided, the terrorism definitions were not politicized, but that wasn't the case at Quad, thankfully, as it stood strong and aligned on terror. So why is this statement from the Quad so important? Let's break down its significance. First up, the condemnation not only comes after the SEO's refusal, but also elevates India's narrative further on global stage. This has now isolated Pakistan once again in its effort to try and either underwhelm the global community with false facts or try to play down the significance of the Pahalgam attack. It isolates them. It is also an indication that that much touted Trump-Munir meeting really failed to bear any fruit. Yes, it was good spectacle, but it doesn't mean that India's voice is going to be diminished as far as the Quad grouping, which includes the US, is concerned. The Quad statement further aligns up with BRICS, the other grouping that is important, and the FATF's response as well. Now, China and Pakistan trying to use the Shanghai Cooperation Organization platform to undermine India's right to self-defense against cross-border terrorism was a prime example of the two nations trying to push their agenda further, but it wasn't the only time, of course. In the backdrop of India's Operation Sindoor, remember, Pakistan has unleashed a massive disinformation campaign targeting India, and those who are inimical to India were ready fools to propagate that false agenda and narrative around the world. China actively backed its ally Pakistan, from spreading unverified claims to even offering diplomatic support to Pakistan at the UN, including blocking any mention of the resistance front in counter-terrorism committees, for example. Pakistan, in conjunction with China, tried to internationalize the Balochistan issue once again. They potentially want to divert the attention from their own problems to in cross-border terrorism and their role in that to gain international support against India, because this has been an old diatribe of the Pakistanis that India is somehow involved in Balochistan. With that, let's take this to our guests. The big question we're asking is simply this: what is the message that Pakistan and China will take from the Quad statement? That's coming up in just a bit.
India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
Let's go across to our guest joining us, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat, Brahmachalini is strategic affairs expert, Major R. Manik Jolly is defense expert, and Zerifer Jeng is member of International Press Association and journalist of Inconvenient Truths. I do thank you all for your time. Let me begin with Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. What do you make of the Quad statement? Do you think there is indeed a message to the backers, the organizers, the financiers and supporters of those who committed the Pahalgam terror attack? What is the message that China and Pakistan will take?
Well, Shivani, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. You know, this is the first statement issued by Quad against the terror attack. Till now, New Delhi had been disappointed by the lack of interest shown by India's partners in the Quad. And that is why Mr. Jaishankar said that we expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and that we will exercise this right. You know, even more importantly, he made certain remarks which are very significant during his visit to Washington. He said that, you know, this was in the presence of US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the victims and perpetrators of terrorism must never be equated, and that the world must display zero tolerance towards terrorism. And this is because, you know, India has been quite displeased with the Trump administration's policy of equating India and Pakistan. You may recall that President Trump and his administration have been hyphenating India and Pakistan. And, you know, although New Delhi accused Asim Munir, Pakistan's army chief, of provoking the April 22nd attacks with his communal rhetoric against India, Trump hosted Munir at the White House on June 18. And he even put Munir and Prime Minister Modi within the same bracket and said that two smart people had decided to halt the military failure. Now, the statement by the Quad foreign ministers is important because now it reflects that the Quad is sending out a strong message, which it should. And as you said, this message should be taken heed of by Pakistan and China because, as you mentioned, at the Quad meeting, unfortunately, there was no proper sort of synchronized action or statement. And in fact, China and Pakistan were seen to have colluded together to even prevent any mention of Pahalgam in the statement that was issued.
At the SEO, you mean? Absolutely. No, absolutely. Major Manikjali, Ambassador Prabhudeval, when he talks about the fact that, we've obviously been very pained with the hyphenation and the equating of India and Pakistan by Trump, particularly in his statements. Do you think that there has to be a differentiation in between what Trump is saying versus what the Trump administration is doing, one? And secondly, how do you see this Quad statement after all the noises that Trump has made?
So, thanks, Shivani, for inviting me. If one was to evaluate one statement versus the other, that is Trump versus administration, the administration statement always holds bigger. And a Quad statement will always trump Trump statement. Because the thing is that here you have a union of a team of nations coming together and criticizing the Pahalgam terror attack. That means they've taken a stand against the terror acts of Pakistan, and they've taken a note as a joint team. And I do very much agree with what the former diplomat said here, Mr. Dayal, that where Trump had tried to hyphenate India and Pakistan together, this kind of breaks that narrative. This kind of places India in a team that is against terror and alienates Pakistan in its own position as a terror supporter. So I would say that what Quad has taken a stand actually takes away all the diplomatic, conjectures we had earlier that Trump has not mentioned. He's one person, he's one president. A nation's administration always holds a bigger say or a bigger diplomatic position when they talk about international events.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
No, my question was that Trump and Trump administration also are not speaking in the same words, isn't it? Trump says one thing, but the administration is much, much more careful in what it says.
Exactly. So Trump being Trump often has a habit of shooting from hip, He has been giving statements here. Once he said that India and Pakistan have been war for thousands of years.
Yes.
We're a 78-year-old country, Pakistan.
Yes.
So, one can actually put that in a basket of fine, it must be one of his things, as a personality thing. But what India should focus and give more credence is to the administration's opinion and actually Quad statement.
Yes. Message to Pakistan and China. Let me take that to Ms. Zeng also, who's joining us. China has often been accused not only of using Pakistan as a vassal state, but also of blocking certain action against international or global terrorists, many of them based in Pakistan at forums like the UNSC, etc. At the SCO, we saw shades of the same again, Ms. Zeng. Do you think the Quad grouping, which anyways China is not going to be looking at very favorably, their statement on Pahalgam attack and its perpetrators who sit in Pakistan, its ally, is going to irk China?
I think we should understand first that the CCP is always, I think, want to create trouble or chaos in the world, so for its favors. So it has always has a track record of backing all sorts of terrorist organizations. And in the issue of Pakistan, in China, Chinese people have referred to China as Bati, which means is a very close ally of China. So the CCP, I think that the long history is there, and all of us understand that. And any hope that the China will join the international communication to condemning terrorist attacks, I think is delusionary.
Well, I think you've put it very succinctly. Brahmachalini is also through with us. Brahmachalini, what is the message do you think that Pakistan and China will take? More prominently, China would take, because that's obviously the global bully, so as to speak, when it comes to issues like this. And really, Pakistan has been sheltered by them, and Pakistan-based terror groups have been sheltered under China's benevolence because of its power at the UNSC. What do you think of the Quad statement and its impact?
The Quad statement is welcome, but India is seeking more than words. India is seeking action, because let us not forget that even as we are speaking, the US is hosting the Pakistan Air Force Chief. This is after President Trump had hosted the Pakistan Army Chief for a luncheon meeting at the White House. Never before has any American president hosted a foreign army chief, unless that army chief had actually stated who had become the president. So what we are seeing is something very unusual. And also about China.
Yes.
On China, let's not forget that China is the principal backer of Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. It has been providing political protection to Pakistan at the UN and other international forums, and that policy approach of China has refused to change that policy approach despite efforts by India to persuade Beijing, including on issues like designating certain Pakistan-based terrorists as UN global terrorists. The irony is this, that both China and to some extent the US are shielding Pakistan.
Yes.
We heard from President Trump, he declared publicly that I love Pakistan. The Trump administration policy is even more significant because it's in effect equating the victim of cross-border terrorism with the perpetrator of cross-border terrorism. So what we are seeing is and this is happening since the Biden administration, because it's not something that has happened right under Trump. It began with the Biden administration. There was a sudden change in the U.S. policy toward Pakistan, an increasing tolerance of Pakistan's use of cross-border terrorism during the Biden administration. We also know that during the Biden administration, the U.S. played the Khalistan card against India, the human rights card against India. The U.S.-India relationship hit a low key during the Biden administration, and we all expected Trump to change that approach because India was one of the very few countries that welcomed Trump's election last November. But he actually has brought in even extraneous elements. For example, it appears that the crypto deal that Pakistan signed with Trump family-owned crypto firm World Liberty International, that has influenced apparently America's Pakistan policy.
Yes.
But if that is true, it appears that Pakistan is playing its cards well. It knows how to win favor with the
Donald
White
Trump.
House.
So what I want to come to with all of our guests, Ambassador Prabhudyal, I'll come to you first, is that, yes, these groupings are important, and obviously India plays a certain role at the SCO. It plays a certain role in Quad. The Quad itself plays a certain role as far as, new global realities are concerned. But beyond statements and who says what, fundamentally not much else changes. We have to understand that reality. Right? Brahmachaleni is absolutely right about the fact that, both US and China use Pakistan. They both support Pakistan in different ways, much to the chagrin of India. And that's a reality that might not go away very soon. So statements aside, what do you think would be the best strategy to deal with the Chinese-Pakistani tango to begin with?
Well, let me say that whether any country voices support to India, the important thing is that we send out the right message. And Prime Minister Modi has done exactly that.
Okay.
Because he has redefined India's policy of zero tolerance for terrorism. Now, this is the message that we need to send out. Of course, it's good if the Quad countries support, and it's a problem if China and the United States don't. But the basic thing is that we are showing preparedness that any terrorist attack on India will be considered an act of war. And India has also sent out a message of its unwavering resolve against terrorism, and the fact that we were not deterred by Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. This is also very, very significant. So the long and the short is that the message which Operation Sindoor sent out was decisive, and it was a decisive message against terrorism and a message sent across the globe that once again underlined that India has zero tolerance for terrorism and will go to any extent to eliminate the menace. Now, of course, Mr. Chirani was absolutely right that the United States issue is being very soft in regard to Pakistan for President Trump's own reasons. He referred to the crypto deal. He referred to the fact that both China and the United States use Pakistan.
Yes.
And Pakistan has always allowed itself to be used for the strategic interests of these two countries. India will not do that. India follows the policy of strategic autonomy. We are too big to be used like Pakistan is used by the United States or by China. And I think the message is gone. We are following an independent policy and we will have zero tolerance for terror.
Major Jolly, you know what Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor have reminded us is the fact that there are certain geopolitical realities that are not going to change very much, regardless of who we are more friendly with today versus 10 or 20 years ago, and you know who their current enemies or friends are. At the end of the day, you know, we have to come to the understanding that all of these countries will keep their geopolitical interests first before what India feels or desires. And from that point of view, what do you reckon would be the right way forward for India?
So, Shivani, you're very correct in saying, and I do agree with what Mr. Chelani also said earlier, that Trump, what we expected from Trump did not happen.
Did not happen, yes.
So Pahalgam, Op Sindoor, Asif Muni's field marshal and his lunch at White House are actually an eye-opening situation for us. We can either keep, you know, commenting or debating, America is this and Pakistan is a slave till cows come home. But that is not going to change the reality. So coming to what you're saying, India needs to, wake up and start shaping up its geopolitical stand. That how do we resolve this? America, the symbiotic relation, America-Pakistan is not going away. So we have to take into account that tomorrow the president might change, administration might change, but the dependence that America has on Pakistan, and other way around also, is not going to go away. So what we need to do is establish a more, let's say, Atmanirbhar situation, in this, that we are more independent, we are more stable, we can take on the threats that come from Pakistan without depending on
You mean militarily per se, or Atmanirbhar in other ways as well?
Almost all the ways. I mean, whether it is maritime, whether it is militarily on ground, whether it is space, missile, anything, trade, commerce, we have to start alienating Pakistan. I mean, the point is that we have to do our stuff ourselves now. We cannot depend on Pakistan because what Trump did was a stab in the back, without a doubt. We never expected that after Pahalgam, he would invite the perpetrator of terror attack, army, ISI, the entire chief of the army, to his house and give him a grand lunch and, decorate him and celebrate him. This is very unbecoming of a friend, even on diplomatic and realistic nature. So India needs, I cannot give an exact answer to this, but we need to reshape this statement giving and win on diplomatic statements is not going to take us far. We have to look for real solution. We have to give more teeth even to the Quad, actually.
No, teeth to the Quad is a completely separate debate, which I'm afraid I can't go into. But, you're talking about the fact that we need to move on from statements and all. Now, statements and all have their own space. There is a certain amount of diplomacy you do via statements and through courts, etc. But you do agree that, this is beyond a point not going to make a difference in the way countries deal either with terror backers or terror, hubs, because that has become painfully clear to the world that there is still a good terrorist versus bad terrorist kind of mentality in this world.
Exactly. For personal gains, US has not shied away from partnering with Pakistan.
Exactly.
In 2001, when they come looking for Osama bin Laden, they actually came to India first. PM Vajpayee and Brijesh Vishwawat, Secretary of Defense, Defense Advisor that time, and they denied it. That's after they went to Pakistan. When that thing established, last 25 years, US has created bases, US has created int networks just to fight the same Al-Qaeda it had helped create in 90s. So it is, it is so deeply entrenched that we cannot just wish it away just because we want it to happen.
Yeah.
So I would say that we need to revisit our diplomatic and defense approaches towards Pakistan.
Diplomatic and defense approaches, but also I think as a country, as a citizenry, our mindset also needs to just evolve from the fact that the world is going to do its thing, India needs to do its thing unapologetically and without really expecting much support, because that's not going to come. And even when countries support you, unfortunately, geopolitics is such a mess and so mired in own strategic interests that it's always a give and take. I mean, this whole thing that Trump even talks about trade being used for ceasefire, as incorrect as it may be, just tells you the mindset. And yes, I'm not saying India should give away its economic interests at this stage. Our economic growth is actually our primary concern right now. I want to bring in Ms. Zheng once again. I want to understand from you, internally in China, China also caters to Pakistan and its terror hubs because it wants to take control of that geostrategically important location. US has its own influences in Pakistan. So what is the feeling within China about how US wants to, pull China towards itself? And do you think that competition is leading both of these countries to continue to support this terror backer?
I think could be part of the reason. The CCP has always been want to take to replace the US in terms of global dominance. So whether it's Pakistan and other like Iran, North Korea, Russia, and other countries, and the so-called Belt and Road Initiative, it's all about the global dominance. Of course, America is the greatest competitor with them in that sense. Of course, the CCP would try to compete with the US, especially the US-China relationship is at a very sensitive stage. So the more the US want to win over the Pakistan, I think the CCP would want to maybe double their support to Pakistan.
Yes, there's no morality involved here, really. Brahmachalini, I'll give you the final minute. What do you think could be the best way forward for India? There are no easy answers, I understand, and nothing that is so crystal clear that you can define it in simple terms. But what should be the way forward for India as it maneuvers the present-day realities of geopolitics?
Two things, Shivani. First, we should stop emphasizing optics and focus on outcomes. For very long, the discourse in India has focused on optics, not on outcomes. As you rightly pointed out earlier yourself, that the mindset in India has to change. We need to really focus on what others are doing, not what others are saying. Second, we have to recognize that India is waging a lonely war against cross-border terrorism. That reality will not change. This means that India will have to create sufficient deterrence against Pakistan so that Pakistan ceases to use terrorism as an instrument of state policy. This also means imposing costs on Pakistan, costs in subtle ways, costs not necessarily in military ways, but in other ways. In other words, it cannot be in response to a terrorist massacre as happened at Pahalgam. It has to be a continuing campaign to bring Pakistan to heel.
Absolutely. We need to take it upon ourselves, and we need to do it preemptively now more and more. Thank you. A big thanks to all of our guests for joining us. Moving on, M&S workers have crossed the line yet again by beating up a restaurant owner for no other reason than the fact that he didn't speak in Marathi. A video of the incident went viral on social media on Tuesday night, showed that the men had visited the shop to buy food. But while they're at the shop, one of them asked the owner which language is spoken in the state. After he talked to them in Hindi, when the owner replied that all languages are spoken in Maharashtra, this annoyed the M&S worker. He shouted at the owner and slapped him several times along with his companions. The owner has filed a complaint, after which the Kashmir police registered an FIR against unidentified persons under various sections. But the question is, if anything will happen, will these goons go scot-free yet again, as has been the case in the past, or will some strict action be taken this time around against such gundagari in absolute public, in open, with impunity? Now, violence has become the norm for M&S party-type workers on language issue. In April 2025, just this year, a private security guard, Bhavani Prasad Jha from Darbhanga in Bihar, working at Powai area, was beaten up by an M&S workers allegedly for not being able to speak in Marathi. Mumbai's Powai police booked 3 members of the M&S. That's the action that we know has been taken. In March this year, M&S workers allegedly slapped an employee of D-Mart outlet situated in Warsaw. after the staff member did not communicate in Marathi. Several MNS members, headed by the party's Warsaw unit president, Sandesh Desai, landed at the store and started beating this worker. No action has been taken. In December 2023, MNS workers created ruckus and damaged shops for not putting up Marathi nameplates on JM Road, Tilak Road and other areas. The party workers said that they will intensify their protests if the shop owners failed to comply with the guidelines. 9 MNS workers were booked and arrested, but of course, there's very little punishment that happens after that. This isn't, of course, an isolated incident. Demands and diktats are issued by MNS at the drop of a hat almost every year with impunity, and they justify those demands and then go out in public and beat people like this to say that this is what we had told you. Why didn't you do this when we had asked you to? So 2 months ago, MNS protested against government's move to introduce Hindi as a compulsory subject in Marathi medium schools for children of classes 1 to 5. The party workers burnt copies of the government order. In April, MNS demanded signboards at metro stations to be put up in Marathi. In March, the party supporters were asked that they should slap anyone who refuses to speak in Marathi. No wonder that these incidents are happening in broad daylight. In November 2023, MNS demanded hoardings to be put up in Marathi, threatened violence if their demands was not met. Back in 2015, the MNS warned against screening of non-Marathi movies at prime-time hours. In 2009, MNS chief Raj Thackeray warned then newly elected MLAs in Maharashtra to take oath only in Marathi or face party's wrath. He even spelt out the consequences of defying this diktat in this very aggressive manner that he's known for. So this whole diktat of speak in Marathi if you're in Maharashtra, not even one line of Hindi will do, not even one staff in your restaurant or in your office can speak in Hindi, or you get beaten. Is it not taking language pride too far? This is not even language pride. This is purely using language pride for violence. That debate is coming up with our guests.
Cannot hate the innocent shopkeepers in the name of language like this. This is nothing but taking the law in their hands. This is not acceptable. Maharashtra government, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Home Minister should come in this and they should take them to task.
In fact, the restaurant owner Babulal Chaudhary, who was assaulted last evening, is joining us live. I do thank you, Babulal जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. पहले तो आप ये बताइए कि आप ओरिजिनली कहाँ से हैं, कब से महाराष्ट्र में हैं?
हमारे महाराष्ट्र में 20-25 साल से है. मेरे रोड में 2007 से हमारा दुकान है. 20 साल हो गए लगभग.
हाँ जी. और आप हैं कहाँ से ओरिजिनली, किस स्टेट से आते हैं आप?
हम राजस्थान से मैडम
जी.
डिस्ट्रिक्ट पाली और रानी स्टेशन है, गांव बीजोवा मैडम, राजस्थान से.
जी, राजस्थान से हैं, महाराष्ट्र में 25 साल से ये रेस्टोरेंट चलाते हैं. तो उस रात को क्या हुआ आपके साथ एग्जैक्टली, ये आप हमें बताइए. क्यों इतना भड़क गए मनसा के वर्कर्स?
मैडम ऐसा है, तो रात को है ना 10:30 बजे के आसपास है ना मनसे के जो कार्यकर्ता है, जो हमारे जोधपुर स्वीट है ना बालाजी के सामने जो है, उनके सामने बड़ा एक सर्कल है. तो उधर मनसे के सभी कार्यकर्ता 100-125 के आसपास मनसे के कार्यकर्ता ऐसा घेरा बना के है ना अपने झंडे लेके उधर कुछ कार्यक्रम कर रहे थे दुकान के सामने सर्कल पे. तो उसके बाद में है ना आधा घंटा उनका कुछ प्रोग्राम ऐसा चल रहा था उधर. उसके बाद में अचानक है ना जो 7-8 बंदे हमारे दुकान पे आते हैं. उसके बाद में दुकान पे आके है ना 4 बंदे है ना हमारे कैश काउंटर के ऊपर जाते हैं. और उसके बाद में है ना 3 बंदे में नाश्ता काउंटर हमारा स्नैक्स का, तो उधर मैं बाहर खड़ा था, तो 3 बंदे मेरे बाजू में आके खड़े हो जाते हैं. उसके बाद में जो नाश्ता काउंटर में जो बंदे थे वो जाके है ना उन्होंने पानी का बोतल मांगा, तो वो कैश काउंटर पे जो भी हमारा जो बंदा था, तो उन्होंने है ना हिंदी में बोला कि पानी का बोतल छोटा चाहिए कि बड़ा चाहिए। तो इतने बोलने के बाद जो मंच के कार्यकर्ता थे चारों, वो बोलने लगे कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में तुम्हारा दुकान है और एक काम करो तुम मराठी बोलो। और उसके बाद में वो गाली गलौज करने लगे और वो है ना धमकी देने लगे कि जब महाराष्ट्र में तुमको बिजनेस करने का है तो आपको मराठी बोलना पड़ेगा और जो भी वर्कर है दुकान में वो है ना मराठी रहना सही। तो उसके बाद में है ना उन्होंने ऐसा उन वर्कर लोगों को, जो हमारे कैश काउंटर पे कैशियर को और जो दुकान में जो बाजू में 4-5 लड़के थे उनको ऐसा है ना गाली गलौज दे के उनको धमकी दिया कि जब आइंदा से जो भी दुकान में वर्कर है जो मराठी भाषा नहीं बोलेंगे तो तुम्हारा सेठ और तुमको दोनों सबको मारेंगे और दुकान भी तोड़ फोड़ कर देंगे, तुम्हारा दुकान भी चला देंगे। ऐसा पहले इन्होंने कैश काउंटर पे धमकी दिया। उसके बाद में जो है ना बंदे जब मैं बाहर नाश्ता काउंटर पे खड़ा था तो मेरे पास आके है ना वो लोग मेरे पास आए और जो नाश्ता काउंटर जो लड़का था उसको बोला कि पानी का बोतल देने का बोला, तो उन्होंने पानी का बोतल लिया और उसके बाद में मेरे को उसको बोला कि तेरे को मराठी आता क्या। तो मैं बाजू में खड़ा था नाश्ता काउंटर के बाहर, तो मैंने बोला एक काम करो, ये यूपी से है और काम पे है ना लग के 4-5 महीने ही हुआ है और उनको मराठी नहीं आता है। तो उसके बाद में मेरे को बोले कि आप कौन हो। तो मैंने बोला एक काम करो, मैं जोधपुर स्वीट का ऑनर हूँ। तो उसके बाद में मेरे को बोलने लगे कि आप जोधपुर स्वीट का ऑनर हो तो आपको मालूम नहीं कि नए का प्रस्ताव पास हुआ है, उसमें सभी बंदे को मराठी आना चाहिए और सब मराठी बोलने वाले मराठी बंदे दुकान में होने चाहिए।
तो आपके पास जब वो आए उसके बाद हमने देखा ये वीडियो जो आया कि आपको मारने लगे, तो ऐसा क्या हुआ आपके पास आने के बाद कि वो इतना भड़क गए?
उसके बाद में नाश्ता काउंटर के बाद जब मैं खड़ा था तो मेरे को ऐसा बोला उन्होंने कि आप है ना जो भी बंदे है ना मराठी होने चाहिए दुकान में और मराठी आना चाहिए, वही बंदे को दुकान में रखो। और ऐसा प्रस्ताव पास हुआ विधानसभा में। तो मैं उनको बोला साहब हम तो सुबह 7 बजे दुकान पे आते हैं, हमको ऐसा न्यूज कम देखते हैं तो हमको मालूम नहीं है, और कभी प्रस्ताव पास हुआ आप बताएंगे तो हमको मालूम पड़ेगा। ऐसा मैं नॉर्मल कस्टमर के जो एकदम बात करते वैसे मैं नॉर्मल तरीके से बात कर रहा था, वो भी हंस के बात कर रहा था। तो उसके बाद में उन्होंने बोला तुम्हारी दुकान है ना, उन्होंने बोला कि एक काम करो कल ही प्रस्ताव पास हुआ है। मैं बोला ठीक है सर, अभी हमको भी है ना आदमी लोगों की मराठी सिखाएंगे और हम भी थोड़ा बहुत हमको भी आता ही है लेकिन सब मराठी बोलेंगे। ऐसा मैं बात कर रहा था नॉर्मल तरीके से। फिर उनके साथ में एक दूसरा बंदा खड़ा था, उन्होंने बोला कि तुम्हारा जो दुकान है कौन से स्टेट में? तो मैंने उनको बोला कि हमारा दुकान है ना महाराष्ट्र में है। तो उन्होंने बोला महाराष्ट्र में, तो एक काम करो महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषाएं बोली जाती है? तो ऐसे मैंने उनको बोल दिया कि महाराष्ट्र में सभी प्रकार की भाषाएं बोली जाती है। तो इतना बोलने के बाद है ना उनके जो बंदे खड़े थे बाजू में, तो एक बंदे ने ना मेरे को बस हाथ उठाया और 4-5 2-3 लाख पहले उन्होंने एक बंदे ने मारा। उसके बाद दूसरी तरफ जो बंदे खड़े 2-3 ने एक साथ में ना सब मिलके 3-4 बंदे है ना मेरे को बस मारने लगे और सभी है ना मान के 10 मिनट तक मारते ही रहे। मैं उनको बोल रहा हूँ सर ये काम को रुको, जो भी है ना प्रेम से बात करो, जो भी मेरे को बताओ प्रेम से मेरा क्या गलती हुआ। और ये सब है ना जो भी कार्यक्रम हुआ मैडम वो पूरा है ना सीसीटीवी कैमरे में और ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग वो खुद है ना वीडियो निकाल रहे थे और सब है ना एकदम मैंने कुछ शब्द एक भी शब्द गलत नहीं बोला उनको और खाली यही बोला कि महाराष्ट्र में सभी भाषाएं बोली जाती है। एक्चुअली उन्होंने ऐसा बोला होता कि महाराष्ट्र की मातृभाषा क्या है, तो मैं मराठी बोलता था। उन्होंने पूछा कि महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषाएं बोली जाती है, मैंने बोल दिया कि सभी भाषा बोली जाती है। उसके बाद में सब मेरे ऊपर मारपीट कर दिया पूरा। उसके बाद में है ना उन्हीं बंदे आते हैं और कहने का मतलब 4-5 के बाद में आते 10 मिनट के बाद में और वो चुरा के लेके जाते हैं। और एक्चुअली मैडम है ना हम भी है ना 20-25 साल से महाराष्ट्र में धंधा करते हैं, तो अभी एक्चुअली हमारे को भी है ना हमारी कर्म भूमि है भी मराठी भाषा और मराठी संस्कृति का स्वागत करते हैं। हम भी है ना उनको है ना वो सब मानते हैं, दिल से मानते हैं। लेकिन उनका जो रवैया था वो एक्चुअली है ना पहले है ना वैसे ही ठान के आए थे कि ये काम करो, ये है ना ऐसा करने का। और मैंने है ना कोई भी स्टेटमेंट गलत नहीं दिया मैडम, और वो लोग है ना ऐसे अचानक है ना मारने लग गए।
बिल्कुल बाबूलाल जी आप मेरे साथ जुड़े रहिए। आई वांट टू ओपन दिस डिबेट, आवर गेस्ट्स आर आल्सो जॉइनिंग अस, लेट्स टेक इट टू देम एज वेल। जस्ट हाउ जस्टिफाइड इज दिस to do this in the name of language again and again and again, and why can't there be any action against these individuals? Shaina NC of Shiv Sena Shinde faction is joining us. Dhanraj Vanjari is former ACP of Mumbai Police. Rohit Chandravakkar is journalist based in the state. Hemant K. Pagrikar is MNS spokesperson with us. हेमंत जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप ही से सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ कि किस तरह की गुंडागर्दी है कि आप सिर्फ मराठी लोगों को एम्प्लॉय कर सकते हैं, एक शब्द भी अगर किसी ने हिंदी में बोल दिया, इतना भी पूछ लिया कि बॉटल आपको ठंडी चाहिए या गर्म चाहिए या बड़ी चाहिए या छोटी चाहिए, तो आप ऐसे थप्पड़ मारेंगे लोगों को?
Actually, I don't know about the exact what happened in that incident and where it happened. I'll take
You don't
the
know?
information.
Sir, where are you based?
I'm in Mumbai, of course.
You don't know? This is the biggest story in Mumbai since last evening. This is viral on social media everywhere. News channels are running it. You're not aware of it?
Ma'am, I have seen on social media, but what I told you, I don't know the exact incident, what happened exactly.
I just have the shopkeeper. I just had the shopkeeper with me, sir. He has narrated.
Of course. I've seen that incident. The person is slapping, but what argument was there? I don't know exactly. I'll take the information definitely, and see.
I'm sorry, Hemant ji. I'm sorry, but you cannot wash your hands off so easily by saying I will take information. You came on the show. You knew very much what the information is. I think you're very well aware. I think your party is very well aware. Your workers are very well aware. An FIR has been lodged last night itself. And I just had the shopkeeper, he's with me, Babulal ji, who's narrated the whole thing. First, they went to a worker who only said, आप पानी की बॉटल छोटी लोगे या बड़े लोगे या क्या लोगे? एक लाइन हिंदी में उन्होंने बोला तो इतना भड़क गए. फिर ओनर के पास आ गए, उनसे बोलते हैं तुम्हारा रेस्टोरेंट महाराष्ट्र में है, कौन सी भाषा बोली जाती है महाराष्ट्र में? उस ओनर की गलती सिर्फ ये है, वो राजस्थान से आते हैं लेकिन 25 साल से महाराष्ट्र में काम कर रहे हैं. उनकी गलती सिर्फ ये है, उन्होंने बोल दिया कि यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में सब भाषाएं बोली जाती हैं. सिर्फ इस वजह से मनसे के वर्कर्स इतना भड़क गए कि वो लोगों को अब्यूज कर रहे हैं, फिजिकली हरास कर रहे हैं, असॉल्ट कर रहे हैं.
See, if you are portraying that MNS is spreading gundagardi in Mumbai, so there are so many cases in Maharashtra about the corruption. Are you trying to say that all Maharashtra leaders are corrupt?
I am only saying what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say anything.
There are so many incidents. Sharma, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Okay. You are also the party.
What are you talking, sir? What are you talking? What is the anchor asking you? What is your reply?
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm saying exactly what I'm saying. And I am not portraying Manse workers as violent. Your workers are portraying it. I am not doing it. Don't have problems with me asking questions. Your workers are on camera. They make videos. MNS workers not only do this, they go out and make videos of them doing this and then they publicize it. Are you saying that this is not done without explicit understanding?
What I told you first, I don't know exact incident.
But do you stand for this violence? Does your party stand for this violence, that non-Marathi speakers should be beaten up in public?
Of course not. Of course not. That's why I told you that I'll take the information. And what happened exactly, I will definitely take the number of this gentleman, which is on screen. Definitely.
Well, so easy to brush it under the carpet, isn't it, China NC? Their leaders are on record to say that if you don't speak Marathi, we'll beat you up.
Firstly, let me please say we take pride in Marathi as a language, Marathi Asmita, and the fact that everyone who lives in Maharashtra should learn Marathi. This is something that I say unequivocally to people from different backgrounds who have come into the state, people who reside here, who have benefited from the state of Maharashtra. नक्कीच तुम्हाला मराठी बोलायचं. ते एक विनंती आहे. परंतु when you have a situation such as this, where you have a guideline which says that Marathi is the #1 language in the state, you cannot coerce or force or slap people because they don't speak the language. This is something we need to inculcate as an ideology, as a thought process for which Shiv Sena stands 100%. Our leader Eknath Ji Shinde has also made it amply clear that we were the ones who did not want mandatory for Hindi, and as even in the language policy, that national education policy, we said it must be optional, where people should have the choice, be it Hindi or Sanskrit or whatever they choose to learn in terms of the growing process. Having said that, to go into a restaurant, have a verbal altercation and slap the person multiple sides, take a video of it and send it out to the media. My appeal to the media would be, please do not run such stories.
Why
because
not?
This is nothing but trying to hog the limelight.
No,
When you have
no.
lost
The
your
answer,
political
Shaina ji,
relevance,
with
your
respect,
political ground.
with respect, Shaina ji, the answer is not to show these videos. I know that they think they are heroes and they publicize their own videos, going and slapping individuals, you know, hapless and individuals who don't have the same authority as these goons do, clearly under the political system in Maharashtra. But this is not a new trend in Maharashtra. This has been the old Shiv Sena tactic. Now it's being carried forward by MNS. What has changed?
Shivani, this is the standard practice of any political party which is defunct and is trying to gain its own political relevancy. Now, when it comes to the language row also, let's not forget it was the then Chief Minister of the Ubata Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, that agreed to the Mashalkar committee which suggested the 3-language policy, and they said, yes, it must happen from class 1 to class 12. What did Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis do? Our leaders decided to come up with these 2 GRs cancelling this national education policy, which says that, you know, you must learn Hindi, etc.
No, all of that is fine. Politics or language, that's a separate issue altogether. This is just going out of hand and there is no legal standing and basis.
30 seconds. Shivani, the point is focus on the issue, the ideology, the thought process, and inculcating Marathi values and Marathi as a language in the state by requesting people to, and in a state like I, for example, speak Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, English, and I pride myself in saying that I speak Marathi, I've learned Marathi, and I will give back to my state.
No, I get that, but you know, this has gone on for so long.
People just because they can't speak the language or they
But this has been emboldened in Maharashtra. This is exactly what is being copied, which is what is being copied in states like Karnataka today. I want to go across to Hemant K. I want to go across to Dhanraj Vanjari, who's the former ACP with Mumbai Police. So the problem is that nothing happens to these people who go around disturbing businesses, either, you know, ransacking businesses or attacking owners and workers. Nothing happens to them.
I think there are overlapping of the issues. The main issue is the student psychology having educational orientation that from the beginning of first standard there should not be third language. And the issue has gone from social era to politics, and politics has overruled all such importance of welfare of the children, and they come on the street and doing this kind of incidences. I will never support the assault on the issue of language. If you ask me, my 45 years I stayed in this city. I came from Maharashtra, Nagpur, and I say every language been respected in this city. I speak Hindi, I wrote my Urdu poetry, I speak Gujarati, I speak Marathi. It goes on, it's a normal passion. But if you want to politicize the issue and make an issue out of it or make some stunt, we are doing it for Marathi Manos and we are like that. So in that case, whatever political faction responsible for this kind of a violent incident, I will not support, and I will appeal the Home Department who has actually been a cause for all these things. Had they not been pampering Hindi compulsory, it would not have happened. They have given the access to this political friend of theirs that to do like this, so their publicity will come. And
no, but sir, can I ask you? I understand this is about publicity. I understand that. But what is the police's role here? Wouldn't you concede that no action actually happens because this is all happening under a political sheltering of certain elements?
Police have to take action, and they are legally bound by law to take action. As per my recent report, the police have already grilled them and they are put under the inquiry. They have been stopped and the undertaking being taken, and whatever legal procedure the police has to follow, police is certainly doing it. But my last point, let me speak a sentence. As Shaina ma'am has brusquely passed the thing that the media shouldn't do it. You said that they are becoming hero, but what about that you are adding to their heroism? Why these spaces should be shown to the people so many times on video clip? This one thing makes them add into certain values, and they have a political benefit thereby. So that
no, so I'll tell you why we're showing it. Sir, I'll tell you why we're showing it.
Social responsibility factor cannot be undermined by media in this. UNE ma'am, I request you.
No, I'll wholly disagree with you, sir. I'll tell you why we are also showing their faces. Because actually in the FIR, no names have been mentioned. We are hoping that we will be able to wake up the Mumbai police so that they can watch this visual and actually identify these individuals. Because since last night, when these visuals were viral on social media, they couldn't identify these individuals. None of them have been named. Unidentified individuals have been named in the FIR. So we are hoping that the police will feel some shame or will feel the sense of duty to actually go out and arrest these goons for attacking people with no provocation, zero provocation. Not being able to speak your language in your state is not a provocation. It has no justification under any law in India. Rohit Chandravarkar, is this what Mumbai wants to become once again? This was in vogue 20 years ago maybe. Now it seems like MNS has decided to take on the mantle to be people who want to go around and beat others.
I unmuted myself. Shivani, I'll pick up from 2 or 3 points that you made, 2 or 3 sentences that you mentioned, which are, I think, perfect observations. First, you said that this is not new. This has been happening for years, decades perhaps. Second, you said there is no legal conclusion. See, there's nothing, no legal action which concludes with some kind of result. That is what we have seen in many cases. And third is, who are the political mentors of these people? Because nobody had the courage to do this on a street in front of cameras and record this and spread this without having political patronage. So everything, all these 3 points are perfect observations, and that's where the story comes and ends. What is happening is all this is politically motivated, and all this is related to the upcoming election season in Maharashtra.
Yes.
Remember the MNS, the Manase as we call it in Marathi, is a party that is trying to revive itself and looking to create political space in the state. That is first angle. And that's why they're getting aggressive out on the road, which, like you said, and everybody here will agree, which is a deplorable thing to do. I mean, this kind of violence, it's something that all of us must condemn. The point is that the top leadership of MNS has not really taken stern action against activists who are indulging in this kind of a thing in the past. In fact, even with Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena or the previous Shiv Sena originally founded by Balasaheb Thackeray, we have seen that these kinds of activists who are getting aggressive or who indulge in violence or any such thing are almost felicitated or they are decorated by the party leadership.
No, this is what I'm saying. The MNS leader here, Hemantji, is sitting and very nicely and casually suggesting, oh, this is not coming from the party. I'm finding it very hard to believe that we don't believe in this.
No, yeah. So I'm coming to that. So what I'm saying is, unfortunately, not just in Maharashtra, not just with MNS, even with Shiv Sena, even with some of the smaller political outfits, you see this trend in several, states. I want to give you a national perspective. We are talking on a national channel, and we can't blame one party. Of course, for this incident, we'll have to hold MNS responsible. But overall, look at the national picture. You see that this kind of aggression out on the street is firstly not punished properly, swiftly, and secondly, it results in some kind of political gain for the activists who indulge in this, because their leaders, say, "Yahi humko chahiye," kind of a thing. I want these kinds of activists who will go out and push my message on the streets. That's where the problem starts. And I think the MNS spokesperson here should also take note of this and, at least stop violence, if not, protest.
No, please protest and please take your politics on Marathi language further. Nobody has a problem with that.
So
that's the democratic
way of doing it. So Shivani, last point. All this started with the government of Maharashtra bringing a GR, a government resolution, in the month of April.
Yes.
Making Hindi language compulsory in schools from standard 1. Already Hindi is compulsory from 4th, or it is an optional subject from 4th
The government
standard.
has had to retract that. I understand the background that you're talking about.
Withdrawn that. So as a journalist, as a media fraternity person, I would say that nobody is opposed to Hindi, but the compulsion of Hindi is what some parties
fair
are
enough.
opposing.
I'm not discussing that at all today. Not discussing that politics at all today. Only focusing on violence in the name of linguistic pride. Pride shouldn't have to descend into violence. हेमंत जी, मैं आपसे आखिरी सवाल पूछती हूँ. मेरे पास 20 सेकंड है. आपकी पार्टी कोई एक्शन लेगी ये जो लड़के दिख रहे हैं इस वीडियो में इनके खिलाफ?
Ma'am, I told you that I'll definitely take the information about the incident. Actually, from your channel, somebody told me that I have to speak on linguistic problem. Right now, the 5th July or celebration is going on. So I have to take the information.
Okay.
I'm not supporting.
You're not supporting.
I'm not.
Okay. Good to hear that at least MNS is saying as a party we are not supporting. But the proof. Ma'am, I have 5 seconds. Very quickly, 5 seconds.
Sorry, I have a point to make in only 2 seconds.
Violence.
Yes, Shaina ji, 5 seconds.
Violence is only for thugs. Ideology is for real leaders. And the politics of performance is all that works. People are way too smart. If Manse and Raj Thackeray ji want to reinvent themselves, think of solid issues where you actually make that difference to society.
Yes. Violence should not be used as a differentiating factor for your party. And if MNS thinks this is still going to be their calling card, then certainly some rethink needs to be done. I do thank our guests for joining us. Thanks a lot for watching Plain Speak. The Right Stand is coming up after a short break.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. The Dalai Lama has made a hugely significant declaration today that he will have a successor, that there will be a 15th Dalai Lama, and that the successor for the current Dalai Lama will be chosen by what is called the Garden Phodrang Trust. It's a trust that is run by the office of the Dalai Lama. It has people that's been nominated by him, including famous Hollywood actor Richard Gere. What this does is 2 things. One, now there is certainty that there will be a 15th Dalai Lama, so that the continuation of the lineage, the continuation of the supreme faith for the Tibetan people, or the person who embodied or personified the faith for the Tibetan people, that lineage continues. But it also appends the manner in which a Dalai Lama has been chosen all along. But the most important could be a reason that is not so spiritual or religious. It is the most important reason, which is geopolitical, because this will rob China and the Chinese Communist Party of any legitimacy if they try to name a Communist Party approved Tibetan spiritual leader, much like what they did with the Panchen Lama a few years ago. That Panchen Lama reportedly even met with Xi Jinping a few weeks ago, but he has no recognition, he has no following, he simply has no credibility in the eyes of a large majority of the Tibetan people, both who are living in Tibet right now and those who are in exile. So has the Dalai Lama's announcement today that yes, there will be a successor, a 15th Dalai Lama will be chosen and will be chosen by this trust which he has founded, has that taken away the wind out of China's sail?
Dalai 가서 다 연시사디 지 지주기 미 로마즈 지미기 더네 다디 연시시 고도스네 타셔요나 데 다가 타셔셔로다 에네 경호군이 너림 문지 제조 대 자동가면 나세신 연시 문지기 제그 연구소 달라라메 라라 간데포자 이지게 이지게제 왕데 겐제 나오다 여보다 콘즈 표규 낭된 추규하게 우주 라션 나보당 경호 군지 나름 당 리더 지신 로베.
Now, unlike presidents or popes, the Dalai Lama is not appointed, he's not elected. He's believed to be reincarnated, and his consciousness is reborn into a new child's body. Now, this is not just a symbolic thing or a metaphorical thing, it's an actual ancient ritual that is filled with spiritual journey that could take even years. In fact, after the current Dalai Lama passes away, the sacred process of identifying his reincarnation begins with what is called the interpretation of omens, dreams, and celestial signs by senior monks. They sit in a monastery, sometimes for days, if not months, and they read these celestial signs. There's a combination of astronomy, astrology, and of course, ultimately, they have to also pick up signs that they read in a celestial fashion. Guided by these visions, as well as ancient prophecies, the Gaden Phodrang Trust, which today was declared as the sole authority that will decide who is going to be the next Dalai Lama, this trust will dispatch a search party to locate the child who is believed to embody the Dalai Lama's spirit. Once a potential candidate is found, the child undergoes spiritual testing, like identifying personal artifacts from the previous Dalai Lama's life. This is followed by a close evaluation of the child's behavior, instincts, and wisdom. If all the stars align, if all the signs align, the celestial signs align, then the senior lamas offer what is called the final recognition, and the child then begins years of spiritual training to step into the role of the next Tibetan supreme spiritual leader. But here's where the complication is. The last time the Panchen Lama passed away and the Tibetans had to choose a Panchen Lama, the Tibetan government in exile, the Dalai Lama, chose a Panchen Lama, but the Chinese government went ahead and chose their own person as the next Panchen Lama. The original Panchen Lama, who was chosen by the Dalai Lama and by the Tibetan faithful, that person went missing and has not been seen ever since. So, in keeping with that, China is not very happy with the declaration that was made by the Dalai Lama today. China has said that it has the sole claim over the succession of who is going to be the next Dalai Lama. Beijing and the Foreign Ministry spokesperson today there said the Dalai Lama's successor must be selected through what is called the Qing Dynasty Golden Urn method within Chinese territory, and that it must be approved by Beijing. Beijing regards the current Dalai Lama as a separatist or a splittist. That's the word that they've used. They also see control over his succession as critical in managing Tibetan nationalism. The Chinese law mandates that the reincarnated lamas must be approved by the state. Control over the institution of the Dalai Lama would allow Beijing to dilute both the spiritual and the political influence of the Tibetan diaspora, particularly those Tibetans who are living in exile here in India and, in fact, in many other parts of the world.
Chinese government implements a policy of freedom of religious belief and has issued regulations on religious affairs and the management of the reincarnation of living Buddhas in Tibetan Buddhism, protecting this way of succession in accordance with the law. The reincarnation of the Dalai Lama must adhere to the principle of domestic search, golden urn draw, and approval by the central government, and be handled in accordance with religious rituals, historical customs, and national laws and regulations.
So Lobsang Sangye is the former president of the Central Tibetan Administration, the former Prime Minister of Tibet in exile. Thank you very much, Mr. Sangye, for speaking with us. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has declared that his successor will be chosen by this Gaden Phodrang Trust, a trust that's appointed by him. It composes of people who are part of the office of the Dalai Lama, who are close to him. How does this decision impact and what has been the response in the Tibetan community once His Holiness made the announcement earlier today, this morning?
This is a very big and positive news for Tibetan inside and outside Tibet, because there is a clarity in the statement issued by His Holiness Dalai Lama that his reincarnation will continue, institution of Dalai Lama will continue, and his office, Gaden Phodrang, which is registered in India, that's why it's called trust. Otherwise, this is like more than 400 years old institution of Dalai Lama called Gaden Phodrang. So this is a big news, and we welcome it with big heart, thinking that the institution of Dalai Lama will continue.
But you must have seen, Mr. Sangay, the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party is taking grave exception to this. You must have heard the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry in Beijing today say that this whole process of choosing the next Dalai Lama, the reincarnation, the golden urn, etc., this whole process has to happen within the territory of China, and it has to be approved by the Chinese state, and therefore they claim that this whole process has been appended. How would you respond to that charge by the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson?
Now, I think they have no credibility whatsoever, because the statement says that the Dalai Lama has to be chosen as per the laws of the Chinese government or China, right? But actually, if you look at the laws from 1949 to 1990, there were no laws whatsoever regarding the reincarnation. Now, when Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to His Holiness Dalai Lama, and when Panchen Lama died, they thought, oh, we need a law. And then in 1995, they came out with the regulation. And in 2007, they came with Order Number 5, which essentially issues certificate for reincarnated lamas at the national, provincial, or the local level. But that process also was accused and criticized by senior-most Communist Party member, a Tibetan in China, saying there is so much corruption that the certificate is issued as per the bribery given to Communist Party officials in China. So the law has no validity. The procedure they have put in place is so corrupt, and then it's been questioned even by Communist Party member in China and in Tibet.
So, just like you referred to the case of the Panchen Lama, when the last Panchen Lama died and the Tibetan government in exile, the Dalai Lama chose who's going to be the next Panchen Lama, but that person was then kidnapped or taken away by the Chinese state, and no one has ever since seen him or heard from him. And instead, the state in Beijing ordered their own Panchen Lama. They reinstated their own Panchen Lama. And I believe this person even met with Xi Jinping a few weeks ago. Even in the case of the appointment of the next Dalai Lama, will that not be contested? Will there not be two Dalai Lamas effectively? And as a result of which, this whole legacy, this whole lineage, this whole succession will be a contested affair?
Sure, a Chinese government will try. So Chinese President Xi Jinping met with Chinese Panchen Lama or the fake Panchen Lama, because the real Panchen Lama has disappeared for last 30 years and is being kidnapped, and no one knows where he is. He is the real Panchen Lama, right? So they will try, but then it's a matter of spirituality. Religion is a matter of hearts and minds. You can't force religion and spirituality on anyone, far less a leader, right? So Chinese government has zero credibility when it comes to reincarnation process. Even His Holiness Dalai Lama himself has said that if you really want to find my reincarnation, then first you should go and find the reincarnation Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Xiaoping. They have been, leaders of China. Then come, and talk about our reincarnation. So they have destroyed Tibetan monasteries and nunneries. They have disrobed monks and nuns. Even today, they continue to curtail religious freedom in Tibet. And throughout his life, Dalai Lama was criticized, like calling him wolves in sheep clothing, head of a snake, and separatists and splitters and all that. What is your reason? What is your basis that you want to select the next Dalai Lama that you have hated and criticized throughout his life?
Mr. Lobsang Sangay, former president of the Tibetan Autonomous Council, and also, of course, the former Prime Minister in exile of the Tibetan government in exile. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to move on quickly to the other big story that we're tracking on Brass Tacks. The government today has started implementing across Delhi and the National Capital Region a new law that will not deliver petrol to 15-year-old cars or diesel to 10-year-old cars. Instead, these cars, if they are found at petrol pumps where they've come to be filled with petrol. Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. The Dalai Lama has made a hugely significant declaration today that he will have a successor, that there will be a 15th Dalai Lama, and that the successor for the current Dalai Lama will be chosen by what is called the Garden Phodrang Trust. It's a trust that is run by the office of the Dalai Lama. It has people that's been nominated by him, including famous Hollywood actor Richard Gere. What this does is two things. One, now there is certainty that there will be a 15th Dalai Lama, so that the continuation of the lineage, the continuation of the supreme faith for the Tibetan people, or the person who embodied or personified the faith for the Tibetan people, that lineage continues. But it also appends the manner in which a Dalai Lama has been chosen all along. But the most important could be a reason that is not so spiritual or religious. It is the most important reason, which is geopolitical, because this will rob China and the Chinese Communist Party of any legitimacy if they try to name a Communist Party approved Tibetan spiritual leader, much like what they did with the Panchen Lama a few years ago. That Panchen Lama reportedly even met with Xi Jinping a few weeks ago, but he has no recognition, he has no following, he simply has no credibility in the eyes of a large majority of the Tibetan people, both who are living in Tibet right now and those who are in exile. So has the Dalai Lama's announcement today that yes, there will be a successor, a 15th Dalai Lama will be chosen and will be chosen by this trust which he has founded, has that taken away the wind out of China's sail?
Dalai 가서 다 연시사디 지 지주기 미 로마즈 지미기 다네 다디 연시시 고도스네 타셔요나 데 다가 타셔셔로다 에네 경호군이 너림 문지 제조 대 자동가면 나세신 연시 문지기 제그 연구소 달라라메 라장 간대포장 이지 계획 이지 계제 왕대 genzi namda yobada konzu pögü nangden chugyu hage uchi lasen nambadang gyawang kunri narim dang lüda chishin robe.
Now, unlike presidents or popes, the Dalai Lama is not appointed, he's not elected, he's believed to be reincarnated, and his consciousness is reborn into a new child's body. Now, this is not just a symbolic thing or a metaphorical thing, it's an actual ancient ritual that is filled with spiritual journey that could take even years. In fact, after the current Dalai Lama passes away, the sacred process of identifying his reincarnation begins with what is called the interpretation of omens, dreams, and celestial signs by senior monks. They sit in a monastery, sometimes for days, if not months, and they read these celestial signs. There's a combination of astronomy, astrology, and of course, ultimately, they have to also pick up signs that they read in a celestial fashion. Guided by these visions, as well as ancient prophecies, the Garden Phodrang Trust, which today was declared as the sole authority that will decide who is going to be the next Dalai Lama. This trust will dispatch a search party to locate the child who is believed to embody the Dalai Lama's spirit. Once a potential candidate is found, the child undergoes spiritual testing, like identifying personal artifacts from the previous Dalai Lama's life. This is followed by a close evaluation of the child's behavior, instincts, and wisdom. If all the stars align, if all the signs align, the celestial signs align, then the senior lamas offer what is called the final recognition, and the child then begins years of spiritual training to step into the role of the next Tibetan supreme spiritual leader. But here's where the complication is. The last time the Panchen Lama passed away and the Tibetans had to choose a Panchen Lama, the Tibetan government in exile, the Dalai Lama, chose a Panchen Lama, but the Chinese government went ahead and chose their own person as the next Panchen Lama. The original Panchen Lama, who was chosen by the Dalai Lama and by the Tibetan faithful, that person went missing and has not been seen ever since. So, in keeping with that, China is not very happy with the declaration that was made by the Dalai Lama today. China has said that it has the sole claim over the succession of who is going to be the next Dalai Lama. Beijing and the foreign ministry spokesperson today there said the Dalai Lama's successor must be selected through what is called the Qing Dynasty Golden Urn method within Chinese territory, and that it must be approved by Beijing. Beijing regards the current Dalai Lama as a separatist or a splittist. That's the word that they've used. They also see control over his succession as critical in managing Tibetan nationalism. The Chinese law mandates that the reincarnated lamas must be approved by the state. Control over the institution of the Dalai Lama would allow Beijing to dilute both the spiritual and the political influence of the Tibetan diaspora, particularly those Tibetans who are living in exile here in India and, in fact, in many other parts of the world.
The Chinese government implements a policy of freedom of religious belief and has issued regulations on religious affairs and the management of the reincarnation of living Buddhas in Tibetan Buddhism, protecting this way of succession in accordance with the law. The reincarnation of the Dalai Lama must adhere to the principle of domestic search, golden urn draw, and approval by the central government, and be handled in accordance with religious rituals, historical customs, and national laws and regulations.
So Lobsang Sangay is the former president of the Central Tibetan Administration, the former Prime Minister of Tibetan exile. Thank you very much, Mr. Sangay, for speaking with us. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has declared that his successor will be chosen by this Gaden Padrong Trust, a trust that's appointed by him. It composes of people who are part of the office of the Dalai Lama, who are close to him. How does this decision impact and what has been the response in the Tibetan community once His Holiness made the announcement earlier today, this morning?
This is a very big and positive news for Tibetan inside and outside Tibet, because there is a clarity in the statement issued by His Holiness Dalai Lama that his reincarnation will continue, institution of Dalai Lama will continue, and his office, Ganden Podhang, which is registered in India, that's why it's called trust. Otherwise, this is like more than 400 years old institution of Dalai Lama called Ganden Podhang. So this is a big news, and we welcome it with big heart, thinking that the institution of Dalai Lama will continue.
But you must have seen, Mr. Sangay, the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party is taking grave exception to this. You must have heard the spokesperson of the foreign ministry in Beijing today say that this whole process of choosing the next Dalai Lama, the reincarnation, the golden urn, etc., this whole process has to happen within the territory of China, and it has to be approved by the Chinese state, and therefore they claim that this whole process has been appended. How would you respond to that charge by the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson?
I think they have no credibility whatsoever, because the statement says that the Dalai Lama has to be chosen as per the laws of the Chinese government or China, right? But actually, if you look at the laws from 1949 to 1990, there were no laws whatsoever regarding the reincarnation. Now, when Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to His Holiness Dalai Lama, and when Panchen Lama died, they thought, oh, we need a law. And then in 1995, they came out with the regulation. And in 2007, they came with Order Number 5, which essentially issues certificate for reincarnated lamas at the national, provincial, or the local level. But that process also was accused and criticized by senior-most Communist Party member, a Tibetan in China, saying there is so much corruption that the certificate is issued as per the bribery given to Communist Party officials in China. So the law has no validity. The procedure they have put in place is so corrupt, and then it's been questioned even by Communist Party member in China and in Tibet.
So, just like you referred to the case of the Panchen Lama, when the last Panchen Lama died and the Tibetan government in exile, the Dalai Lama chose who's going to be the next Panchen Lama, but that person was then, kidnapped or taken away by the Chinese state, and no one has ever since seen him or heard from him. And instead, the state in Beijing ordered their own Panchen Lama. They reinstated their own Panchen Lama. And I believe this person even met with Xi Jinping a few weeks ago. Even in the case of the appointment of the next Dalai Lama, will that not be contested? Will there not be two Dalai Lamas effectively? and as a result of which, this whole legacy, this whole lineage, this whole succession will be a contested affair.
Sure, a Chinese government will try. So Chinese President Xi Jinping met with Chinese Panchen Lama or the fake Panchen Lama. Because the real Panchen Lama has disappeared for last 30 years and is being kidnapped, and no one knows where he is. He is the real Panchen Lama. Right? So they will try, but then, it's a matter of spirituality. Religion is a matter of hearts and minds. You can't force religion and spirituality on anyone, far less a leader, right? So Chinese government has zero credibility when it comes to reincarnation process. Even His Holiness Dalai Lama himself has said that if you really want to find my reincarnation, then first you should go and find the reincarnation of Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Xiaoping. They have been, leaders of China. Then come, and talk about our reincarnation. So they have destroyed Tibetan monasteries and nunneries. They have disrobed monks and nuns. Even today, they continue to curtail religious freedom in Tibet. And throughout his life, Dalai Lama was criticized, like calling him wolves in sheep clothing, head of a snake, and separatists and splitters and all that. What is your reason? What is your basis that you want to select the next Dalai Lama that you have hated and criticized throughout his life?
Mr. Lobsang Sangay, former president of the Tibetan Autonomous Council, and also, of course, the former Prime Minister in exile of the Tibetan government in exile. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to move on quickly to the other big story that we're tracking on Brass Tacks. The government today has started implementing across Delhi and the National Capital Region a new law that will not deliver petrol to 15-year-old cars or diesel to 10-year-old cars. Instead, these cars, if they are found at petrol pumps where they've come to be filled with petrol or diesel, they will be immediately taken away and impounded. Now, while this is a rule that's been brought forth by the Air Quality Monitoring Committee, which of course is under the provisions of the Supreme Court and a ruling held up by the Supreme Court, many are asking if such a blanket ban on 10-year-old diesel cars and 15-year-old petrol cars actually makes any sense. Or should it be on a case-by-case basis where there are, tens of lakhs of such 10-year-old diesel cars and 15-year-old petrol cars, which may be fit to ply? So should there be a fitness certificate for these cars on a case-by-case basis before these old vehicles and their fitness and their health is assessed before having this kind of a blanket ban on all 10-year plus diesel cars and all 15-year plus petrol cars? So yesterday, July 1, was the first day of this rather bold no fuel for end-of-life vehicles policy. It saw enforcement. At least 80 vehicles were impounded as part of this on day one. 12 of them happened to be four-wheelers, 67 two-wheelers, and one three-wheeler, which I believe was an auto rickshaw, was also part of the impounding exercise. So about 80 vehicles were impounded yesterday. Today we don't have the full figures, but it will be in that same ballpark between about 80 to 100. But what is actually happening on the ground at fuel stations across the national capital and the wider NCR region? Now, public announcements are being made through loudspeakers and PA systems that if your vehicle has reached end of life and if it arrives and fuel is denied, then the vehicle happens to be impounded on the spot. There is no redressal mechanism. It's not like you can go to the traffic cops. It's not like you have a traffic court that you can go and challenge the decision. It's going to be impounded on the spot. So to implement the ban, there are more than 350 teams from various departments, the transport department, other departments who've been stationed 24/7 across almost 500 petrol pumps in the national capital. CNN News 18 took stock at one such fuel station as to what people are saying about this end-of-life vehicles.
Diesel vehicles over 10-year-old and petrol vehicles over 15-year-old will not be allowed to refuel in Delhi. A total of 350 petrol stations have been identified for policy enforcement and potential vehicle seizures. Not just that the petrol will be denied, but also the vehicles will be impounded if they are found to have been violating the life of the vehicle. This move was initiated by the Commission for Air Quality Management in collaboration with Transport Department, Delhi Police and traffic personnel in a bid to curb air pollution in national capital. You can see a board here at this petrol pump that clearly mentions that fuel will not be dispensed to end-of-life vehicles. We also have Anil Prasad ji, who's the supervisor of this petrol pump. Sir, क्या directions हैं गवर्नमेंट से जो vehicles आएंगे उनको आप लोग पेट्रोल और डीजल देने के लिए मना किया गया है?
जी हाँ सर, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने हमें जो है एक जो लागू कर रखा है यहाँ पे, और हमें जो है सर्कुलर दे रखा है कि जो भी पेट्रोल और सीएनजी की गाड़ियाँ हैं 15 साल पुरानी होंगी उन्हें जो है कोई भी ईंधन और गैस नहीं मिलेगा, और जो डीजल की गाड़ियाँ 10 साल पुरानी होंगी उन्हें जो है डीजल नहीं दिया जाएगा.
So I want to go across to Mr. Vinkesh Gulati. He's Vice President of the Automotive Skill Development Council. Thanks very much, Mr. Gulati. So this decision is almost blanket ban of denying diesel to 10-year-old cars and petrol to 15-year-old cars. And on the first day, about 80-odd cars and other two-wheelers and three-wheelers were impounded. Many are saying that, having this kind of a blanket ban on all of these cars, that's not going to work. There are very old diesel cars but are still fit to ply, similar to petrol cars, more than 15-year-old and still fit to ply. Should there be a little more nuance in this new law, or should it be a blanket ban like what we're seeing?
See, frankly speaking, this rule is nothing new. It has been implemented before, and it's actually not even a Delhi government rule. This was implemented by the CDAC, which is the air quality regulatory body. So it has been there since long time, but the implementation hasn't been that strong. What this new Delhi government of BJP is wanting to do it. Even before, anything more than 10-year diesel was not allowed to ply in Delhi NCR. Vehicles were challaned if they were moving on the road. More than 15-year petrol wasn't allowed. And we parallelly, MORTH came with a policy of where the fitness can be done and then the vehicle can be driven more. But seeing the Delhi pollution issue and the Supreme Court and this body being involved, not much the government could do it. Now what Delhi new BJP government is doing is just implementing it in a proper way, or you can say enforcement is being happening in the senior way. And what has happened, not even today, for the past around 6 months to a year, the vehicles which are stranded outside, which doesn't come into 10-year petrol and 15-year diesel, are being scouted and being picked up by these scrap dealers as per the policy. So yes, they have come hard on implementing this policy. It's on one side, seeing the Delhi pollution, which normally happens in the winters, it's a good policy. But overall, if you see from the human side, it's not that great a policy, because normally there are customers who even don't drive more than 5,000 per year.
That's correct.
And a vehicle driven which is 30,000 or 50,000 in 10 years doesn't need to be impounded. They have their right, because officially they have paid the 15-year road tax when they have bought this vehicle.
Correct.
But when the Supreme Court or Supreme Court authoritative body, when it comes in, it becomes difficult where such public issues or even things can be sorted out.
But Mr. Gulati, the question is there a better way to do this? I mean, in the West, in America or the UK, for example, cars run easily for 20 years, 25 years, sometimes even 30 years. Is it possible in the case of India, and this is obviously this applies to the National Capital Region, to let's say have for petrol cars and diesel cars, which have gone past this 15-year and 10-year deadline, every year the car goes to the RTO or goes to a pollution control center and says, okay, it gets a fitness certificate for 1 year that this car is fit to run on the road, this car is fit to ply. Isn't that a better way to do it than just say blanket ban on all 10-year-old diesel and 15-year-old petrol cars?
Yeah, that's a better. So what I'm told you, there are a lot of vehicles who haven't even done 10,000, 15,000 or 20,000 also.
Correct.
Because the people who bought for their emergency or for some time moving around with the family, they don't use it. They use public transport for that. And the vehicles are in spick and span good conditions. And normally Indian, all of us, we are very emotional with our vehicles. So we take them as a family member and we maintain them properly also. I'm not talking about the 10-20% of the people who don't bother, but most of us, when we buy a vehicle, we are emotionally attached. We don't let it sell after 10 years because we still think that it's good enough. And frankly, even today's 10-year-old petrol vehicle in Delhi, you will see many vehicles which are better than 3-year-old petrol vehicles today because it's not been maintained. And government does as a policy. MORTH has a policy where after 8 years or 10 years, you can get yearly fitness test from the that automatic fitness test infrastructure what they have created. And from there, so there is 30-40 kilometers out of Delhi also, there is a center which does that. But the problem, like I said, this is what should be. It is not that the year ban should be or kilometer ban should be. It should be the quality of vehicle and the quality of exhaust emission it gives. Even in a 3-year or 4-year-old BS6 vehicle, if not maintained well, will give you more exhaust fumes than a 10-year vehicle, petrol or a diesel vehicle, if it is maintained and regularly tuned at an authorized dealer.
Mr. Gulati, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Vinkesh Gulati there. Expressing what I think is the common sense sentiment amongst a lot of Delhiites and folks in the NCR region, that this kind of blanket ban of not providing fuel to 10-year-old diesel cars and 15-year-old petrol cars just doesn't make any sense. There's surely a better, more nuanced way to do this. Meanwhile, foreign ministers of the Quad countries, that's the United States, India, Japan and Australia, issued a joint statement condemning the April 22nd terrorist attack in Pahalgam. The condemnation has arrived in the strongest possible terms. It firmly pitches for action against cross-border terrorism, the financiers, the backers, the sponsors of terror. The leaders, the foreign ministers of 4 countries, urged that those who are behind this act be brought to justice. In fact, foreign ministers of the Quad countries also urged all UN member states, in accordance with their obligations, to cooperate actively with all relevant authorities to ensure justice for the victims of this attack. Now, why this statement is significant is because just last week, China and Pakistan had blocked India's bid to call out the Pahalgam terror attack and the perpetrators of the attack in the SCO joint statement, so much so that India refused to go along and refused to sign the joint statement. There was no explicit terror reference at the SCO meet or in the SCO joint statement. As a result, India refused to sign this Pakistan-China agenda at the SCO summit. At the Quad summit, it was completely the opposite story. India did raise the Pahalgam terror attack issue. Others joined in the condemnation as well, and in explicit language, it was mentioned in the joint statement at the end of the meeting. At the SCO, while Pakistan and China colluded to block any reference to the terror attack in Pahalgam, the Quad, on the other hand, emphasized on cross-border terrorism and its implications for democracies. The SCO statement mentioned regional security, it was a very bland sort of phrase, whereas the Quad is called to go to the root cause of the problem and it be rooted out. It called for perpetrators and financiers of terror to be gone after. The SCO was divided. The terrorism issue, the definition of terrorism was politicized. That wasn't the case at the Quad, as it stood united, it stood strong and aligned on the issue of terror.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated. And India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
America's bombing of Iran's key nuclear sites in Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz has seriously and heavily damaged almost all of those facilities. This has been confirmed by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi himself, despite some initial intel reports, including from the Defence Intelligence Agency in the United States, downplaying the extent of damage. But the bigger picture and the bigger question that needs to be asked is, how far back has Iran's nuclear program been pushed?
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
So over the weekend, President Trump declared that Iran's nuclear capabilities were completely and totally obliterated by the American airstrikes. The full extent of the damage, which is being assessed by U.S. intelligence agencies, is still unclear. Several disclosures and claims by the United States and United Nations officials, along with satellite images taken after the Israeli and American airstrikes, have shed some light on the situation in Iran, in particular at its major nuclear sites. A leaked U.S. intelligence report said that attacks set back Iran's nuclear program by only a few months. That's a finding that's been disputed by the White House and, in particular, by President Trump. Both the New York Times and CNN reported the same over the last week, much to the chagrin of Trump personally. That preliminary classified report said that the American bombing of the 3 nuclear sites in Iran set back that country's nuclear program only by a few months. The report was put together by the Defence Intelligence Agency, the DIA, in which it is estimated that the Iranian nuclear program had been delayed by less than 6 months because of these strikes. Trump, of course, disputes that claim made by his own intel folks. Instead, he's lashed out at the media.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
The CIA Director John Ratcliffe said last week that the strikes had severely damaged Iran's nuclear program, although he did not exactly outline what he means by severely damaged. Rafael Grossi, who is the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, has said that the centrifuges at the deeply buried Fordo enrichment site are no longer operational. But he also added a word of caution. He said it would be too much to assert that Iran's nuclear program has been totally wiped out. Iran built the Fordo fuel enrichment plant deep inside a mountain. It is impervious to any attack except the one that we saw last Sunday, which was a repeated assault by American bunker buster bombs. In fact, an American official has confirmed that at least 6 B-2 bombers, which flew all the way from Missouri in the US, flew 37 hours and then ended up dropping about a dozen 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs on Fordo last Sunday. The Fordo site contained thousands of Iran's most advanced centrifuges, which are meant to enrich uranium. These enriched uranium centrifuges are the ones that are critical to making a nuclear weapon. In 2023, the IAEA had back then estimated that it had discovered uranium which had been enriched to more than 80% purity at the Fordo enrichment plant, just under the 90% that is required to make a nuclear weapon. Satellite images which were captured shortly after the American airstrikes reveal significant damage as well as the likely entry points for these bunker buster bombs. The images show distinct changes in the appearance of the ground. Also, you can see significant grey dust near the possible strike locations. The bunker busters have to penetrate the earth and they will only explode after traveling several hundred feet inside the ground. The UN nuclear watchdog has said that given the power of these bombs, 30,000 pounds is what they weigh, that were dropped on Fordo, the assessment by the IAEA is that these centrifuges may no longer be operational. The spinning centrifuges, that's the mechanism of these high-speed centrifuges which are required to make a nuclear weapon or to enrich uranium to the level required to make a nuclear weapon. That spinning mechanism requires a high degree of precision. These are vulnerable to intense vibration. So if you have a 30,000 pound that's dropped deep inside, several hundred feet inside the earth, and then that leads to an explosion, it's likely that it would have affected the spinning centrifuge. Natanz, which is the site of Iran's largest uranium enrichment program, that was damaged by multiple Israeli strikes, along with an American attack that appears to have targeted the underground enrichment halls of Natanz. The IAEA says that it had identified direct impacts on the underground enrichment halls at Natanz after Israel targeted the facility with missiles first. It also said that the attack had destroyed the overground part of the fuel enrichment plant. Unlike in Fordo, in Natanz, the facilities are buried just a few meters deep. Satellite images show that 2 craters were seen over the suspected locations of those facilities. A US Navy submarine fired more than 24 cruise missiles at a third site, which is called Isfahan, which had also been attacked by the Israeli military. That site was thought to house the enriched uranium along with facilities that are meant to process uranium ore and then turn uranium gas into a solid form. Only after it reaches solid form can it be potentially made into a weapon. But how much has Iran's program actually been set back by? And can Iran still build a nuclear weapon despite these massive attacks by America and Israel? Iran has a long history of building covert underground nuclear sites. There are anywhere between a dozen to 24 sites across the length and the breadth of this country. This month, Iranian officials had claimed that the country had another enrichment site in a secure and previously undisclosed location. They claim it's not a location that is vulnerable like Fordo or Natanz. Experts believe that this new site could be close to Natanz. It's under the hills called the Ku'a Kolang Gazla. It's a mountain range nearly a mile above sea level. That means it could be buried twice as deep as Fordo. Senior American officials have also conceded that they do not know with certainty the fate of Iran's stockpile of the uranium. Before the American airstrikes, there was evidence that the Iranians who were tuned in to what President Trump had been repeatedly saying, these threats of attacking and taking military action against these nuclear sites, there is word that the Iranians had removed up to 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60% purity from Isfahan. The Defense Intelligence Agency's report also said that much of Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was moved much before the strikes, which destroyed little of the nuclear material that had already been enriched. Iran may have moved some of that to secret locations, one of which may now be coming to light. Some Israeli officials also conceded that they believed that the Iranian government had maintained small covert enrichment facilities so that they could easily transfer the nuclear program in the event of an attack. It is not clear whether the Iranians will still try to rebuild the program, the nuclear program that is. The sad truth is that by striking Iran, the United States and Israel has made it much more likely that Iran will want to now obtain a nuclear weapon. Even if these strikes knocked out all of Iran's nuclear facilities, Iran will now be much more motivated than ever before, perhaps, to rebuild its nuclear capacities and pursue not just uranium enrichment, but actual weapons grade so that it can make a nuclear weapon. The future of Iran's nuclear program will depend on a multiplicity of factors. One, the extent of the damage left behind. Two, how many of Iran's secret nuclear sites are still functional, are still active. And three, Tehran's negotiating position in the coming days. But one thing is as clear as daylight, that just like in the case of Ukraine, had Iran possessed a nuclear weapon already before these attacks by America and Israel, the nature and magnitude of the American and Israeli action would have been much more restrained. And to that extent, nuclear weapon still remains not just the great deterrent, but also the great equalizer. All right, so the question is, the 12-day Israel-Iran war has ended. There's been a ceasefire. All sides are claiming victory. Israel is, Iran is, certainly the United States and President Donald Trump are. How has this changed the sort of dynamic of the region as we know it over the last many decades? Are we now moving towards a conclusion of these various wars that we're seeing in the Middle East? It started off in the aftermath of October 7th, 2023, when Israel launched this war on Hamas. Then it spread to southern Lebanon, the war against Hezbollah and the Houthis in the Red Sea and elsewhere, and finally culminating in this 12-day Iran-Israel war. Joining us now is Professor Emeritus of War Studies at King's College London, Sir Lawrence Freedman. Thank you very much, Dr. Freedman, for speaking with us. So President Trump calls it the 12-day war. From your vantage, the way you saw events play out and the war play out between Israel and Iran, and now that it's been a week since it concluded, what is your assessment of what has been achieved in these 12 days? Is it a complete reset in the Middle East as we know it, or is it just a work in progress?
It's a culmination of a lot of trends. Which have been going on, you could argue, since the Iranian Revolution at the start of 1979, when the new clerical regime established itself as opponents of both the United States and Israel. So it's not new, and it may not yet be over, but what has changed, and I think this is not just the last 12 days, but all that has happened since October the 7th, 23, is an axis of resistance, that's their term, that was set up by Iran, has been very badly weakened. Hamas is hanging on in Gaza, but is no longer able to pose a direct military threat to Israel. Hezbollah has been severely weakened and was unable to take any part in the recent exchange of fire, despite the fact that it had almost been developed by Iran as a deterrent to the sort of thing that Israel and the US has just done. Syria, which was bolstered by Iran and Hezbollah and Russia, has now reverted to a pre-Assad time, and the US is making quite an effort to embrace it, the new Syria. And now Iran went through a big conflict with Israel with thousands of missiles and drones prepared to go, and made limited impact on Israel, while Israel had targets in Iran easily available because air defenses had been destroyed. So it's not the end, because the regime is still in place. Its rhetoric hasn't changed, and it's not even altogether clear that it no longer has much of a nuclear option, but it's certainly been severely weakened.
I do want to know, like you said, the regime is still very much there, but what about the old playbook? And this is what the Ayatollah regime, the playbook that they used were these, terror proxies, as you referred to them, as the axis of resistance. They have been weakened, certainly, but have they been weakened to the point where the old tactics no longer apply?
I think, and if they've got any sense, they'll be rethinking their foreign policy and what they're trying to achieve. And I think there are some elements in the Iranian government that realized this some time ago, which is why they were prepared to engage with the United States. It's just they felt pushed beyond a level which they could go by the American negotiations, and then Israel sort of interrupted them. So I think that there's a lobby in Iran to move in a different direction, but it's not necessarily the dominant one. And it's a question of the whole identity of the regime and its legitimacy. Now, I think the big questions, from my view, are how they deal with the domestic pressures building up. And many Iranians see the sort of anti-Zionist campaign as a bit of distraction from their own basic needs. The economy's in a mess. There's substantial discontent. That doesn't mean to say that the regime is on the verge of being overthrown, but there's a lot of big issues that need to be addressed. So I think one of the questions is how much they concentrate on these more domestic concerns and how much they try to revive this sort of aggressive foreign policy and the means to conduct it, which I think they'll find difficult. I mean, they may find it possible to sort of stay in the nuclear game in some way. We just don't know enough, I think, about where that capability was left.
So the feeling in Israel certainly seems to be that it could have gone the whole hog, and that is that it could have gone ahead and brought in some form of regime change, because otherwise the old playbook will still be revived by the Ayatollah regime. And somehow the feeling's also that it was President Trump who took the call and who sort of drew that red line saying, we're not interested in regime change. America doesn't want to get dragged into one of those, again, long-winded wars in the Middle East. And had it not been for that line that he drew, Israel could have actually gone and tried to change the regime of the Ayatollah. Is there any merit in such a feeling?
I think Israel wanted to go on a bit longer. They certainly talked about the desirability of regime change. I don't believe they thought they could achieve it by themselves. I mean, they weakened the regime in a variety of ways, including taking out senior figures, attacking a jail, media, and so on. But I think it was always the case, and I think the Israelis understood that would depend on Iranians, not on Israel. But I think it is the case that Trump, having made his point by attacking sites, nuclear-relevant sites, wanted to call it a day and didn't particularly wait for the damage assessment on Fordo in particular and other enrichment plants to see if it actually had all been successful. So he was in a hurry to bring it to a conclusion. and clearly got angry with Israel when it looked like it was trying to carry on in some way. So he brought it to an end, which is why we're in this situation while the regime is still there, still has options, but it is undoubtedly severely weakened.
But what then is the incentive now for Iran to stop the pursuit of a nuclear weapon or to stop enriching uranium, provided they do still have the capability to do that? And like I said, and like you said a moment ago, we don't quite know if they still have that ability. But if they do, what's the incentive for them to, stop pursuing the nuclear weapon? Because had this been a nuclear-enabled Iran or a nuclear weaponized Iran, this war perhaps would not have happened the way it happened. Would not have happened at all, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the Iranian view. It demonstrates why a nuclear deterrent might be quite a useful thing to have. Although one has to repeat, they've always said they're not after a nuclear weapon. It's never been wholly credible, but it's still their official view. Their problem is first, we don't know, but we have to assume that the substantial damage to their program, what might have taken a year, 6 months or whatever, will now take much longer. Secondly, they've clearly been penetrated by Israeli intelligence, and the Israelis seem to have had a pretty good idea about what was going on, and that will continue, though they've arrested a number of people. I doubt if they feel they've got all Israeli agents. So it's not going to be easy for this to be covert, and if it's not covert, then there's a problem of the Israelis or even the Americans coming back for more. So I'm sure they'll be looking at the moment at what they can do. They've got their own damage assessment to do, and they'll be trying to work out their plans. And I'm sure there'll be a lobby for putting it all together again, not least to show the limits of what the Israelis and US achieved. But I don't think it's that straightforward for them.
So what you said in a moment ago in your previous answer about the feeling in Israel was they either could have gone the whole hog, if not certainly they could have gone on for a few more days, inflicted more damage. That's a feeling that many here in India shared as well in the context of the India-Pakistan conflict that happened back in May. It went on for about 4 days. There again, the feeling was it was Trump who stopped India in its tracks. It was Trump who came in and said, I've mediated and I've declared a ceasefire. Of course, the government of India has rejected that, saying it was bilaterally negotiated and arrived at. But do you see merit in that sentiment, whether it's in Israel or in India, that they could have gone whole hog against a regime, against a state which has used terror proxies for a number of decades?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the points you make are very valid, and I think the read across to Indo-Pakistan and even to Ukraine, Russia is there. Trump's basic approach is ceasefire. I mean, because that's the quickest way to stop any fighting, and and the quickest way to claim a sort of diplomatic victory. Unfortunately, ceasefires are not a way of dealing with root causes, of actually addressing the issues that divide countries. Now, whether continued military action would have achieved that is also open to doubt. I mean, there were other things Israel could have done, but I think one of the difficulties Israel has is it's very clever when it starts wars. It never seems to have a very good idea how to stop them, and if they could carry on attacking targets for ages, and not a lot Iran could have done about it. But the end result may just have been to strengthen popular support for the regime. So I don't think there was necessarily an alternative in Israel's case. And of course, for India, in the fight over Kashmir, there was a question of just how far it wanted to go. But you're left with this difficulty that if you just keep on having ceasefires, then all you're doing is sort of suspending conflicts. You're not actually resolving them.
So can I press on that point a bit? Because, the problem, whether it's Israel or for India, is these are democracies whose citizens, innocent civilians, have been attacked. And obviously in democracies, there is pressure on government to act, and there needs to be some form of retribution against these other, for want of a better phrase, enemy states that are using these terror proxies. In the case of Iran, it's Hezbollah and Hamas and all of the other entities in the Middle East. In the case of Pakistan, it's terror groups like the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And democracies are, by very nature, restrained in their response, yet at the same time, they have to be seen as responding, because otherwise, there's a political cost to pay. So how do democracies like India or Israel or Britain, for that matter, deal with this problem of terrorism? Because on the other side, you have a bunch of guys who are ideologically brainwashed and who have seemingly a lot of resources, and there are states that are backing them because it suits this asymmetric warfare, suits those states.
So I think that there's two answers to that, neither satisfactory. One of them is you have to manage these crises. You have to accept that you're facing a long-term problem with groups that have backing, can cause terror, but not necessarily can go much beyond that. The UK has faced the IRA in the past, and it's faced its own Islamist terror groups in the past, and so on. So we're all familiar with that sort of challenge. And then there's the sort of root causes issue. Are there deals that could be done over Kashmir or over Palestine or whatever that would take the edge off these conflicts? And there may be, I mean, my suspicion is it's actually probably easier to do over Palestine than it is over Kashmir. But however easy it is, we're not particularly close to it at the moment. And then you're not sure. I mean, and the Israeli argument would be that all you would do with a Palestinian state is to create a base for yet more terrorism in the future. Now, these issues may be resolvable, but that's the way it goes. And I think it's just a reflection. But both of the conflicts we're talking about, go back to the end of the British Empire and the late 1940s. So we've been living with them for a very long time, and they're both appear to be zero sum. The one gains, the other loses, and that makes it much harder. So we're ending up with this sort of messy attempt to manage it, and part of the managing is to demonstrate to those causing you harm that you can cope, that you're resilient, but also that you can really hurt them in response.
You talked about deterrence in one of the previous answers in the context of states that have nuclear weapons. So, for example, India and Pakistan both have nuclear weapons. So there's a degree of deterrence that has been established. In the case of Iran and Israel, one has, but has not publicly declared. The other is in the pursuit of, hasn't achieved that yet. And therefore, that's a little different. But how do you achieve deterrence in the case of terrorism? I mean, what is the deterrence in the case of terrorism? Because, like I said, those guys are brainwashed and ready to die.
The only deterrence, the deterrence is often spoken of in two ways. One is punishment. If you do these horrible things, we will punish you badly, which doesn't always seem to work. And the other is denial. You may try to do these terrible things, but we're really going to stop you getting away with it, which is about better intelligence, better protection of public areas, and being prepared to act when you see a problem developing. And if you look at the attack of the 7th of October 23, it could have been prevented. The Israelis had the intelligence, they weren't acting upon it. Now, I don't know enough about the situation in Kashmir. I don't think there's. I'm afraid that the unsatisfactory answer is there's no obvious solution, but you can make it harder. And we've seen in the past groups, in a sense, peter out because they can't recruit. They don't get. They've got to sustain themselves, and if they can't show successful activity, then people don't join them, and so on. But it's a long haul. There's no simple answer to it.
So is there any lessons? There have been terror groups that have been defeated in the last 20 years. I mean, Al-Qaeda is an example of it. IS, the Islamic State, in its various forms, some of it has been defeated quite successfully. Are there lessons that can be learned from those examples, whether it's Israel in the context of Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., or even India in the context of these terror groups?
I mean, I think that the thing about Hamas and Hezbollah, and of course ISIS as well, was that they ended up moving from sort of terrorist militias into fully fledged armies, and that made it much easier to hit them. I mean, if you're just talking about a few individuals who move amongst the shadows and come out and do their deeds, it's actually much harder to wipe them out completely. If they act as if they're fully fledged armies representing a state, then it's easier
actually to use regular force against them, which is why, in the end, Hamas, Hezbollah, and ISIS, in practice, have all been defeated as regular forces. But the ideology and the incentives for individuals to carry on the fight, as it were, remain. So again, it's almost easier the more they come out into the open and present themselves as a regular force, organised in battalions and so on.
All right. One final word, and this is a slightly larger question, a more strategic 20, 30-year question, which is, the big great power competition that's going to define the coming few decades is going to be between America and China. I mean, many are calling it the new Cold War, etc. And there is also the view that all of these conflicts, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Iran, India, Pakistan, is actually taking away the free world, the liberal worlds, and the current established global world orders, attention, resources, money, and time away from that big competition, which is how do you deal with this question of a rising and a hegemonic China?
Yes, I mean, that's certainly a strongly held view among some in the Trump administration. And why they want ceasefires everywhere is they just want everything to concentrate on dealing with China. Though I think in Trump's view, dealing with China is more an economic matter than a military matter, which is why all the tariff issues, I think, are in some ways more important, and in fact may end up having more consequences for the international system than some of the military activity. And I think part of it is trying to read what China's about. I mean, I don't think particularly China is hegemonic globally. It's certainly regionally. And
let's say if it were to attack Taiwan, how would that?
Yeah, I mean, Taiwan's the example everybody gives, but you also got the South China Sea and so on. And we spend a lot of time trying to read American intentions and interests in all of this, and you rarely come out with a sense that the Americans would go whole hog for Taiwan. That they might, and
will they, even under Trump?
It's not clear. I mean, Trump doesn't particularly. I mean, the main interest that Trump sees and other Americans see in Taiwan is the microchip industry. And beyond that, not a lot. So I think there's a lot of uncertainties in this, where undoubtedly there's big competition between the US and China in all sorts of ways. But it's become a much more complicated competition, unlike that between the US and the Soviet Union in the old days. The Soviet Union was unimportant to the international economy. China is incredibly important to the international economy. And that's why I think it's, in the end, this is a conflict that will be fought out more in that sphere than in the military sphere. Although if it is ever fought out in the military sphere, we really do have a problem.
All right. Sir Lawrence Freedman, thank you so much for joining us for this fascinating conversation. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good to talk to you.
Viewers, let's get straight to the point tonight. What would you call a group of political parties who oppose citizenship for Hindus persecuted in neighboring Islamic countries but support asylum for Rohingya Muslims? What would you call a group of parties who deem Hindu festivals as environmentally unfriendly while ignoring similar concerns over festivals of other communities? What would you call a group of parties that liken Sanatan Dharma to a disease? Would you call them tolerant, inclusive, pluralistic, secular? Viewers, not if the hard facts have anything to do with it. The India Alliance is severely critical of the RSS and the BJP for demanding that the word secular should be expunged from the constitution. But does the same India Alliance practice secularism? That's the baseline question. And if it did practice secularism, would it have a problem with Hindus wanting to protect the sanctity of their religious festivals? Would it link any such efforts by the Hindu community to protect the sanctity of its festivals to religious exceptionalism? The answer is no, viewers. So then why are its leaders liking a proposal by 3 state governments to the bigotry linked to Pahalgam and divisiveness? Sample this from Congress Party's Digvijay Singh and also Samajwadi Party's Hassan, viewers, who are linking the Kawar Yatra, no less, to terrorism of the kind, the religious terrorism of the kind we saw in Pahalgam. Listen to this, viewers. Listen to this.
राज्य सरकार अगर कांवड़ यात्रा के लिए सुविधा प्रदान करती है तो उसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरी बात यह है कि कांवड़ यात्रा के माध्यम से आप एक नफरत का माहौल पैदा करें समाज में, वो उचित नहीं है।
जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो, किसने ये राइट दिया इनको कि ढाबों की चेकिंग करें? ये किसने इनको ये राइट दिया कि लोगों की पैंटें उतरवाएं? क्या इनमें और उन आतंकवादियों में कोई फर्क है जिन्होंने धर्म पूछ के पहलगाम के अंदर गोलियां मारी थी? ये भी एक तरह के आतंकवादी हैं और वो भी आतंकवादी थे।
Viewers, if the India alliance was truly secular, would it flaunt its political alliance with Islamists? Here you can see Congress senior Kerala leader Anto Antony, viewers, embracing the workers of NIA-designated terror group PFI's political arm, the SDPI. There it is, viewers. Congress MP Anto Antony in his constituency. The Congress MP met with these SDPI workers in Kerala. The Congress MP Anto Antony justified meeting them, saying that they were well-wishing constituents, viewers. That's the state of affairs. An act that has led the BJP to accuse India alliance leading like the Congress of practicing namazwad. Listen into this, viewers. Jaishankar.
वो सेक्युलरिज्म के अगेंस्ट हैं, डेमोक्रेसी के अगेंस्ट हैं। ये उनके ही कहे हुए वर्ड्स में आपको सुना रहा हूँ, और ये इस्लामिक गवर्नेंस में मानते हैं। इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम है जमाते इस्लामी। बहुत सालों तक देश के मेन स्ट्रीम राजनीति में और पॉलिटिक्स से बाहर रखा गया था, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने कहा, कांग्रेस के लोग भी इसको एक डेंजरस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मानते थे। लेकिन पहली बार राहुल गांधी के पुराने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी और प्रियंका गांधी के आज के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी वायनाड में जो निलंबुर बाई इलेक्शन हुआ, उसमें पहली बार कांग्रेस ने खुल के फॉर्मली जमाते इस्लामी के सपोर्ट उन्होंने लिया, प्रचार हुआ।
Viewers, why would any secular nationalist political platform invite Medha Patkar and Prakash Raj to Parliament to attend a meeting of a parliamentary standing committee, knowing fully well that these individuals have been apologists for Pakistan's Islamist terrorism? Congress MP was the chair of Parliament Standing Committee on Rural Development, and he invited Medha Patkar and Prakash Raj. Medha Patkar is on record objecting to any diplomatic effort to link Pakistan to Islamist terror. Can you believe it, viewers? She says you should not call Pakistan a terror state. Prakash Raj, the actor turned activist, so-called activist, has vehemently opposed calls for boycotting Pakistan stars who have been selectively silent on Pak-sponsored Islamist terror. He has a problem with that. He wants dialogue with Pakistan. If this wasn't enough, the entire India alliance has shared a platform with a sectarian organization called the Jamaat-e-Sharia in Patna's iconic Gandhi Maidan just a few days ago. And you can see those pictures. Every leader of the India alliance was there. This duplicity at multiple levels expresses the India Alliance brand of secularism, one that routinely marginalizes Hindus under the guise of progressive politics, viewers. And it begs us to ask some straight and direct and honest questions. And I want to open this up and go straight across to Nikhil Jain, political analyst, Syed Asad Abbas also, who believes that the India bloc, the India Alliance, is upholding the secular character of our constitution. So let me ask you straight off the bat, Mr. Jain, and this is what I've shown you a large number of instances now. So the Congress and the India bloc, they swear by the word secular in the preamble. They say any effort to expunge it is communalist. But these examples seem to suggest, and I'm asking you a question, is the India Namazwadi, however, in practice? Straight question.
See, Rahul, first of all, I'm having a little difficulty understanding what really is the question here. But so far as you questioning the credentials of the India bloc and their secularism is concerned, first and foremost, let me point it out to your viewers that BJP is a party in whose constitution, in the preamble of their constitution, they also have the word secular and socialist. Sanju is sitting here, she can very well pull it out. So far as the word secular and socialist in being included in the constitution by the is concerned, Supreme Court has given a catena of judgments saying that this is not in sync with the Constitution, and the principles of secularism and socialism are
I'm
part
not
of the
having a
basic
legal
structure.
debate, sir. You're hardly qualified to have a legal debate. So I'm asking you, Mr. Jain, very seriously and very straightforwardly. One second. I'm asking you, why does... hang on. Why does the Congress selectively attack Hindu festivals? I'm asking you a question. Simple, please. Why does the India Alliance... Okay, fine, sir. Fair enough. You are a very learned constitutional lawyer. Okay, I rest my case. But let me ask you the pertinent questions tonight. I'm not getting into a larger philosophical debate that should be held actually by a constitutional bench of India. I'm sure they'll go into it, sir. But I'm asking you a simple... Not a constitutional bench. Not a constitutional bench. But let me just come back to you, please. Let me just ask you the most specific question. I was very specific in my question. And I'm going to interrupt if I don't get specific responses because I value the time of the viewer. I don't want the viewer to be sitting there and spun around in their seat. So I'm asking you once again, sir, simply this. You heard Mr. Hassan, you heard Digvijay Singh. You said that you have a problem when the Kanwar Yatra is used for political purposes. I don't know what you mean by that. But tell me something. One second. No, obviously everyone would. Then tell me one thing. Why do you use Eid for political purposes, hosting Eid milans, hosting iftar parties, giving them... One second. What is that?
That is precisely the difference, Rahul.
Precisely the difference, is it?
You've hit it on the head. You've hit it on the head.
I've hit it on the head.
Congress party and opposition parties hold Eid parties, iftar parties to bring communities together. What the BJP does is it uses Hindu festivals to create rift between the communities to target Muslims.
Let me tell you, viewers, do they hold Ram Navami parties? No, they don't hold Ram Navami parties. You'll never hear them. You'll never hear them holding Ram Navami parties, viewers. But yes, iftar parties we must hold because we are bringing communities together. Okay, second question.
No.
Fair enough. You're saying that you do it for... Okay, so you do it for...
What do they do?
Sir, you do it for...
Okay,
one second, Mr. Jain. Just a minute. So you do it to bring communities together in exception. You only celebrate the festivals of one community in the exception because you believe that they become... Sorry?
Rahul, hold on. Diwali party nahi hota hai kya? Have you not been to a Diwali party held by a politician? I'm sure you've been.
I've never been.
I've never been. I don't know why. Rahul, you are a very senior anchor.
But I've never been.
I don't know why you have not been invited to
why,
one.
Sir,
but politicians...
The same reasons why... because maybe I'll ask a couple of very tough questions. Anyhow, my point is this, and it's a very straightforward point. It's a very straightforward... Sir,
but then the BJP should be inviting you to the Diwali parties.
Sir,
name me one. Tough questions of them,
name me one, Mr. Jain. I'm not the subject matter of the debate here. Okay, you want to make me? I'm very happy. Which just tells me that you don't have a response for my straightforward question.
I have.
And let me then ask you the question again. Maybe you didn't hear it. Since you said you couldn't understand it, let me try to bring it back and make it more comprehensible for you. So let me take responsibility for not making it comprehensible for you. So now let me make it comprehensible for you, Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, a very simple question. And I want to ask you this. The India Alliance has leaders who compare Sanatan Dharma to an epidemic and a disease. This is on record. The Supreme Court has also taken note of it. Show me one leader from the, show me one leader from the India Alliance that has used the same words, and I don't want to repeat them. Don't force me to repeat them, about any other faith. Show me one.
Rahul, first of all, I condemn any statement made against any religion by any politician, whether it is some leader in the India Alliance making a statement against a particular faith, or whether it is a leader in the BJP party, which calls Hindu Dharam and Muslim Dharam both problematic names. I'll find you the name of the leader. I'm not remembering right now. Give me 10 minutes. I'll find you the name of the BJP leader who said things in the past which were very problematic about the Hindu faith, and the kind of things that they keep on saying about Sikhs and Muslims, with them being Khalistanis and terrorists, this and that. That is an everyday occurrence. I think all of your viewers as well know.
Just a second.
Let me answer you on the Digvijay Singh statement.
No, I'm asking you. In your alliance, you have partners who say nasty things about and I'm not just talking about DMK. I'm talking about the RJD also. What they have said about Ramcharitmanas. You have the Samajwadi Party leaders who've said nasty things about expunging tracks of the Ramcharitmanas. But no one has ever talked about tracks from other holy books. No, I'm asking you, sir. This is selectiveness, or is this inclusivity?
No, I'll tell you what it is.
Is this upholding secularism?
Hold on. Hinduism is a different faith from the Abrahamic faith. There is no single one holy book like a Quran or a Bible. No, not
so you should abuse it.
No.
So you should call it dirty names.
No.
You should partner with people who want to, who want to micturate. No, 1 second, who want to micturate. No, 1 second. On Hindu idols, it's okay.
Flexible.
No, so you will defend people. No, you will defend people who micturate, who say that they want to micturate. Please understand what I'm saying on Hindu idols. That's okay.
See, that is not at all okay. Anybody who said that.
Well, then why are those people still your allies?
Why are similar people still in the BJP party?
Okay,
Sanju would have to answer on that.
This is where the whataboutery begins. Why are they there? As if that justifies two wrongs don't make a right. And this is the problem with the Congress party. 1 second, now you answered my question. You answered 4 questions. No, you don't answer a question honestly. You start talking about the BJP, you start talking about the anchor, you start talking about everything else except for taking responsibility for members of your alliance. Why are they sharing a stage with people who advocate Sharia in this country? Imarat-e-Sharia. What does that mean, viewers? They share a stage. Is that secular? Is that secular?
Imarat-e-Sharia does not advocate Sharia law in the
country.
I
see. Have you read their constitution? Have you read their constitution? Okay, if you did, sir, then you know the first paragraph of their constitution. What does Imarat-e-Sharia mean? What does the word mean?
I am not a Persian scholar.
You're not a Persian scholar. You see, viewers, this is a problem. Lashkar-e-Toiba. Don't associate religion with terror. Then you ask them, what does Lashkar-e-Toiba mean? And they say, we don't understand Persian. It's not even Persian, by the way. Anyhow, let me just open this up. Sanju Verma needs to come in here. Sanju Verma, they are accusing you of basically using this Kavar Yatra to polarize Hindu society. And they are saying that you are doing these checks on individuals who hold or operate or own stalls near the Kavar Yatra route because you want to create only a Hindu corridor. You don't want anyone else to sell food, items, etc., who are from other faiths to the Kavar Yatris. And this, they claim, is a form of religious apartheid. So could you respond to this gentleman?
First and foremost, it's very, you can only be on the wrong side of Rahul Shivshankar at your own risk. So let me come straight to the point. That was on a lighter note, because I think Nikhil Jain was making 0 sense and Rahul took him to the shredding machine. I have a simple point to make, without only, not focusing on the Kavar Yatra. The larger thing is this. This entire secular or pseudo-secular brigade from the Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the RJD, I fail to understand why is it that Sara ka Sara bhashan on what Hindus should do, whether loudspeakers should be played during Kavar Yatra procession, yes or no? शिवजी का अभिषेक हो तो दूध शिवलिंग पर अभिषेक होना चाहिए या नहीं? Why is it that Hindus are always given bhashan? Why this moral grandstanding by parties? Recently Devendra Fadnavis has now said no loudspeaker, no azan from loudspeaker, no namaz from loudspeaker. There is a loudspeaker app. If you want to play azan, namaz, use the loudspeaker app, but not blaring it from microphones so that you disturb others at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
Be it as it may, my limited point is this, Rahul. If you notice, there is a very important judgment which is related to the topic you're discussing. 29th May 2025, the Karnataka High Court stayed the Siddaramaiah government's decision to withdraw 43 criminal cases against people belonging to Anjuman-e-Islami who were responsible for the Hubballi riots. The Karnataka High Court, in that stinging judgment of 29th May 2025, barely a few weeks back, also said it is looking to deliberate upon another case related to the PFI, where 175 cases and 1,600 people were allowed to go scot-free by Siddaramaiah within 3 weeks of taking oath. And the Karnataka High Court said, be it Hassan, be it Shivamoga, be it Mysuru, be it, any other place. Why is it that lawlessness is being upheld by the current Congress dispensation?
Okay.
Siddaramaiah had no answers. And Nikhil, I want to touch upon this entire pseudo-secular thing without being verbose. 1.5 years back, the Supreme Court put a stay on Siddaramaiah's decision to classify the entire 12.97% Muslim population of Karnataka as OBCs. 12.97% Muslims means 89 lakh Muslims in Karnataka were suo motu declared OBCs by Siddaramaiah. No less than the Supreme Court had to intervene. You withdraw cases against Anjuman-e-Islami and PFI, the Karnataka High Court has to step in. My limited point is the judiciary has to step in because under the garb of secularism, Hindu phobia is being upheld with brazen impunity.
That's the point that she's making. That's the point. She's saying that you take the cover of secularism, but you actually promote Hindu phobia. Some others in Sanju Verma's party call this Namazwad. And I have to ask you, and let me bring in Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Mr. Mitra, how applicable is this term Namazwad to the India alliance, or is it a deliberate coinage by the BJP to try and rally its vote bank, its predominantly Hindu vote bank, by obviously labeling a political party as being favorable to the minority community, in this case the Muslim community?